This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Keeper by Aimee Nicole Walker, narrated by Lance West. Chapter 1. "You're doing it again," Reuben admonished softly. "Sorry." Keegan stilled and exhaled a heavy sigh. "I'm just so nervous." Reuben kept his gaze on the magazine. He'd been staring at the same page for the past 15 minutes, but hadn't read a single word. Keegan wasn't the only nervous Nellie in the waiting room at the prosecutor's office. Reuben just didn't want to untangle his emotions until he was alone in his cabin. "I've never seen anyone's legs bounce like that." "It's been 9 months since the arrests," Keegan said. "Why call us in for a meeting now?" "Your knees started out like twin kangaroos hopping in tandem, but somehow got out of rhythm. Your right leg bounced higher and faster than the left. How is that even possible?" Keegan released a cute little growl of frustration. "Are you listening to a single word I've said?" Reuben lowered the magazine and turned to face his friend. The hazel eyes, snapping with irritation, were much preferred to the lifeless gaze Keegan wore 9 months ago. Full, rosy cheeks filled out his previously gaunt face, and cinnamon freckles dusted sun-kissed skin that had once been sickly pale. The Walking Dead looked more alive than Keegan had when he first stepped onto the ranch. But Keegan's biggest transformations occurred under the skin and weren't visible to the naked eye. He dedicated himself to his recovery from the nightmares he'd endured during conversion therapy on the Salvation Anew compound, and Reuben didn't want Keegan to wade back into unnecessary weeds by obsessing over things he couldn't control, such as prosecuting the people who'd committed the crimes against him. "Seriously, man, were your knees racing or something?" Keegan's mouth parted on a gasp. "That's what you're worried about?" "Well, no," Reuben said. "I have bigger things on my mind." Keegan wasn't the only one who wanted Mick and Quentin Carson to stand trial sooner rather than later. Reuben had serious skin in the game, too. He quickly diverted his thoughts away from who he wanted to rub said flesh against, because the typical reaction wouldn't be welcome in public. He turned his magazine to face Keegan and pointed to a handsome guy with similar color hair and fade style. "Do you think I'd look good with those highlights? I'm kind of in a rut and I could use a refresh." Keegan stared at him for several moments, his lips parted in disbelief before he snapped his mouth shut and shook his head. "I know what you're doing." Reuben smiled and waggled his brows. "And is it working?" Keegan heaved an exasperated sigh. "Yes, I'll direct my questions to Prosecutor Lyndhurst instead of internalizing my worries and feeding my anxiety monster." Reuben's heart swelled with pride. "On a scale of terror, are we talking about a gremlin or Godzilla here?" The exterior door opened before he could answer, and Keegan's eyes widened briefly. A frisson of awareness licked a path up Reuben's spine like a lover's tongue, and his nerve endings sizzled like bacon in a hot skillet. He knew who entered the waiting room before the faint hints of lime and mint tickled his senses. Seth Burke's body wash reminded Reuben of a mojito, and the man himself was much more intoxicating than white rum, and he should know since he was still hungover 9 months later after their wild and reckless weekend together. "Good morning, Phaedra. I'm here to see Prosecutor Lyndhurst." The sheriff's rich voice triggered memories of Seth's weight pressing him into the mattress and whispering dirty talk in his ear to spur him to climax when Reuben had wanted to delay the tide of pleasure. The sensory overload punted him back 9 months to the rustic cabin they'd hidden away in after Reuben survived a near-death experience and Seth thwarted a homegrown terrorist plot. A relationship between a sheriff and a victim or potential trial witness was off limits. Seth had made that clear when they'd parted ways early on the Monday after. But the longing in his gray eyes after their last shared kiss spoke louder than words ever could. Reuben had understood the stakes and didn't want to see Mick and Quentin Carson walk free on a technicality, or have a jury reach a not guilty verdict because they couldn't trust the investigators. So Reuben planted his desires deep into a fertile garden of hope and tended to it with memories from that one perfect weekend whenever his soul needed TLC. Phaedra was in her early 30s and peered at Seth with cartoon character heart eyes. Reuben couldn't blame her, but he wanted to growl out a warning for the lady to back away from his man. "Mr. Lyndhurst is wrapping up a phone call and shouldn't be much longer." That was the same thing she'd told them almost 20 minutes ago. But Reuben embraced his annoyance to avoid engaging other emotions. The prosecutor's office was not an appropriate place to let his fantasies of Seth run rampant. He rattled his magazine to pull Keegan's attention back to the photo of the cutie with the sun-kissed streaks in his hair. "Highlights, yes or no?" Keegan darted a glance in Burke's direction before meeting Reuben's gaze. "I think a change would do you good." All the guys on the ranch knew about his weekend with Seth, but Reuben only discussed the torturous war waging inside him with Keegan. To want someone so badly and connect with them on the deepest levels only to have them ripped away was a cruel punishment to pay for someone else's crimes. Salvation Anew's plans and attacks had affected everyone on the ranch, but Keegan and Reuben had taken the brunt of their rage. The two of them had bonded over their shared experiences and the fact that they were the only two unattached people living on Redemption Ridge. Keegan's therapist didn't want him dating until he'd worked deeper into his recovery process, and Reuben couldn't have the only man he wanted. Cocking his head to the side, Key studied the magazine page for a second. "Maybe caramel highlights for a more natural look." His lips quivered and curved into a wry smile. "Unless boy band member is the style you're going for." Reuben reached over and ruffled Keegan's hair. "Caramel highlights it is. 25 is too old for a boy band, though I have the moves to pull it off." His best friend snorted in disagreement, and Reuben lightly swatted Keegan with the magazine before putting it back on the table. Seth's allure called him like a siren's song, but he avoided looking in his direction. But why? Running into one another in a small town was unavoidable. Reuben had always kept a tight leash on his emotions and offered Seth a cordial nod whenever their paths crossed. Seth would return the gesture with the slightest hint of a smile curving his lips. The sheriff's mirrored glasses hid the intensity in his gaze, but Reuben felt it as strongly as a lover's caress. He risked a glance in Seth's direction and noticed he'd taken the farthest seat away from them and had busied himself with his phone. Nothing about Seth's rigid posture resembled the affectionate man from his memories. For a moment, Reuben started to wonder if the echoes of shared laughter, kisses, and love-making were figments of his imagination instead of legitimate recollections. Several more minutes ticked by, with no relief from the rising tension in the room. Reuben's gaze kept darting to the corner to clock Seth's activity. "Look up. Look at me. Just once." When Keegan's legs started to bounce again, Reuben yanked his head out of his ass and placed a hand on his friend's knee. The shaking stopped immediately, and Keegan took a ragged breath. "I'll find out how much longer," Reuben said. But before he could stand up, the interior door next to the clerk's window opened. A woman dressed in a smart navy suit and matching pumps smiled at Reuben and Keegan. She wore her black hair in a sleek bun that accentuated her amazing bone structure. Full lips curved into a professional smile. Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Scott?" They stood up and introduced themselves and shook her hand. "I'm Cynthia Daly, Mr. Lyndhurst's assistant. I apologize for the delay, but he's ready to see you now." Reuben held out hope for a few seconds that Seth was having a separate meeting with the prosecutor, but that fizzled out when she looked to the corner of the room where he sat. "Join us, please, Sheriff Burke." Keegan darted a worried glance in Reuben's direction, and he responded with a reassuring wink. Reuben imagined the meeting would take place in a large conference room where they could spread out, and he wouldn't have the walking mojito within licking distance. Reuben fell in behind Cynthia, and Keegan followed closely. Seth brought up the rear, a thought he didn't allow himself to explore for fear of tripping over his feet. "Normally, we'd use the conference room, but the clerks have turned it into a war room to prep for an upcoming trial," Cynthia said. "I'll bring in an extra chair for the sheriff." "I can come back and meet with Tony later," Seth offered. "He's leaving after this meeting, I'm afraid." Cynthia stopped next to an open door and gestured for Reuben to enter. Tony Lyndhurst rose to his feet and greeted him with a pleasant smile. He extended his hand and formally introduced himself. He had medium brown hair with a smattering of gray at the temples, hawk-like blue eyes, and the complexion of someone who spent way too much time indoors. "It's good to meet you, sir. I'm Reuben Sanchez." He dropped his hand and moved over so Keegan could meet the man. Reuben turned his head just enough to see Burke in his periphery. The object of his desire stood in the doorway, chatting to Cynthia in a low voice. Once Lyndhurst finished up his greeting to Keegan, Reuben could parse some of the conversation. "What time tomorrow?" Cynthia asked. 6 o'clock, Seth replied. "I'll be there. You go on in, and I'll grab the chair." Had he just overheard Seth and Cynthia making a date? Was Seth attracted to women, too? They'd talked a lot between bouts of scorching, passionate sex, but they kept their discussions light and their discoveries sensual. The meeting with the prosecutor took on a new sense of urgency, and Reuben fought the urge not to turn around and glare a warning in Cynthia's direction. Reuben tried not to stare when Seth entered the room and extended his hand to Lyndhurst. He stared at the lineup of personal photographs on the credenza behind the prosecutor's desk. Each candid shot portrayed a life well loved and lived, so it was easy to ignore the men who greeted one another. Their amiable tones and usage of first names implied a casual relationship between the county's top cop and chief prosecutor. Luckily, they didn't break into small talk while waiting for the lovely Cynthia's return. It already felt like someone was tap dancing on his last nerve, so the last thing Reuben wanted to hear was their golf scores or fishing stories. Did Seth play golf or fish? There was still so much to discover about Seth, and he found the idea thrilling. Reuben wanted to know him better than anyone else. He longed for the day when Seth realized he was the keeper. Not just a keeper, because that implied Reuben would be one of many key people in Seth's life, when he wanted to be the one. Reuben discreetly studied Seth from the corner of his eye and repressed the sappy, lovesick sigh building in his chest. He didn't know what brand of jeans the man preferred, but the dark denim was made to hug that fine ass. The khaki shirt stretched across broad shoulders was crisp perfection, and Reuben knew from personal experience that the fabric was much softer than it looked. Hell, he'd even borrowed the shirt, or one like it, when he'd left the bed long enough to retrieve drinks from the refrigerator. Reuben had lifted the shirt collar to his face and inhaled the lime and mint embedded into the fabric. It had made Reuben want to slurp a mojito from his belly button. Seth didn't have any of those ingredients, but he'd encouraged Reuben to use his tongue wherever, whenever, and however he chose. Absence didn't just make the heart grow fonder, it made the libido get hornier. A mournful sigh slipped past his defenses, and he disguised it with a light cough. "Do you need something to drink, Mr. Sanchez?" Lyndhurst asked. "No, but thank you." Reuben thought the cough might have gotten Seth's attention and dared to look in his direction, but Seth averted his gaze to the phone in his hand. The man could draw that bastard from his pocket quicker than a gunslinger at high noon. Reuben tamped down his disappointment and forced his attention back to the prosecutor. "How about you, Mr. Scott?" Lyndhurst asked. Keegan also declined the offer before turning a wry gaze Reuben's way. The cough hadn't fooled him one bit. "Nice rebound," he whispered. Reuben shot him a wink and then gazed around the room. Heavy wood furniture with a dark finish took up nearly the entire space. Someone had polished the surfaces to a shine, which probably accounted for the hints of lemon Reuben smelled in the air. The office was much smaller than he'd have guessed, but it was 3 times the size of the broom closet Reuben's public defender had called an office. He'd known he was fucked the moment he saw the card table and folding chairs his attorney used. Cynthia still hadn't returned by the time he finished his perusal. Just how far did she have to go to find an extra chair? Lyndhurst must have shared a similar wavelength because he walked to the door and peered into the hallway. "Ah, here she comes," he said. "Sorry, I got stopped a few times before I could get back here." Probably from war-waging clerks in the conference room. Cynthia wheeled the chair into the room and stepped back. "Let me know if you need anything else." The only spots big enough for Seth to sit were behind Lyndhurst's desk with the prosecutor or in the corner diagonally from Reuben. Either spot would put him directly in Seth's line of sight. It probably surprised no one when the sheriff parked his broad shoulders in the corner to give his brawny frame extra space. Reuben looked in his direction, but Seth stared down at the floor. "Look at me, please." When Seth didn't yield to his silent pleas, Reuben forced his attention to Lyndhurst. The older man leaned back in his chair and smiled in what Reuben assumed was supposed to be a fatherly manner to put them at ease. He couldn't remember his father, so he wouldn't know, and Lyndhurst's expression only made him more anxious. Keegan's legs started bouncing again, and Reuben placed his hand on the closest knee and left it there. It seemed Lyndhurst's smile didn't relax his friend either. The prosecutor's gaze dropped to Reuben's hand on Keegan's knee. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and the smile morphed from paternal to patronizing. "You two obviously know one another, and I assume you've both met Sheriff Burke." Keegan verbally confirmed their past introduction while Reuben nodded. "I've interviewed Mr. Scott and Mr. Sanchez multiple times during my investigation." Seth's professional tone held none of the warmth Reuben remembered from their weekend together. He sounded cold and indifferent and continued to avoid Reuben's gaze. If Seth wasn't looking at the prosecutor or at his feet, he stared at a spot on the wall between Keegan's and Reuben's heads. From Lyndhurst's angle, it would appear Seth was making eye contact with the witnesses. "Look at me, damn it!" Nothing. What the hell was going on? It was one thing to pretend they didn't know each other intimately, but Seth seemed almost hostile toward him. "I think the best thing to do is get right to the point," Lyndhurst said. "First, I want to apologize for my lack of communication over the past 9 months. Based on the strength of our evidence, I expected the Carsons to accept plea bargains instead of going to trial. Their defense attorneys had seemed keen when I presented the offers, but they quickly came back with rejections after talking to their clients. That's no excuse for my poor communication, but I want you to know your best interests have been at the forefront of my mind the entire time." "How so?" Keegan's voice was clear and calm, showing no signs of the wounded man who'd arrived at the ranch not that long ago. Lyndhurst's brow arched, and he cocked his head to the side. "Pardon?" How did you have our best interests at heart when you never asked us what we wanted? Keegan didn't wait for him to finish his answer before pressing forward. And if your evidence is so solid, why would you want to offer a plea bargain? Reuben was so proud of his friend and gave his leg an assuring pat. He thought the gesture earned a slight tick in Seth's jaw, but figured it was just wishful thinking on his part. Lyndhurst's brow eased back down, and he offered a disarming smile. You ask excellent questions. The fatherly smile returned, and Reuben braced himself for dad-splaining. If the guy referred to either of them as son, Reuben would immediately leave. Daddy issues, anyone? We want the Carsons to help us locate the 2 members of Salvation Anew we've been unable to find. Keegan called them Brother Cain and Brother Abel, and just the reference to them made his best friend shiver. A plea agreement provides a good incentive for them to help us. It also means swifter justice and avoiding a long, costly, and potentially embarrassing trial. A flush crept up Keegan's neck, and he narrowed his eyes. Embarrassing for who? You surely don't mean me. I'm the victim. Nothing I did deserved their cruel treatment. Lyndhurst shook his head and held up his hands, palms out. Of course not. I misspoke. Triggering is a better term than embarrassing. The testimony might cause you undue harm. That is what I have a therapist for, Mr. Lyndhurst, which you would have known if you discussed the situation with me. I think you're more concerned about seating jury members who secretly agree that being gay is wrong and won't take their crimes against me seriously. No, son, don't put words in my mouth. Reuben rose to his feet and claimed Seth's attention for the first time. Gray eyes the color of a winter storm widened slightly before he lowered his gaze again. Let's get out of here. This guy kept us waiting for nearly 30 minutes, and it's clear he doesn't care how we feel. Reuben applied the latter part to Seth, too. Keegan stood up, but they hadn't taken a single step before Lyndhurst shot to his feet. Please stay, the prosecutor said. I've botched this completely, and I apologize. He gestured to the seats in front of his desk. Won't you sit? Reuben and Keegan locked eyes for a few seconds before reclaiming the chairs. Lyndhurst exhaled a long breath. Thank you. He placed his elbows on the desk and steepled his hands, then tapped his forefingers against his chin a few times as he studied them. I do care very much about what happened to you, and getting justice for what the Carsons put you through. Mr. Scott, I'm very glad you're getting therapy and feel prepared to listen to testimony or possibly offer it during the trial. But the defense attorneys will be brutal. They're going to say a lot of harsh things to cast their clients in a better light. You mean like shifting the blame to me? I didn't enter that compound of my own free will. My options were to join my mother or lose everything. My family, my home, and my financial support. But even if I had joined freely, I never consented to the barbaric physical, mental, and sexual abuse they inflicted upon me. I will stand before anyone and speak my truth because I have nothing to be ashamed of, sir. Reuben reached for Keegan's hand and squeezed it. His boo had grown up and was well on his way to being a fierce badass. Keegan rotated his wrist and laced their fingers together so Reuben felt the slight tremor ripple through him. Keegan's boldness had come at a price, but that only made Reuben prouder. Lyndhurst studied Keegan for several moments before he nodded. I underestimated you. Most people do. That's my superpower. You'll need to use that to your advantage, if or when you take the stand. The prosecutor held his hand up before Keegan could respond. If I get the chance to put the Carsons away for a long time through a plea deal, I'm going to take it. That's the best possible outcome for all involved. This office, the taxpayers, and both of you. I wear many hats and answer to many people, and I promise that I'm taking your concerns seriously." "You can at least keep them informed about what's happening." Seth's rich voice drew Reuben's attention like a magnet, and he missed the prosecutor's response. Seth nodded curtly at Lyndhurst and kept his gaze there. "That's good enough for me," Keegan said. Reuben forced his gaze back to the prosecutor. He wasn't sure he trusted Lyndhurst, but Seth approved of his response, and so had Keegan. "For me as well." Lyndhurst huffed a sigh. "Good, because if we can't reach a plea agreement with the defendants, this case could drag out for another 2 or 3 years." Reuben's heart lurched, and his mouth gaped open in shock. He darted a helpless glance at Seth, urging him to do something, and this time Reuben saw a definite tick in his jaw. The sexy sentinel in the corner offered nothing. No assurances or comfort, just nothing. That minuscule negative reaction was the only animation in his stony visage. There was no doubt Seth would prefer swift justice, but Reuben hoped the disappointment was more personal than professional. 2 or 3 years, Keegan whispered. "That's common in high-profile cases like this one. The Carsons have excellent representation, and I anticipate the first volley of filings to delay the proceedings soon." "Why?" Reuben asked. "We have preliminary and evidentiary proceedings on the docket for next month. There is a bevy of reasons they could file for continuations, and I expect they'll exploit them all before we get to jury selection." "But 2 or 3 years?" Keegan repeated. Lyndhurst nodded. "We want a piece of the Carsons. Our Attorney General wants to take a swing at them, and the federal prosecutors are salivating to get a chance also. You've got 3 different court systems jockeying for position. There's a lot going on, which plays into the defense's hands. All they have to do is keep filing motions to delay the hearings and trials." "Christ," Keegan said. Seth raised his arm and rubbed the back of his neck, but continued to ice Reuben out. "So, what happens next?" Reuben asked. "We prepare like there will be a trial," Lyndhurst said. "At some point, we will begin prepping witnesses." The prosecutor explained Reuben might not take the stand during the trial since he didn't see Quentin Carson cut the brake lines on the truck. They would rely on physical evidence and Keegan's testimony to tie him to that crime. You would likely only address the court during the punishment phase if a jury convicts the Carsons. "When, not if," Reuben corrected. Lyndhurst smiled and nodded. "I like your confidence, Mr. Sanchez." "I don't know how to be any other way, sir." "Mr. Scott, your testimony will be integral to our prosecution, so we will spend a lot of time prepping you for trial." "How will you do that?" Keegan asked. "My clerks will run a mock trial to prepare you for the questions we'll ask during your testimony and those we predict the defense will pose during cross-examination. They'll want to blast holes in your testimony by any means necessary. They will imply through questioning that you consented to that heinous abuse, and they will also suggest another party coerced you into lying about Salvation Anu's activities." "Coerced by who?" Keegan asked in disbelief. Lyndhurst glanced at their joined hands and said, "It's clear you're close to the guys on Redemption Ridge. You live there now, correct?" When Keegan nodded, he continued. "They will try to twist your actions as proof you were desperate to fit in somewhere. You were weak and vulnerable, and Cash Sweeney and his crew took advantage—" Keegan lunged to his feet. "That is not what happened." Lyndhurst threw up his hands and patted the air in the classic gesture that never really calmed anyone down. "We know that, Mr. Scott, and I will do everything in my power to make sure the jury has to strike these nonsensical things from the record, but they can't unhear things. They might not admit that stricken testimony is factored in their verdict, but it could be. It is my job to dissect even the tiniest details of this case and prepare for every eventuality. The defense will do their best to ensure this case never gets in front of a jury. They'll look for any form of misconduct or coercion in the investigation, which we know they won't find. Lyndhurst dashed a smile at Seth, who somehow looked even stonier. I fear that any attempt I've made to reassure you has backfired, and you probably doubt my abilities to try this case now. I promise today is the exception and not the rule, and I will endeavor to be more open as this process moves forward. Okay, Keegan said. I can't get hung up on things I can't control. I just have to trust the process. I find your attitude refreshing, Mr. Scott. Reuben barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the proud papa expression, like this guy had anything to do with Keegan's recovery. The dude better hope his bumbling performance during the meeting didn't cause a setback. Reuben stood up because he'd had all he could take. Keep in touch. Will do. Keegan stood up too, and they filed toward the door. Reuben heard Seth rise to his feet and hoped they could steal a few minutes of privacy to clear the frosty air between them. A word, Sheriff, Lyndhurst said. Of course. The relief in Seth's voice was palpable. Reuben's heart sank, but he notched his chin higher and held it there as they retraced their steps to the front lobby. He nodded cordially at the lady in reception and opened the exterior door for Keegan. He kept his shit together until they were alone in the pickup truck. 2 or 3 years without touching or kissing Seth? That was out of the question. They'd have to find a way to be together. Reuben recalled the private conversation Seth had with Cynthia and the way he refused to look at Reuben. Was he too late already? A hot flush rolled over his body as simmering frustration threatened to boil over. Reuben reached over to crank up the air conditioning and noticed Keegan was trembling. Key? Wounded hazel eyes met his, and Reuben's irritation melted into a puddle of goo. Maybe I should move out. I don't want to give them ammunition to hurt anyone on the ranch. Nonsense. We're your family, and you're not going anywhere. First, the Carsons nearly killed you, and now they're cock-blocking you, Keegan said. And we're done paying for their mistakes. Let me worry about the situation with Seth. You concentrate on healing. Reuben reached over and covered Keegan's hand. I'm so damn proud of you. Fuck, you were amazing in there. Keegan's cheeks turned rosy. It felt good to stand up for myself. So just think how much fiercer you'll be by the time the trial rolls around. Please don't let it be 2 or 3 years. You'll shred those dickheads on the stand. Keegan's smile lit up his face and cleared the hurt from his gaze. Hell yeah, I will. Let's go get an ice cream cone before we head back to the ranch. This day calls for a double scoop, Keegan said. The ice cream parlor was teeming with teenagers since the local schools had let out the previous week. Reuben sent Cash quick texts to update him while they waited in line. Keegan chatted about the different flavor combos while he recalled feeding Seth butter pecan ice cream in bed. Reuben had teased him mercilessly about liking old people's flavors and called him abuelo, the Spanish translation for grandpa. That resulted in Seth proving just how young and virile he truly was, and Reuben learned butter pecan ice cream tasted so much better on Seth's tongue. Keegan nudged him with his elbow. Your turn, Rue. 2 scoops of butter pecan. They sat outside beneath an umbrella and ate their ice cream in silence while teenagers filed in and out of the parlor, laughing and joking with one another. Were you ever that innocent? Rue asked Keegan on their way back to the truck. No. You? Nope, Reuben said without hesitation. Then again, He remembered little about his life before the age of 10. Trauma had that effect on people. Keegan looped his arm through Ruben's. "We can't turn back the clock. We only have right now. Let's not lose another second to wallowing." "What do you have in mind?" Keegan turned the ride back home into a karaoke session. They turned up the radio and sang along to the music. When his favorite Dua Lipa song came on, Keegan cranked the radio up louder and said, "There's your girl." As much as he loved Taylor Swift, no one made him dance like Dua Lipa. They sang along with her New Rules, and Keegan looked pointedly at him during some moments. Ruben had no desire to get over Seth, so he'd answer his calls, let him in, and happily get under him again. They approached the curve that nearly claimed Ruben's life, and he couldn't help tensing his fingers around the steering wheel. He still had nightmares about going airborne over the edge of the steep hill. Ruben relived every bone-jarring second of crashing his way through the smaller trees before slamming into an oak that was thick enough to support the weight of Cash's truck. The only thing that prevented a full-blown panic attack each time he drove this stretch of road was to remember the way his sexy sheriff had come to his rescue. Seth had just left the ranch and was driving toward Ruben when he'd careened over the edge. Seth slid and tumbled his way down to the truck and stayed with him until help arrived. Ruben had been half out of his mind that night, but Seth's steady gaze and calm voice let him focus on the feel of the powerful hand holding his. Every time the tree creaked, Ruben would flirt with Seth to distract himself, and Seth flirted right back. It could have been a ploy to keep Ruben calm, but he was half in love with Seth before the rescue crew carried him up the mountainside on a backboard. He blamed adrenaline for his infatuation and racing pulse every time Seth came near, but the feelings kept getting stronger. It took weeks to wrap up the investigation, which allowed the Carsons to flee and avoid arrest. Since the crew was in danger, Seth spent a lot of time at the ranch, and it became obvious that he returned Ruben's interest. And they'd spent one glorious weekend together after the Carsons' arrest before reality intruded. He had to believe those 2 nights and 3 days weren't the last he'd get to spend with Seth. Then again, everyone he'd loved left him in one form or another. That reminder kept him silent for the duration of the trip home. Sensing his mood, Keegan turned the radio back down and quietly sang along. Tyler and Owen were waiting for them when they pulled up next to the barn. The guys were headed to Denver for the weekend to attend a Kenny Chesney concert and were probably eager to get on the road. Keegan hopped out of the truck and hurried to them for hugs. Ruben didn't hear their conversation, but it was brief. Keegan was practically bouncing with nervous energy, or sugar overload from the chocolate lover's ice cream combo he'd chosen. He'd probably hit the bags and crash afterward. Ruben needed a quiet space to decompress. Tyler and Owen rounded the hood of his truck and stopped by his door. He kept his gaze out the windshield, but rolled down the window. "What did he do?" The growl in Tiger's voice was more kitten than tiger, but Ruben loved his loyalty. He also didn't need to ask who Ty was talking about, because there was only one person who could rattle Ruben this way. "It's what he didn't do." Ruben didn't recognize the weariness in his own voice. He didn't do poor, pitiful me. "Okay, what didn't Burke do?" Owen asked. His growl was all Tiger. "He was there for the meeting, though I'm not sure why. Burke sat in the prosecutor's office like a silent sentinel and looked right through me. He acted like we'd never kissed, and that he didn't know the way I—" He stopped and shook his head. Tyler reached inside the truck and squeezed Ruben's shoulder. "I'm so sorry." "Me too, Rue," Owen said. "Maybe it's time to move on from him." Rue met their gaze, and determination sparked in his soul. "Are you kidding me?" He smiled at the men he loved like brothers. "It's time for me to show that stubborn mule that I'm the keeper. Now go on and get. Enjoy your weekend and be careful." Tyler and Reuben exchanged another glance, earning a scornful snort from Reuben. "I mean it, punks. I'm fine. Or I will be once I put together a plan to get my man back." "If you're sure," Tyler said, backing away. Reuben rolled his eyes and pressed the button to raise the window. Tyler and Owen looked at him for a few seconds before they walked toward their truck. That little spark of defiance fizzled out in a poof of smoke, and exhaustion washed over him. He'd talked a big game about winning Seth Burke's heart, but his cold indifference had blasted a Buick-sized crater in his larger-than-life bravado. Reuben got out of the truck and headed to his cabin to lick his wounds in private. He'd come out swinging once he recharged his batteries, but he needed to sit with his hurt and disillusionment until then. He'd attempted to bury pain in the past, but he'd only suffered longer and harder for it. So he'd accept discomfort, dissect his past interactions with Seth, and come up with a game plan to prove they belonged together. A few hours later, he'd run through a gauntlet of emotions and added hungry and horny to the mix, but was no closer to a Seth Burke solution. Reuben checked his watch and noticed it was almost time for dinner. He didn't feel like eating with the crew because he wasn't ready to answer their questions about the meeting. He wondered if Keegan would be interested in skipping the Inquisition, too. Reuben pulled out his phone and tapped out a quick message. "How does a steak dinner at the Feisty Bull sound? My treat." Keegan's response was immediate. "I'll meet you at the truck." Chapter 2. Get in, grab your dinner, and get out. Seth's mission sounded easy, and it would have been if he'd been able to place his carry-out order over the phone instead of getting a busy signal at the Feisty Bull for a solid 2 hours. He'd suggested his Aunt Debbie upgrade their website to take online orders, but she waved him off and said they could barely keep up with the phone orders and their walk-in customers. He didn't dare suggest they expand their business and risk falling out of favor with her. The restaurant wasn't much to look at, just a ranch-style building in the middle of nowhere. The white-clapboard exterior was simple, but the Feisty Bull's top-notch culinary delights brought customers back for more, as evidenced by the packed parking lot and busy phone lines. The overflow spilled onto the grassy areas on either side of the restaurant and between the gravel lot and the road. Seth groaned and nearly kept going when he saw the crowd, but thoughts of a cheesesteak hoagie teeming with thinly sliced ribeye, smoky provolone cheese, peppers, onions, and mushrooms were the only thing that had kept him moving throughout the day. Exhaustion had come and gone, and he now teetered into the land of the living dead. Running into Reuben and seeing him happy with someone else sure as hell hadn't boosted his energy. Seth couldn't help but notice the intimate way Reuben and Keegan interacted. He'd arrived at Lyndhurst's office in time to see Reuben's arm around Keegan's shoulders as they headed into the building. He sat in his truck for several minutes to quell the disappointment he had no right to feel. Seth convinced himself Reuben was just offering emotional support, but then he'd placed his hand on Keegan's knee at one point, and they'd held hands at another. Seth didn't have any right to feel jealous. He was the one who'd told Reuben they couldn't have a future with the trial looming over their heads. He'd foolishly believed the Carsons would accept a plea deal rather than risk trial, but they were still holding out 9 months later. Lyndhurst had unfortunately made some very valid points Seth couldn't ignore. His actions could have serious consequences if anyone found out about his weekend with Reuben. If Seth was to be mad at anyone for his predicament, he only needed to point the finger at himself. He was the one who'd invited Reuben to the old fishing cabin he inherited from his grandpa Burke, thinking that a few rounds of sex would work the charmer out of his system. All Seth had accomplished was a deeper desire to know everything about Reuben, including additional ways to make him come. His name, cried from Reuben's lush lips during a pulsing climax, had become Seth's favorite thing, and after 9 months, he wondered if he'd imagined the chemistry they'd shared. But seeing Reuben in the waiting room unleashed a pang of longing so intense that Seth knew what he'd felt was real, past and present. He locked himself down tightly to keep from reacting, but his efforts must have been too severe, because Lyndhurst had told him to save the mean mugging for the interrogation room once they were alone in his office. At least Lyndhurst wasn't privy to the lusty thoughts Seth hid behind his stony visage. Not even seeing Reuben hold hands with someone else had dimmed his desire. Regret was a barbed wire noose around Seth's neck, and total overkill. The rope would have been enough to get the job done without wrapping it in razor wire, just as his existing emotional strife stole enough of his sleep without adding more to the mix. Seth pulled into the lot and drove around to the back to park by the dumpster. Not like the owners would have him towed. Seth wished he could drink a cold beer or two at the bar while he waited for his food, but he still wore his gun and badge. It wouldn't matter to onlookers that he was off duty, if such a thing existed for a sheriff, and he sure as hell wouldn't risk locking his badge and gun in his glove box. With his current unlucky streak, someone would break into his truck and steal them. He'd look unfit to hold the sheriff's office with 5 months to go in his re-election bid. The shit with Salvation anew had left him in a precarious position with his constituents, but the dust had seemed to have settled in his favor after the Joint Task Force apprehended Mick and Quentin Carson. Then he'd gone and jeopardized everything for 3 nights of mindless pleasure with Reuben. He should regret it, but damned if he could muster the energy, and he just didn't fucking want to anyway. As far as he knew, they were in the clear, and Reuben had obviously moved on with Keegan. Seth ignored the slight pang at the thought and forced himself out of the truck, mentally placing his order as he strode toward the building. The sun was putting itself to bed when he left the sheriff's department, and long shadows stretched over the employees' parking area. His aunt and uncle hadn't dedicated as much attention to exterior lighting in the back as they did in the front, something he should discuss with them. There were too many places someone could lie in wait. Debbie and Rick didn't have children of their own and viewed their staff as family. Keeping them safe should be at the top of their priorities. Some would blame Seth's military and law enforcement services for his jaded tendencies, but the lessons had started the summer he turned 13. The Burkes and Harts still navigated the aftermath of their sudden and tragic loss 25 years later. There were anniversaries you loved to celebrate, and some that flayed you to the bone. This weekend was the latter, and Seth desperately needed a break. The lighting situation improved when he rounded the corner of the building, and the tension eased in his shoulders. The bass from the music reached him on the sidewalk, but he couldn't tell what genre was on tap for the night. His aunt and uncle jumped around to keep things interesting and played the music just loud enough to set a fun atmosphere. No one wanted to scream across the table to their companion or have anything pull focus from the extraordinary food. The logo on the front of the door always made him smile. The bull wore an expression that was both feisty and fierce, which made him think of Reuben. Seth would not be fooled by his quick wit and laid-back persona. He'd seen the fierceness in his expression when he thought Keegan was upset, and he also witnessed his smug pride when his boyfriend stood up to Lyndhurst. The Keegan he first met would have never questioned the prosecutor's intentions, and Seth figured much of the credit went to Reuben and the rest of the Redemption Ridge crew. For the second time in mere minutes, he forced his thoughts away from Reuben. Seth opened the door and stepped inside a building that had represented many things to him. So many memories, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly, connected him to this one place that helped shape the man he'd become. At 38, the restaurant served up the comfort food that kept him going on his most stressful days. He used to recite items on the menu when he served in Iraq and Afghanistan in his early 20s. Seth bussed tables and washed dishes during high school to earn extra money. Aunt Debbie was the first person he'd come out to back then, and she'd kept Seth's secret until he felt comfortable being open and honest with everyone in the family. The Feisty Bull became a command center when his 16-year-old cousin Natalie, Carrie's older sister, disappeared. Seth had been 13 at the time, and Carrie had been 12. They'd been the last family members to see her when she dropped them off in Last Chance Creek to get ice cream and play video games. Their families had spread maps on the dining tables and organized volunteers into search groups when the sheriff's department refused to get involved. They'd treated her as a runaway, because Seth had seen her get into a rusty blue pickup truck with a Pearl Jam bumper sticker on the rear window and a faded logo for a plumbing company on the door. Seth had insisted until he was blue in the face that Natalie had planned to come back, but the condescending sheriff hadn't listened. The search teams were successful, but it had been too late for Natalie. Something he'd never forgotten and would never forgive. Buildings didn't just have 4 walls and a roof. They pulsed with life and memories every bit as real as the country music thumping through the speakers when he stepped inside the restaurant. Since the Feisty Bull was the only watering hole and eatery close by, his aunt and uncle had tried to accommodate everyone's needs. A gorgeous bar acted as a divider between the 2 unique dining spaces. To the left was a dining room with cloth-covered tables and an enormous stone fireplace acting as the focal point. Stunning artwork painted by local artists adorned the walls. The music volume was quieter, and softer lighting invited patrons to linger and converse over a meal. To the right was the exact opposite setting. Instead of smooth oak boards, they used repurposed barn planks that contrasted nicely with the neon signs advertising local breweries and wineries. The lighting was darker, the music louder, and all but one of the many televisions broadcast local and national sports. His Aunt Debbie had insisted that at least one screen feature shows from her favorite home improvement networks and display the chosen questions on trivia night. They hadn't followed the karaoke craze at the height of its popularity, but Uncle Rick had mentioned making room for the equipment and a mock stage in one corner of the room. Seth bit back a groan at the thought. He'd need them to create an online ordering option and drive-up carry-out window if karaoke came to the Feisty Bull. He greeted the hostess by her first name and gestured to the bar when she scanned the dining room for a spot to put him. "I won't be long." The bar was a massive rectangular island of gleaming wood, sparkling glassware, every liquor imaginable, and ornate taps featuring the popular national brands along with the local brews. Stools lined the entire perimeter except for the small gap that allowed the bartenders to enter and exit. Carrie was behind the bar pulling beers when Seth claimed the last vacant stool. His cousin looked up and gave him a roguish smile. His black hair was longer than usual, almost brushing his shoulders, and his dark eyes sparkled with familiar mischief that always spelled trouble. Seth didn't know what had put that devilish gleam in his cousin's eyes, but he knew he didn't want any part of it. "Hey, cousin," Carrie said. "Don't start with me," Seth warned. "Not after the day I've had." Carrie released the tap and held up both hands in surrender. "Gee, Sheriff, I didn't do anything." The guy to his right chuckled and took a drink of his beer. Seth wasn't much in the mood for socializing, so he kept his attention focused on Carrie. If he had a modicum of energy left, he'd try to figure out what was making his cousin strut like a fucking rooster behind the bar. Isn't someone in need of rescuing tonight? Seth's snide tone only made his cousin's grin broader. Who did this asshole think he was? The Grinch? The Joker? Carrie was built like a freaking superhero with broad shoulders and ripped muscles, which he used to operate Hearts Creek Rescue. Natalie's tragic death propelled several family members into a life of service. Seth's sister Shauna was an EMT, and several of his cousins were firefighters. Carrie took it a step further and founded an organization that rescued the stranded, injured, and lost. Seth was beyond proud of his cousin, but that didn't stop him from busting his chops now and then. Carrie shrugged a massive shoulder. Just felt like this is where I needed to be right now. He found comfort in their aunt and uncle's restaurant, too, and often picked up bartending shifts whenever they were short-staffed or he needed to decompress and connect in happier ways. Since they were on the eve of his sister's disappearance and murder, it made sense Carrie would navigate there. What 10-year-old did you borrow that shirt from? Carrie greeted the dig with laughter as he returned to filling drink orders. When he caught up, he sauntered over to stand in front of Seth with an order pad. You want the usual? I don't have a usual. He loved everything on the menu. A black brow shot up. You'll have a cheesesteak with extra mushrooms and mayo and a double portion of Parmesan fries to go. He tilted his head to the side and studied Seth for a few seconds. I can't decide if you're in the mood for plain cheesecake or a slice of chocolate pecan pie. Seth hadn't factored dessert into his plans, but sometimes Carrie had the right idea. Both. I'll save one for another day. When his cousin's lips curved into a cocky grin, Seth added, And you don't know me that well. Carrie snorted. I know you better than you know yourself, just as you can say the same about me. The kitchen is swamped, so it might be a while before your order is ready. Want something to drink? Seth would give just about anything for a cold beer, but he settled for a Coke. Hitting it awfully hard, teased the guy on his right. Seth forced a smile on his face and turned his head, reminding himself it was a re-election year and it wouldn't hurt him to be cordial. I'd prefer a cold beer, but not while it looks like I'm on duty. The man wore his Colorado Rockies ball cap low on his forehead, covering most of his hair and putting the upper half of his face in shadow. The lower half sported a pretty severe case of razor burn, as if he'd shaved his face in a hurry. The hair sticking out from beneath the hat looked platinum blonde or white, but it was hard to say in the light. The televisions in the rustic dining area seemed to have the guy's full attention, so Seth tucked his smile away. The stranger had chuckled at the banter between cousins and remarked about his drink choice, but when Seth gave him the attention he craved, the guy averted his gaze. Why was that? Pinpricks of unease made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, though the man had done nothing wrong. Seth silently chastised himself for acting like a fool. He was exhausted, stretched too thin, and looking for danger lurking in shadows, even the kind cast by a simple ball cap. The stranger pointed to the wall of televisions. Hey, isn't that you? Carrie stopped in front of Seth and set his soda on the bar in front of him. Sorry, cuz. Sorry. Seth's tired brain struggled to tie the conversation threads together. He was about to look at Carrie, but the stranger finally turned and met his gaze. Arctic blue eyes glowed from beneath the brim's shadow. They didn't actually glow like fictional supernatural beings, but their contrast was so great that they appeared to light from within. You're on television, the stranger said. Was that why Carrie apologized? What kind of gloom and doom hell was about to befall him? Seth turned his head in time to catch the tail end of a coming up on promo for the local news affiliate. Aunt Debbie always muted the volume on the televisions to avoid clashing with the music, but the subtitles on the bottom of the screen told Seth everything he needed to know. The channel's crime reporter had interviewed several of the Harts and Burkes for the segment they produced for the 25th anniversary of Natalie's unsolved murder. The piece would play the following evening, but not without controversy. Most people fell into two camps: those who believed Natalie's killer was still out there, making her case unsolved, and those who believed the cops had found Natalie's killer but couldn't prosecute him because he died before they could make an arrest. Publicly, Seth claimed to be in the unsolved murder camp, but privately, he was certain Ryan Ulrich had gotten away with murder. The cops had tracked the rusty blue truck back to him based on Seth's description, and Ryan admitted to picking Natalie up in town and driving her to the river where a bunch of his friends gathered to party. He even confessed that they'd gotten into an argument and had gone separate ways once there. Ryan claimed Natalie had stomped off into the woods, and he assumed she'd gotten a ride back to town with someone else when she didn't return. Everyone else at the gathering claimed to have eyes on Ryan during the entire time of the party and hadn't seen where Natalie had gone. And Seth would know, since he'd memorized each statement after accessing the official file when he took office. The original investigators had dismissed his family's concern until Natalie's body was found a few miles downstream from where she'd gone missing. The department hypothesized she'd died of an accidental drowning. They said Natalie could have been drinking or smoking weed like the others at the party. She could have been distraught and unsteady on her feet and fallen into the river or taken an ill-fated swim. The medical examiner had quickly disabused them of that notion. The blunt force trauma to her head was too severe for a slip and fall. It showed signs of rage that turned the focus back to Ryan, who'd admitted fighting with her. The sheriff's department had performed a thorough investigation from that point, interviewing people from the party multiple times. The stories never changed. Natalie had wandered off angry, but Ryan never budged from the gathering. Seth's immediate predecessor had taken up the cold case and had attempted to solve Natalie's murder. He'd assigned one of his detectives to review the case and look for any unturned stones or punch holes in any of the witness statements. No unturned rocks, no holes. A community still divided. The folks who believed Ryan killed Natalie had been more vocal, and the Ulrich family moved away. Ryan died of a drug overdose a few years after Natalie's death, and Seth worried they might never find justice for his cousin. Fuck, she deserved so much better. "That young lady was your cousin?" The stranger's voice brought Seth back to the present. He reached for his soda to quench his suddenly dry mouth. He set the glass back on the bar with a thunk and faced his curious barstool neighbor. "Yes." "Is that why you got into law enforcement?" Seth squinted and aimed his best Clint Eastwood glower at the man. "Are you a reporter?" Arctic blue eyes widened, and he held up his palms. "No way, man. I've watched Forensic Files and Dateline hundreds of times, so you think murder is more common than it really is. In truth, most of us will never know someone who's been murdered. I'm really sorry for your loss and my nosy questions." A true crime buff. That explained the man's interest. Seth forced himself to relax. "Thank you." "You want another beer?" Carey nodded to the man's nearly empty mug. "Nah, I've got a bit more driving to do before I stop for the night." Seth was going to make nice and ask about the guy's destination when familiar laughter boomed from the casual section of the restaurant. He looked at his cousin, whose villainous grin returned. It took everything in Seth's power not to crane his neck and search out the owner of that glorious laugh. It had been 9 months since it had bounced around his cabin bedroom, and he missed that almost as much as the warm skin, hot mouth, and greedy pucker he'd become addicted to in just 3 glorious nights. Reuben. "The ETA on the food?" Seth prodded. Carey casually shrugged again. It's ready when it's ready. You talk to all the patrons like that? Seth turned to the stranger and nodded toward his empty plate. Is that what he told you when you ordered food? You'll get it when you get it? His stool neighbor laughed. Nope, I got a coming right up. Another round of laughter burst from across the room, but Seth separated one from the rest. This time, he couldn't resist scanning the section for Reuben, and his greedy eyes found him easily enough. He and Keegan huddled over something on their table. They both held pencils and glanced at the television screen every few moments. It finally registered that they were playing a round of trivia. Carrie's chuckle pulled Seth's attention back to the annoying mountain of muscle in front of him. Shut up. Seth got a reprieve from that smug asshole when a patron on the other side of the bar waved Carrie over. Don't look. Don't look. Seth searched for the grit that had sustained him during the meeting in Lyndhurst's office, but it eluded him. His gaze repeatedly veered into Reuben's direction until the intensity must have lured his gaze Seth's way. One moment he was looking down at his card on the table, and the next they locked eyes. Seth was too surprised to avert his gaze right away and knew he'd gotten caught. He turned his head forward fast enough to wrench his neck and found Carrie standing in front of him again. Let's go out back so I can wipe that cocky grin off your face, Seth said. Carrie quirked a brow and flexed an arm to show off his bulging biceps. He'd always been taller and broader, which meant Seth had to develop other skills to triumph over Carrie. He was faster and more calculating whenever he struck. Seth usually applied the strategy to physical altercations, but matters of the heart could lay a man low quicker and harder than a fist could. And Seth had to admit, at least to himself, that his heartstrings had gotten tangled up in Reuben Sanchez. He was out of his depth, and his doofus cousin wasn't any wiser. Carrie's motto was, "You can tie me up, but you'll never tie me down." What insight could he possibly offer Seth? It was clear that Carrie looked forward to sharing his pearls of wisdom with him as soon as they were alone. You're too busy beating up yourself. Save your energy for a better use of your time. Carrie darted a glance in Reuben's direction just in case Seth didn't get his message. Loud and clear, buddy. He let his glower do the talking for him. Besides, Seth knew Reuben had moved on, but Carrie didn't. He wasn't exactly happy that Reuben had found someone else, but he cared enough to put Rue's happiness first. Seth didn't like how things went down in the prosecutor's office and wanted to steal a moment to get some closure. People bandied the word around a lot, but the concept was utter bullshit. Still, he liked to keep things tidy and the air clean whenever he could. Seth might not have Reuben for himself, but he didn't want the guy harboring resentment toward him. Opportunity presented itself when Reuben stood up and headed to the bathroom a few minutes later. Seth waited until a patron down the bar diverted Carrie's attention and slipped off his stool. Enough time had passed so it wouldn't be obvious to casual observers that he was following Reuben. There was a stockroom, an employee break room, and a broom closet on the left side of the hallway, and the bathrooms were on the right. Reuben stepped into the corridor just as he reached the men's restroom, colliding with Seth's chest. Reuben's eyes widened, and an oomph whooshed from his parted lips. He staggered back a step, and Seth reached for his hips to steady him. Gone went Seth's promise to keep his distance from Reuben. The only thing on his mind in that moment was just how right their bodies fit together. Reuben's soulful brown eyes came in a close second, though the longing he saw there confused him. He hadn't imagined the affectionate gestures and glances between Reuben and Keegan in Lyndhurst's office. But in the dark hallway with Reuben's warmth pressed against him, Seth struggled to remember his own name. His mouth suddenly felt dry and gritty, like he was sucking sand in the Middle East again, but the only rat-a-tat-tat-tat came from his pounding heart, not a weapon. Raucous laughter erupted in the dining room, piercing the intimate bubble they'd created in the hallway. Seth dropped his hands and took a few steps back before someone saw them. "I'd hoped to talk to you." Reuben smiled slightly and closed the space between them again. Seth suddenly felt like the fly caught in a spider's web. "Good. I want to talk to you, too." Seth started to guide him toward the bathroom, but Reuben shook his head. "Is someone in there?" "No, someone blew it up in there. I could barely hold my breath long enough to piss." Reuben gestured to the end of the hallway, where an exit sign hung above a door. "Want to step outside for a few minutes? The parking lot overflows out there, and someone might see us." Reuben chuckled and shook his head. "I hadn't planned to grab onto someone's bumper and present my ass to you." His words painted a vivid scene, and Seth barely held back a groan. "It's not illegal for us to talk, Seth." "I know, it's just that what I have to say is personal, and I don't want to risk someone overhearing us." Reuben arched a brow. "Personal? I figured we'd said all there was to say." "Not even close." Seth scanned the hallway again, and his gaze landed on the stockroom. "In here." He curled his fingers into fists to avoid doing something stupid like reaching for Reuben's hand. Seth opened the door and turned on the light. The space wasn't huge to start with, and rows of tall metal storage shelves lined both walls, leaving only a narrow aisle between them. Seth shut the door and gave in to the urge to take Rue's hand, guiding him past stacks of toilet paper, napkins, and non-perishable food items. They stopped by a section of table condiments toward the back of the room. The aisle was barely big enough for one person, let alone two, and Seth ended up crowding Reuben against the metal shelving. Body heat drew him in, or maybe Reuben gave Seth's heartstrings a little tug. Either way, it was nearly impossible not to react to the energy pulsing between them. "I want to apologize." Reuben's gorgeous mouth curved into a wicked smile. "I can't fault your style." Seth almost laughed and replied with a snappy comeback, but they didn't have much time. He went for a direct approach instead, though he didn't step back to put distance between them. How could he, when Reuben smelled so damn delicious? Seth tried not to be too obvious when he inhaled a little deeper on his next breath. Sunshine and clean clothes. "And clear the air," he added. "I'm trying to decide if your growing erection is making things clearer or if it's muddying the water," Reuben said. Seth's exhale came out sounding more like a needy whimper than the heavy sigh he'd intended. Reuben's warm chuckle was such a small sound, but it rippled over him like a seductive caress. Seth needed to take a step back, screw his head on right, and put things in proper perspective. But he settled his hands at Reuben's hips and held on for dear life. Being together was so wrong, but it felt so fucking right. "Not that I'm complaining, but I'm getting mixed signals from you today," Reuben said. "You iced me out at the prosecutor's office and wouldn't even look at me, and now you're a few heartbeats away from rubbing one out against me." Seth hadn't moved his hips so much as an inch, but grinding against Reuben's answering hard-on was the only thing on his mind. "Use your words, Burke. I don't have enough emotional spoons left in the drawer to guess where your head is." He raised his hand and caressed Seth's jaw with 2 fingers. "This one, I mean. The other head's desires are pretty self-explanatory." Despite everything going on in his life, a hotly contested re-election campaign, his cousin's remembrance celebration, and what was sure to be dubbed a historic trial for their county when it finally happened, this was the best Seth had felt in months. 9, to be exact. Explaining that he locked down his emotions to avoid giving his feelings for Reuben away would only muddy things between them more. Reuben was with Keegan, and despite his current behavior, Seth would respect that. Reuben clearly still had feelings for him, and Seth didn't want to encourage Reuben to ruin something good for a relationship that couldn't be. "I'm sorry I was so chilly toward you. It was just how I needed to be in order to get through the meeting." Seth dropped his hands from Reuben's hips, stepped back, and immediately missed his warmth. It was Seth's turn to feel the metal shelving press against his back. "As for clearing the air, I only want the best things for you. Seeing your smile today and hearing your laughter and smart mouth—" Seth shook his head and exhaled a harsh sigh. "It makes me feel good to know you're happy and moving on." Reuben flinched like Seth had hit him, and then he stalked forward until there was no air between them once again. "Care to say that again?" Reuben started reeling off the highlights like a sportscaster before Seth could answer. "I'm happy and I've moved on because I shared a few laughs with Keegan to ease our tension." His eyes widened suddenly. "Oh, shit! You think Keegan and I are dating?" "You're not?" Relief flooded Seth, and he had to stiffen his legs to stay upright. Reuben's expression changed from astonishment to anger. "Do you honestly think I'd leave Keegan alone at our table and cuddle up against you in a supply closet if we were dating? Do you really think so little of me?" A dark pink blush tinged Reuben's cheeks. "And you have some nerve talking about me moving on when I overheard you making a date with that lady from Lyndhurst's office." Seth's mouth fell open like his jaw came unhinged. "What are you talking about? Cynthia, is that her name? I heard you discussing a time to meet up with her," Reuben said. Seth snapped his mouth shut and breathed deeply through his nose as he recovered, unsure if he should laugh or cry, tell the truth or lie. Hurt shimmered in Reuben's eyes, and Seth's heart ached from knowing he was the source. A small part of him thought the pain was necessary to make a clean break from one another. He could lie and tell Reuben that he was going on a date, and that would be it. But he wouldn't do that. "I wasn't making a date with Cynthia," Seth said, then debated how to explain their relationship in the fewest words. Reuben's back had been to the TV that ran the promo for Natalie's segment, and their discussions had never run that deep during their time together. How does one transition from eating someone's ass to discussing murdered family members? "Tomorrow is the 25th anniversary of my cousin's disappearance and murder. Cynthia had been Natalie's best friend since kindergarten. They were practically inseparable, and the family considered Cynthia an honorary heart. Family and friends are gathering to remember Natalie tomorrow night, and—" Reuben pressed firm lips against his to cut him off. He didn't deepen the kiss because that gesture was about offering comfort, not passion. Seth's hands landed on Reuben's hips again, and he dug his fingers in to hold him close instead of pushing him away. Reuben eased back and stared at him with enormous eyes swimming with unshed tears. "Baby, I'm so sorry to hear about your cousin. That must have been absolutely horrible for your family." He swallowed hard and caressed Seth's jawline again. He'd once told Seth he had the bone structure of a superhero, but leaving Reuben behind to save his career made him feel more like a supervillain until he recalled how much was on the line. Reuben met his gaze once more. "That explains so much about your need to serve and protect. You're a damn fine man, Seth Burke, and I'm going to make you mine someday." Seth's audible swallow sounded loud in the narrow room. He wanted Reuben more than he could express, but it wasn't the right time for them. "You heard what Lyndhurst said today. It could take 2 or 3 years for the case to go to trial. I would never ask you to wait for me." "You don't need to ask. I'm going to be yours whether it takes a month, a year, or 10 years. Though Seth appreciated the sentiment, he couldn't afford to let hope bloom in his heart. His tongue needed to be the trowel that uprooted the seeds Reuben's words had planted there before they germinated. But Seth couldn't form the response to make it happen. Maybe it was too late. Perhaps he'd already planted that kernel on the fateful night of the crash or during their stolen weekend. Rue. Firm, warm lips cut him off again, and he didn't resist a second time. Seth opened his mouth, and Reuben's tongue swept in with the sweetest moan he'd ever heard. Any sense of control he'd had going into the room went up in flames as lust scorched him from head to toe, reducing him to a grunt that would make a Neanderthal proud. Reuben's hands were all over him, stroking his back and chest. Seth walked him backward, pressed Reuben against the shelf, and pinned his greedy hands over his head. The condiment bottles rattled as Seth deepened the kiss, as the fiery man reeled Seth closer by his heartstrings. Nothing mattered but the slick, wet glide of their twisting tongues. Okay, Reuben's erection mattered a lot too. Those tight jeans could cause permanent damage if he... The stockroom door swung open on squeaky hinges. Seth quickly maneuvered his body to block Reuben from view, but he knew he hadn't been fast enough when he heard Carrie's rough-and-tumble laughter. Thank fuck he was the one who'd busted them, though there would be more ball-busting than Seth wanted to tolerate. He slowly turned to face their intruder with the darkest scowl he could muster. "What?" Seth asked. Carrie's villainous grin reappeared and looked even more diabolical. "I'm more than happy to cover for you, but maybe take this somewhere more private." Carrie lifted the carry-out bag in his hands and added, "Food's ready." Seth didn't bother asking him how he'd known where to find him. They'd been in each other's pockets for their whole lives. No one could read him like Carrie could, but Seth really wanted that honor to belong to Reuben someday. But he couldn't ask Reuben to wait for him. "Could you give us a minute, cuz..." "Nope, someone has to save the day, and it's my turn." Reuben peeked around Seth's body. "Again, you mean?" Carrie's crew had been the ones to climb down the hillside to rescue Seth and Reuben. Carrie winked and earned a growl from Seth. "Wrap it up, and I don't mean the fun kind." "Isn't that bag it up?" Reuben asked. Carrie dialed up his smile another megawatt until it nearly hurt to look at him. "I like him," Seth answered with another growl. Hands up in surrender, Carrie said, "I know the score, but you better get going if you don't want others to figure it out." Seth turned his back to Carrie and searched for the right words to set Reuben free without hurting him. "Don't." Vehemence hardened Reuben's tone. "You wanted to apologize and clear the air, and you have. That's enough for right now." He stood up on his tiptoes and pressed a quick kiss to Seth's lips before moving to his ear. "Dream of me." That was a fucking guarantee, and Reuben's smile said he knew it. "And be safe." "You too." Seth forced himself to step away, and Reuben slid past him. "Later, Carrie." Unfortunately, his cousin didn't follow Reuben out the door. Seth turned and met Carrie's gaze. There wasn't an ounce of judgment in those dark eyes, only mischief. "Find a way," Carrie said. This coming from the person who always got Seth in trouble. He'd gotten injured and grounded more times than he could remember because of the doofus challenging him with an arched brow. But Carrie was also the one person who always had his back, and he'd patiently listened to Seth pine over pints of beer. His cousin looked as eager and hopeful as Seth felt, and he lacked the... what had Reuben called it? Emotional spoons. Seth lacked the emotional spoons to convince Carrie and himself that he didn't crave a future with Reuben. He just wanted to go home and eat his food and relive that kiss, preferably with his hand wrapped around his dick. "And maybe go out the side door so you don't scare anyone off with that." Carrie gestured to the erection straining against Seth's jeans. He flipped his cousin off, snatched his food, and followed Carrie's advice to exit the side door. Energy pulsed through him, adding an extra spring in his step that had been missing for some time. He no longer thought about the shadows and who might be lurking there, even though the area behind the restaurant was pitch black. Seth's mind was too busy contemplating the other part to Carrie's advice. Did he dare find a way? Chapter 3. What was one supposed to do when their weekly yoga session didn't restore a peaceful balance to their nervous system? Reuben's body felt amazing, limber and strong, but his encounter with Seth the previous evening had really put him through the ringer. First and foremost on his mind had been finding relief from the sexual tension gripping his body, which he rectified embarrassingly fast when he got home. Once the post-climax haze cleared from his brain, Reuben thought about the other pieces of their conversation. He hadn't lingered on the part where they'd each thought the other had moved on so easily. When the truth came to light, Seth's tone and words struck notes of conciliation and concession, but the heat in his gaze was pure jealousy and yearning. Reuben was sure Seth noticed a similar possessiveness in his words and gestures. They'd quickly cleared up their misunderstanding, but it had led to a conversation that sucker-punched Reuben. There were many, many things he wanted to share in common with Seth, but losing loved ones to violent deaths and never getting justice for them was not one of them. Reuben had been 10 years old when he lost his mom and sister to stray bullets from rival gangs in Los Angeles, who'd opened fire on one another without an ounce of concern for the innocent people around them. Rosa Sanchez had been a hard-working single mom who juggled 3 jobs to make sure her kids had the best life she could give them. His abuela helped out a lot, but his mama never stopped moving so she could fulfill her children's dreams. The days leading up to their deaths were still so vivid in his mind, like movie scenes frozen in time. Reuben had developed a passion for baseball, and his younger sister was obsessed with ballet. Mama had signed Reuben up for his first baseball team and enrolled Liliana in a dance class for her 7th birthday. She wore her pink leotard and tutu every day for a week leading up to her first lesson, spinning around the house like a tiny Tasmanian devil. Mama and Lily were killed on their way to her first ballet class. Reuben had been so angry about many things, but Lily missing the opportunity to dance with her instructor had cut him to the bone. Abuela had told him Lily danced in heaven with the best instructors and a bigger audience, but it didn't console Reuben the way she'd hoped. He'd become an unruly, angry teenager who made one bad decision after another. Oddly, Reuben didn't learn how to manage his emotions until he landed in jail with a cellmate who'd discovered Buddhism. Reuben learned the basics of the practice from him, then expanded on the teachings with hope after moving to Redemption Ridge. Meditation and yoga usually worked wonders for him, but his heart felt as heavy as a brick, and his frazzled nerves left him edgy. "Rue?" Keegan's questioning tone betrayed his concern. He forced himself to meet those familiar hazel eyes. "I asked if you wanted to grab lunch at the diner or maybe head over to Colorado Springs to try something different." Reuben loved the diner, but it would be hard to get a table at the height of tourist season. He looked across the street, and his gaze landed on the salon a few doors down from the restaurant. Reuben recalled the conversation they'd had the previous day about highlights and boy bands, and he met Keegan's gaze once more with a smile. "Let's swing by the salon first. They're probably booked solid today, but I can schedule an appointment for my hair transformation." Keegan ran a hand through his shaggy blonde bangs. His hair had grown out so much from the buzz cut he'd received at the cult's compound. "Let's do it. I could use a makeover too." Reuben hooked his arm through Keegan's, and they headed across the street to the salon. Cool air kissed his cheeks when they entered the business, and he sighed happily. A strong floral scent tickled his nose, and he inspected his surroundings. Fresh-cut flowers in glass vases and baskets of mixed arrangements filled the reception area, and not the usual amount one would use to class up a joint. Most of the vases and baskets included those clear card holders with a florist's card, but some had a homier feel and were presented in more rustic vessels. Was it someone's birthday? "Can I help you?" The young woman behind the reception counter had fuchsia hair and gray eyes almost as pretty as Seth's. Reuben smiled and walked toward her with Keegan in tow. "We would like to schedule hair transformations, please." "Oh, that sounds fun." She jiggled her computer mouse and looked at the screen. "Have you been to our salon before?" Reuben's normal haunt was the barber shop on the other side of town, and Keegan hadn't let anyone near him with scissors or a razor since escaping hell. It might have seemed like an odd time and place for his #Team Keegan pride to resurge, but the swelling emotion temporarily stole his voice. "This is our first time," Keegan said without the slightest hint of innuendo. "So please be easy with us?" Reuben's remark dripped with suggestion because he was an unrepentant, shameless flirt. She snorted, introduced herself as Carly, then asked what they had in mind for their hair. "He wants to look like he's escaped a boy band," Keegan said, ruffling the top of Reuben's hair. "We're thinking caramel highlights around his face to brighten things up a bit." Reuben smirked and shook his head. "And he wants to look less like a sheepdog so he can have a hot boy summer." "Well, well, this must be my lucky day." The sultry masculine voice came from behind them, and Reuben whirled to see who it belonged to. A gorgeous blonde struck an artful pose with his hands on slender hips. He wore leather pants and a mesh crop top, both in black. The former showed off his long legs, and the latter drew the eyes to his tawny skin, ripped abs, and pierced nipples. A coy smile curved his lips as he sauntered toward Reuben and Keegan. The bright overhead lights glinted off shiny sequins sewn into his top, making it twinkle like starlight. Keegan leaned close enough that his breath tickled Reuben's ear. "He looks so familiar. Is that the gazelle from the bar?" It took everything in his power not to laugh. The sex kitten prowling toward them was definitely the same guy from Keegan's first trip to the Thirsty Cowboy. He'd been so wide-eyed and innocent as Reuben had described in graphic detail the kinds of things that went down. His little lamb chop had thought thirsty meant the patrons were actually parched for a drink. Reuben had defined the various roles people played at the bar, namely the lion and the gazelle. Mr. Sex on a Stick, prowling toward them, had drawn every eye in the bar, and Reuben had offered comedic byplay as this stunner engaged in cat-and-mouse games with a lion across the bar from him. Uh-huh. This guy wasn't Reuben's type, but he couldn't deny the man was gorgeous. "I'm Sven, and this is your lucky day. My color correction appointment just canceled, so I have time to do both of you." Reuben blinked. He doubted very much that Sven was his real name, and Reuben wasn't sure he was offering salon services. Both?" Keegan stammered. "Now? At the same time?" Sven stopped in front of Keegan and raised his brows. "I'm not sure we're on the same page, darling." The smirk said he knew exactly what he was doing with his double entendre. Sven lifted a toned arm to card his fingers through Keegan's overgrown bangs. "You have such gorgeous bone structure. Cheekbones, jawline, and lips to die for. I can give you a cut that highlights them instead of hides them. Hot boy summer indeed." A pretty flush bloomed on Keegan's cheeks. "Okay." Sven winked and turned his full attention to Reuben. He bit his pouty bottom lip as he studied Reuben's hair and nodded. Caramel highlights will look great, and they won't take long. Follow me, pets. Keegan's gaze snapped to Reuben as soon as Sven turned his back and mouthed, "Pets?" Reuben just shrugged and gestured for Keegan to go first. Seth Burke might have a tight grip on his heart, but that didn't stop Reuben from appreciating the seductive sway in Sven's hips. He considered himself high-ranking on the sass-o-meter, but the hairstylist beat him out by a smidge, or 3. Sven stopped at a pristine station with hair implements and styling products neatly arranged. He patted the leather chair, then crooked his finger at Reuben. "You first, doll." He winked at Keegan. "And you can watch." Then he scanned the salon as Reuben made himself comfortable. "Would you like to hang out in one of the massage pedicure chairs while you wait?" Sven asked Keegan. "You can sip a cold beverage, soak your feet, and relax. No pedicure required if it doesn't interest you." "You should totally get a pedicure," said a teen girl with rainbow-streaked hair as she passed them. "It's life-affirming." Keegan nibbled on his bottom lip and looked to Reuben for guidance. It was probably one of those moments that triggered reminders of the hideous things the cult had said to him during his conversion therapy. They might not have mentioned pedicures specifically, but they would have had lots of opinions on personal grooming habits and what men would and should avoid. "It's been ages since I've had a pedicure," Reuben said. "I say we dedicate this day to total self-care." Keegan's answering smile was a beautiful thing. Sven gasped and held a hand up to his forehead as if to shield his eyes from its brilliance. Keegan rolled his eyes and followed the vivacious man to a vacant pedicure chair. Sven got him set up before disappearing into a back room. Keegan cast a searching look in his direction once more, and Reuben winked. Sven returned with a colorful drink and a petite nail tech, who smiled sweetly at Keegan before sitting on the stool at his feet. Sven crossed to Reuben, spun him around to face the mirror, and assessed his hair. "What are you thinking about for a cut? That way I know how many highlights and where they'll go." "I want to stick with a fade, but maybe tighter and higher on the sides." Sven hummed. "I like it. You have beautiful bones. Let's show them off." "Thank you?" Reuben hoped Sven wasn't a serial killer who literally wanted to peel back his flesh. "Let's talk about the highlights. Do you want to look a little sun-kissed, or do you want something more dramatic? I could do a little of both. A little sun-kiss toward the crown, but a heavier hand in the money piece section." "The money piece?" Reuben asked. "The section framing your face. It's what first draws the eye. We typically use the technique more with women, but men deserve to look and feel fabulous, too." "Damn right." Reuben thought of the way Seth looked at him the previous night. He gave new meaning to burning desire. And it was a miracle Seth hadn't reduced Reuben to ashes on the floor. While he heard and respected all the reasons they shouldn't be together, Reuben wasn't about to make it easy for Seth to resist the need clawing at his guts. "I want the money shot," Sven snorted. "Money piece, darling. We don't run that sort of establishment here." He winked to soften his admonishment, but Reuben's cheeks warmed anyway. "Are you married to this part?" Sven finger-combed Reuben's hair and settled the strands on the other side of his face, revealing a natural lift at the roots. He picked up a comb and placed it above Reuben's temple. "Do you want the fade to start here or slightly lower?" Sven dropped the comb a half-inch. It was still higher than Reuben's current fade, but not as extreme. "Like maybe here?" Reuben had a grand vision for turning metal and iron into art, but he was just as clueless as most men when it came to hairstyles. He recalled the photograph in the magazine that had caught his attention and said, "I want the higher option." "Bold move. I like it." Sven set his comb back down and patted his shoulders. "I'll go mix up my potion. Be right back." Reuben observed Keegan interacting with the nail tech in the mirror, then turned his chair to get a better look. His sweet friend's body vibrated as the chair massagers went to work while he studied 2 bottles of nail polish in his hand. Keegan bit his lip again, and Reuben wondered if he was debating the color choice or deciding if boys and men should even wear nail polish. He must have sensed Reuben's attention because Keegan held up the bottles for him to see. He could tell one was pink and one was blue, but he couldn't see the exact shade or finish, so Reuben stood up and crossed the salon. Both shimmery polishes were a pale hue and would complement Keegan's skin tone. "I think most guys look amazing in pink," Reuben said. Keegan's eyes glowed with delight, and he knew he'd said the right thing. "I'll go with the same color. We should swing by the general store on the way home to get flip-flops." They wore sturdier footwear around the ranch, but it would be fun to knock around in sandals during their free time. "Yes," Keegan said excitedly. "I haven't worn flip-flops since I was a little kid." Sven returned to the salon and halted when he noticed the vacant chair. It didn't take him long to discover where Reuben had gone. "Ready to make some magic?" Every phrase out of the guy's mouth sounded suggestive. "Wish me luck," Reuben whispered to Keegan. "You won't need it." Reuben returned to the chair and sat still while Sven draped a cape over his upper body and secured it around his neck. He expected the stylist to start with color, but he used an electric razor to do a rough cut on the sides and back to establish shaping first. "This is just the framework, and not the final style," Sven assured Reuben. "I trust you." And he did. Sven seemed knowledgeable and confident. Sven weaved a long-handled comb through small sections of hair, slathering on a foul-smelling chemical, and wrapped each one in aluminum foil. He looked absolutely ridiculous, but the smile on Keegan's face was worth it. Reuben had taken his abuela to a hair salon many times before she moved to New Mexico with his tío and tía. Her stylist rolled her hair into tight curls and sat her under a dryer. Reuben hoped he wouldn't require those steps. Keegan finished his pedicure and waddled over to Sven's chair in flimsy, temporary flip-flops that allowed his toes to dry. Reuben surrendered his seat to Keegan and sat in the empty styling chair in the next station. He tuned in for the first few minutes of Sven and Keegan's consultation, but his gaze wandered again to the riot of flowers in the reception area. A familiar hulking figure caught his attention on the other side of the huge storefront window. Reuben smiled at the memory of Carrie busting him with Seth in the supply room. Then he recalled the articles he'd read about Carrie's sister Natalie, and sorrow replaced the joy. Carrie stood on the sidewalk with a phone to his ear and appeared to be deep in conversation until he turned his head and locked eyes with Reuben through the glass. Carrie shook his head in disbelief as a wry smile pulled on his lips. He ended his call, tucked his phone away, and reached for the salon door. Carrie bypassed the reception counter with a wave and headed straight for them. Keegan was in mid-sentence when he spotted the sexy beast and let out an adorable little squeak. Sven looked around and saw Carrie, too, and rolled his eyes. "Oh, it's you." Carrie chuckled and reached for Sven's hand with one of those meaty paws, but the slender guy whipped out a pair of scissors that looked wickedly sharp. "Not the hair," Sven growled. Carrie snorted. "Bet you say that to the fellas a lot." "You'll never know." Keegan watched the banter with his mouth hanging open. He'd first met Carrie the night they went to the Thirsty Cowboy, and the big bruiser had asked Key to dance. They'd looked adorable together, and Keegan had returned to his seat with stars dancing in his eyes. Reuben didn't have the heart, then, to warn him about men like Carrie, but the blushing cheeks and dazed expression on Keegan's face made him think that had been a mistake. Carrie dropped his arm and turned his full attention to Keegan. "Hello again." Key's cheeks turned a darker shade of pink, accentuating his freckles. "Hi." Carrie reached forward and ran a fingertip over Keegan's nose. "The freckles are new and adorable." "They hibernate in the winter." Keegan expressed how much he disliked his freckles at least once a day. "They make me look like I'm 12, he grumbled. Carrie raked his gaze over Keegan from hair to toenails. "You're all man." There was a gentleness present whenever Carrie interacted with Keegan. Sven must have noticed it too, because his perfectly shaped brows practically disappeared into his hairline. "And I like your polish." Keegan sat up straighter. "Really?" "Mm-hmm. Your toes are made for sucking." Keegan's eyes widened like an adorable anime character, and then he dropped his gaze to his feet and furrowed his brows. "Market, roast beef, all the way home." He met Carrie's gaze once more. "I don't recall anything about the little piggies getting sucked." Carrie chuckled, stalked closer, and grazed his finger over the top of Keegan's foot. "Well, Goldilocks, these little piggies never met the big bad wolf." Carrie's rakish smile nearly set the building on fire. Everyone in the salon probably heard Keegan's gulp. It was a good thing he'd finished his fancy fruity drink before he sat down, or he would have dropped the glass on the floor. Reuben had clashing urges to both shield Keegan from Carrie and shove him toward the self-proclaimed big bad wolf. Keegan's pupils expanded until only a thin circle of hazel remained, and his breathing sounded shallow and fast. Someone needed to do something before Keegan combusted in the chair. There had to be a fuck-ton of flammable chemicals in the salon. They needed to act fast before Carrie's diabolical charisma took out the entire town. Sven placed himself between Keegan and the hunk, pointing the sharp tip of the scissors at Carrie's broad chest. "Back off, bruiser, or I'll tell your mother you're seducing her clients," Sven said. Carrie stepped back and narrowed his eyes. "You wouldn't dare." "Oh, I dare to do many things." Admiration made Reuben sit up taller. If he could bottle Sven's moxie, he'd be a millionaire. Keegan showed promising signs of that audacity in the prosecutor's office, and it had been a thing of beauty. Maybe they needed to spend more time around the stylist who wielded scissors like a sword and could cut a man with just his words. Carrie mumbled something about cock-blocking stepbrothers, but he did so in a jovial voice. "Stepbrothers, huh?" Reuben asked. "Sven's dad married my mom," Carrie said. "She owns this salon." That meant Sven knew Seth well, too. Carrie smiled at Keegan and said, "Until we meet again." He pivoted, smirked at Reuben, and returned to the reception area, where he picked up floral arrangements and hauled them outside. Sven sighed. "I'm so glad he swung by to get those. People mean well, but the salon is Lucinda's happy place. She doesn't need to get kicked in the teeth with sorrow when she comes back to work on Monday morning." "What's going on?" Keegan asked. Reuben had repeated very little of what he'd discussed with Seth the previous night. He had to explain his lengthened absence and only admitted to receiving an apology and clearing the air between them. Reuben let his thoughts wander as he watched Carrie carry one load of flowers after the other, while Sven gave Keegan the abbreviated version of Natalie's disappearance. "No wonder Seth seemed out of sorts yesterday," Keegan said. Reuben wanted to shush him, but he was even more interested in what Sven had to say. He didn't know when Carrie's parents divorced, but they'd been married when Natalie was murdered. It felt much safer getting information from Sven than asking one of the Harts or Burkes. "Seth was the last one in the family to see Natalie alive," Sven told Keegan. "He always blamed himself. That guy carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. I sure wish he'd met someone who'd help share the load." Reuben bit the inside of his cheek to keep from calling out, "He has! It's me!" Sven settled his hands on Keegan's shoulders. "Can I give you a friendly piece of advice about Carrie?" Keegan worked his bottom lip between his teeth as Reuben's heart sank. The urge to shield his friend rose swiftly again, but Keegan probably needed to hear what Sven had to say. There wasn't an ounce of malice or pity in the stylist's eyes, only concern. It seemed Keegan had made an indelible impression on Sven, too, but that wasn't surprising. To know Key was to love him. Sven kept his gaze on the mirror as he assessed Keegan's hair. Long, slender fingers carded through the blonde strands, shifting the part and testing angles. "Okay," Keegan said after a long stretch of silence. Sven stopped, shifted his gaze to meet Keegan's in the mirror. "Damn, you're beautiful." The blush returned to Keegan's cheeks, and Sven sighed. "Too beautiful for your own damn good," which facilitates the next part. "You'll never find a braver or kinder man than Carrie Hart. His generosity knows no bounds, and I'll never find a better friend." Keegan squirmed a little. "But—" "I've never known anyone who shields their heart as fiercely. Seth plays a close second, but at least he's tried his hand at the love thing." That comment caught Reuben off guard, but he didn't have time to obsess over it because he didn't want to miss another second of the conversation. Information was gold, and Sven held the keys to the mine. But Carrie's heart is locked down tight. Pretty sure an X-ray would reveal a mini dragon hovering beneath his ribs. "You don't have to tell me this," Keegan said softly. We're not... "Oh, he is very much interested in you." Sven's voice was gentle, but mischief sparkled in his eyes. "And you're equally attracted to him, which is why you need to know something very important. Carrie is an honorable man, and he'll never mislead someone to get them into bed. He means what he says, so believe him when he tells you he's not looking for anything more than sex." Keegan's mouth opened and shut a few times like a guppy before he found his voice. "He's not. I'm not." "He will, and you will. Just keep in mind what I said, and maybe hold on to your heart a little too, huh?" Keegan's face turned an alarming shade of dark pink, but he nodded. "Good. Now, let's talk about your haircut." Their new styles were a hit at the diner. The waitstaff knew them by name and complimented the cuts. They'd grudgingly put their socks and sneakers back on, but only long enough to grab something to eat before hitting the general store to buy flip-flops. The diner was as busy as they'd expected, and several people stopped by their table to say hello. The ranch crew had become minor celebrities after the success of their YouTube channel, something they established as damage control to combat the media-fueled sensationalism surrounding the cult. The crew lived in a small enough bubble to avoid the downside of notoriety, but Reuben knew that would change as they neared pretrial hearings. He'd already rejected interview opportunities from several media outlets and investigative journalists. He'd talk about his work on Redemption Ridge all day, every day, but he wasn't looking to become famous or infamous, so people gawking or staring irritated the hell out of him. Reuben knew he'd captured someone's attention when his arm hair stood at attention like good soldiers, and his skin felt like 1,000 ants crawled beneath the surface. He tried to ignore the sensations and enjoy his meal, but his senses were too engaged elsewhere and overrode his taste buds. A guy learned to be astute and stay focused in jail to avoid becoming someone's punching bag, or worse. He turned his head as if to study the dessert menu written on the large chalkboard, but scanned the room from the corner of his eye. A man with auburn hair and broad shoulders sat at the counter toward the front of the diner. His head was turned in Reuben's direction, but without making eye contact, he couldn't be sure that was the source of unease. Reuben looked out the window and scanned the other side of the restaurant from his periphery. No one else looked in their direction, so it had to be the ginger. Was he a friend or foe? "You okay?" Keegan asked. "You haven't said much since we sat down. Thinking about—" He cut himself off before Seth's name slipped from his lips. "Always." But that wasn't his problem. Reuben turned his head and did another periphery scan. Yep, the guy was still watching him. Or maybe the stranger was looking at his companion. That thought tripped Reuben's protective instincts, and he nearly turned his head to initiate eye contact. Keegan seemed impervious to the attention, and the last thing Reuben wanted to do was draw his awareness to it. Keegan sighed and nodded. "I'm sorry." "Me too." His friend leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Don't look now, but some hot guy at the counter can't stop staring at you." So his little lamb was growing up. Reuben's pride soared right off the charts. "How do you know he's not looking at you?" The asymmetrical cut Sven had given Keegan showcased his flawless face to perfection. When Keegan just shrugged, Reuben said, "He's probably trying to place which boy band I used to be in." Keegan snorted loudly, and the lady at the next table flinched. He apologized, then briefly covered his mouth. "Maybe the hot ginger could get you over the hump." Said no one who'd ever spent the night in Seth's bed, let alone 3 nights. And it wasn't just the physical stuff he craved. "I'm not ready." Their server stopped by their table at just that moment. "Not ready for what?" she asked. "Dessert? Your check? Or maybe you're not ready for me to clear your plates?" Reuben smiled at her quick wit. "No dessert for me. I am ready for the check, and I'll take a to-go box as well." He could reheat the leftovers later if he got hungry. "Same for me," Keegan said. "You got it." She returned promptly, and they transferred the food to the boxes before heading to the register to pay. Keegan went first, which gave Reuben the chance to observe the guy with the auburn hair sitting at the opposite end of the counter. He lowered his head and peered at the stranger from beneath his thick, long eyelashes. Reuben had never understood people's obsession with his lashes, but he had a new appreciation for their thickness now. It was hard to tell someone's height when they sat, unless they were extremely short or tall. His not-so-secret admirer fell into the latter category. He had the build and breadth of a linebacker. Reuben could tell the stranger's eyes were light, but it was impossible to know if they were blue or green. He couldn't find a trace of danger in the man's observation, only curiosity. Reuben pondered making eye contact and decided against it. He wasn't in the mood to engage in conversation. Keegan finished quickly and stepped aside so Reuben could pay for his food. He gave the server a generous tip, as usual, because he remembered how exhausted his mama had been at the end of her waitressing shifts. Reuben avoided looking in the stranger's direction when they exited the restaurant, but he watched from the corner of his eye when they passed the window front. Yep, the man was still watching him. "I'm creeped out," Keegan said. "Ditto." Their last stop was the general store, and Reuben figured it would be an easy in and out until the feed supply manager came over to them as they perused the selection of flip-flops. "Hey, fellas," Randy said. "Finley placed a livestock feed order for your pickup on Monday, but I have it ready to go now. Want to drive your truck around back after you're done here so the boys can load it for you?" "Fine by me," Reuben said, even though he'd driven to town in the older pickup truck he bought with his own money after the accident. He still drove a ranch truck whenever he conducted official business, but the logo on the doors had made him a target once. He wanted to minimize his chances of a repeat incident. "It will save me a trip on Monday," Keegan said. He hadn't quite found his niche on the ranch and just helped wherever he could. Most of the time, he acted as Cash's personal assistant, but he volunteered in the barns, the fields, and especially Harry's kitchen. "Will your truck be able to haul the weight?" Reuben narrowed his eyes. "She might not be much of a looker, but she's dependable as hell." That's what the seller had claimed when Reuben responded to the marketplace ad, and she'd lived up to the hype so far. Keegan held up his hands and backed away. "I'm not insulting your girl." The twinkle in his eyes contradicted his conciliatory tone. "He's totally dissing your truck," Randy said. "But nice haircut, Keegan." He looked at Reuben next. "And you too." Then he turned on his heels and headed to the back of the store. "Thanks," they called out in unison. The compliment effectively ended their mock war, and they resumed the hunt for the perfect summer sandal. They both liked the leather-braided flip-flops with the comfortable support. Keegan chose a light gray pair, and Reuben picked black. The line to check out was surprisingly long, so Keegan fished out cash from his wallet and handed it to Reuben. "You pay for the shoes, and I'll drive around back to pick up the order." Reuben arched a brow. "So now my truck is good enough to drive?" "This again," Keegan muttered with a playful eye roll. Reuben retrieved his keys and swapped them for Keegan's sandals. "Don't put a single scratch on her." Keegan smirked as he took a few steps backward. "How would you even notice?" Reuben searched for a witty comeback, but his usual sass evaded him. He released an outraged gasp instead, causing several people to look in his direction. Reuben covered his heart with a pair of gray flip-flops. "You wound me." Keegan's laughter echoed in Reuben's heart long after he left the building. The line inched along because there was one issue after another at the counter. One customer had an item without a tag, another wanted to haggle over why one brand wasn't on sale when another similar item was, and the register ran out of receipt tape. Reuben was on the verge of returning the sandals to the shelves and walking out when a display of prepaid cell phones at the checkout counter caught his eye. If he bought one of those, he could talk to Seth anonymously. He could pay cash for the phone and minutes. The number would come up on Seth's cell phone records, but someone would need a subpoena or warrant, he was never sure which one, to get the call log. All they needed to do was avoid drawing attention to themselves and giving someone legal reasons to go for those records. Just the thought of buying the phone made Reuben feel guilty as hell. Was he really willing to risk their chance at justice to hear Seth's voice? Of course not. He closed his eyes and recalled Seth's various voice tones and pitches he'd stowed in his bank, memory and spank, after their weekend together. Seth's voice got softer when he was sleepy, silky and firm when he dominated Reuben in bed, and gravelly first thing in the morning. It could be another 3 years before he experienced those tones firsthand, but Reuben could at least hear them through the phone. Was that too much to ask? An unforgivable crime? Reuben convinced himself the answer to both questions was no by the time he reached the front of the line, but his conviction wavered when he paid for both sets of sandals with his debit card and bought the phone and minutes with cash. "For a friend," he'd said, though the cashier hadn't asked why he had separate transactions. Reuben collected the bags and receipts from the clerk, then spun around to leave the store. He made it 2 steps and froze, because the ginger guy from the diner was leaning against a porch post and watching him through the open door. The man's eyes were green, nearly as light as Finley's. The expression in them was friendly and curious. Reuben couldn't just stand there all day, and he didn't want to anyway. He squared his shoulders and urged his feet to move. The stranger straightened to his full height as he drew near and smiled, but Reuben strode past him. "Stalker much?" "You don't give a guy much of a choice, Mr. Sanchez." His voice was smooth and dripped with charm. Reuben stopped so suddenly that the guy nearly slammed into him. He whirled around and pinned a menacing scowl on his face. "Who the hell are you?" The ginger man took 2 wise steps back. "I'm Oliver Hawkins." He said his name like Reuben should know it. Oliver Hawkins. Oliver Hawkins. It sounded a little familiar, but recognition eluded him, and he didn't really care. The name isn't doing anything for me." "Yet," Oliver replied. "Maybe we can grab a drink later and discuss why I drove from Denver to talk to you." Nothing in his expression or voice came across as suggestive, but it still made Reuben feel gross. He had to be one of the reporters who'd called him the previous month. "Hard pass, Mr. Hawkins. I'm sorry, but you've wasted your time." Reuben turned and continued around the side of the store. Keegan and Safety waited for him at the loading docks. "This is your chance to tell your narrative with your own voice, Mr. Sanchez. I'm an investigative journalist with the Denver Post." Ah, he recognized the pitch. This was the guy whose newspaper wanted to do a podcast about Salvation Anew. Reuben walked even faster. Hell no. Rory was the only one he trusted to share his story with real integrity, but he'd avoided doing the deeper interviews that some of the crew had already filmed. He'd get there someday, but on his terms. "The national media will swarm this small town when the trial starts. They will exploit your tragedies and turn your molehill-sized misdeeds into mountains for their own gains." Reuben stopped and whirled again. If he weren't careful, he'd make himself dizzy or wrench something. "And you're different how?" What did this guy know about his tragedies and misdeeds? Sure, he'd done research, but those articles would have barely scratched the surface of his history. They sure as hell wouldn't have told the truth. "You beat them at their own game and strike first," Oliver said. "I don't want to exploit you, and I don't need to rely on sensationalism. I've got 16 years of journalism experience and accreditations I could show you." Reuben exhaled long and slow. "You sound sincere." "Thank you. I am. But I'm still not interested. Please respect my wishes and don't contact me again." Reuben turned and walked away, thankfully without a shadow. It made him curious why the journalist hadn't mentioned Keegan's name or recognized him at the diner. Key didn't take part in the ranch videos, and it was possible his picture never got published during the initial media frenzy. Then again, Keegan didn't look or sound like the same person who'd risked his life to escape so he could report the Carsons for cutting the brake lines that failed on Reuben. Oliver was likely on the hunt for Keegan without knowing where to find him. The urge to protect his friend got Reuben's feet moving faster. He glanced up the sidewalk as he rounded the rear corner of the building and breathed easier when he saw Oliver hadn't followed. Keegan leaned casually against the side of the truck while talking to the guy working the loading dock. He straightened when he caught sight of Reuben and ended his conversation to meet him halfway. "What's wrong? You've been gone forever." "I'll tell you in the truck. You drive." Keegan arched a brow but didn't argue. They waved at the feed store employee and drove off. "Now, tell me." Reuben filled him in, starting with the customer issues and ending with Oliver Hawkins approaching him about the podcast. He left out the bit about buying a burner phone, and he didn't want to dwell on the reasons why. "Wow, that guy sure is ballsy." Keegan glanced over at him and smiled. "You're not even a little interested in doing the podcast." "Nope." Reuben looked over at him. "Are you?" Keegan pursed his lips. "Not right now. Anything I say could be used as a weapon in court, and putting Mick and Quentin away is too important to me." Guilt pierced Reuben's heart, and the bag on his lap suddenly weighed 50 pounds. Just because he purchased the phone didn't mean he had to use it. He kept repeating that to himself as he plugged it in to charge and contemplated what he'd say to Seth throughout poker night on the ranch. He spoke the words out loud even as he dialed the number he'd memorized 9 months ago before deleting it from his phone. Reuben convinced himself Seth wouldn't answer. It was late. He'd had an emotional day that might not even be over yet, and Reuben called from a number Seth wouldn't recognize. He answered on the second ring. "Burke?" There were so many things Reuben wanted to say, but all he could manage was a shaky inhale. Reuben. His name rolled off Seth's tongue like a whispered prayer. How'd you know? You make that same shaky breath every time I've slid my dick inside you. Reuben bit his lips to hold back the answering whimper, but he was no match for it. Seth chuckled. I know that sound, too. Would you believe me if I said I didn't call for dirty talk or to breathe heavy in your ear? Yes, Seth replied simply. So, why did you? You've just been on my mind. Your entire family has, actually. I know tonight must have been so hard for all of you. Seth inhaled deep and slow. It was, but we found comfort in the love that surrounded us. People created beautiful video montages of Natalie. We laughed, cried, and remembered her through hours of shared stories and love. She was so damn special. Runs in the family. I don't know about that, Seth replied. Where are you calling me from? I'm using an unregistered prepaid phone I bought with cash. Seth was silent for so long, Reuben thought he'd disconnected until a soft chuckle reached his ears. You bought a burner phone? Heat bloomed in his cheeks. You make it sound so shady. Because it is. No one will know it's me if I don't register it, Reuben said. Checking the cell tower pings will narrow the suspect pool. And what about security cameras in the store you bought it from? Reuben grimaced. I told you once that I made an awful criminal. That you did, Seth sighed. I am so glad to hear your voice, though. So you won't mind chatting a little longer? Maybe for a few minutes? That turned into a few hours, and it was well past midnight when a huge yawn cracked Reuben's jaw. Sounds like it's bedtime for you. Seth's voice was the sleepy softness Reuben loved. Thank you for checking on me. My pleasure. Reuben's words held a little purr in them, but neither remarked on it. But you're not going to call me again, right? Seth asked. Of course not. Seth groaned huskily. Liar. Reuben bit his lip to keep from laughing. You don't have to answer. And I won't. Liar. Good night, Seth. Night, baby. Reuben didn't catch Seth's slip until the echoes of their goodbye woke him the next morning. He glanced at the clock and saw it was only 6. Reuben picked up the burner from the nightstand and caressed it like it was his lover. One more phone call, just to hear his sexy morning voice. Then I'll smash you under my boot. Seth's words from the previous night taunted him. Liar. Chapter 4. Seth cracked one eye open and checked the time on the clock. Again. It was only 10 minutes later than the last time he looked, and still too early to call Reuben. But damn, his dick was hard enough to pound nails, and Seth was dying to know if the butt plug Reuben had inserted the previous night was still in place. For the past 2 weeks, they started and ended their days talking on the phone. They'd spent hours getting to know each other on a deeper level. Sometimes they buddy-watched TV series or movies on streaming sites, and other times they talked about the tragedies that had shaped their lives. Seth noticed Reuben's accent became heavier when he talked about Rosa, Lily, and his beloved abuela. The way he rolled his R's made him think of Reuben's skilled tongue, but they didn't touch the sexual topics or engage in buddy jerking for almost a week. Looking back, that seemed like a pretty big miracle because their chemistry had always been electric, even through a wireless connection. Seth rolled onto his stomach, and the sheets created a delicious friction against his erection. Speaking of miracles, how he'd resisted jerking off when Reuben moaned and whimpered his way through inserting the plug was beyond him. He'd woken several times through the night, aching and hornier than he'd ever been in his life. A whiny, desperate voice had pleaded that Reuben wouldn't know if Seth stroked himself to take the edge off. Maybe so, but he'd know, and that's what mattered. One could question where his stalwart commitment to his constituents had gone. Seth played a very dangerous game with Reuben, but he couldn't work up the energy to care. The few hours they carved for each other breathed new life into him, and Seth's joy just withered at the thought of losing their connection again. Instead of harping on all the reasons he shouldn't talk to Reuben, Seth had focused on not giving anyone cause to look at his phone records, and he'd even suggested that Reuben should periodically swap out burner phones to prevent the same number from showing up in Seth's records. That was the moment he realized he'd crossed the point of no return, and Seth struggled to meet his reflection in the mirror. The shame only lasted until their next phone call, and his selfishness took over. They weren't doing anything wrong. They weren't discussing the case or plotting to frame innocent people. Seth and Reuben were too busy falling in love. Nope. He wasn't ready to go there yet. They were too busy falling in lust to chat about upcoming trials and potential testimony. Seth shifted slightly in bed and nearly spilled his load on the sheets. He rolled onto his back, snagged his phone off the nightstand, and dialed Reuben, who answered with a needy moan. "Thank fuck. I'm dying here." Seth immediately focused on Reuben's needs and forgot about his own. "I'm here, baby." Unfortunately for Reuben, Seth got off on delayed gratification, so immediate relief was not on his horizon. "Is the plug still in your snug little ass?" Sheets rustled, and Reuben's whimpers stoked a fire low in Seth's belly. "Yes," Rue whispered. "It massages my prostate every time I move. It's kept me hard and wanting all damn night." Seth chuckled darkly. "Sounds like you moved around a lot. Did you jerk off?" "No, I promised I wouldn't. Did you?" "No, I promised I wouldn't," Seth repeated. Reuben's sigh was the sweetest thing Seth had ever heard. "Let's get off together, right now." "Not so fast," Seth said, firming his voice. "I'm going to draw out your pleasure until you can't take it any more." "Already there, sexy." More rustling came through the phone, and Reuben moaned. "Are you touching yourself?" Reuben's answering moan sent a trail of fire shooting down Seth's spine to settle in his balls. "I'm clenching and unclenching my hole, and the plug pegs my prostate each time. I could come just from this." "I wish I was there to lick around the base of your toy." "Yes," Reuben moaned. "Slick a finger and circle your hole," Seth instructed. "Pretend it's my tongue." Seth knew the moment Rue obeyed the order because his breath hitched before coming faster. Reuben's skin would be warm, maybe even damp from a slight sheen of sweat. Seth could picture and feel it so vividly he expected to find Reuben in the bed beside him. He didn't want to think about the pressure in his chest when his hand touched cool sheets instead of a warm, slick body. Seth was reluctant to acknowledge just how much these stolen moments meant to him. It would only make the wanting that much stronger, and his yearning was already powerful enough to take down an elephant. It was safer to focus on the sexual stimulation than the sweet little heart pangs Reuben's laughter gave him. "Make me come, please." Reuben's thready whisper was nearly Seth's undoing. "Soon, baby." Seth slid his hand under the sheet and trailed his fingers up and down his shaft, keeping his touch light and avoiding his super-sensitive frenulum. Reuben could make him come with just a tongue massage there and very little or no sucking at all. He was adventurous and curious, which encouraged Seth to be the same way. He'd learned that giving pleasure was even more arousing than receiving it. Seth preferred to work Reuben up to a long, slow climax. He closed his eyes and pictured the myriad of expressions that crossed Reuben's face during the stages of rapture. And he was so damn vocal, something Seth never imagined he'd like. Reuben used tone and pitch to cajole, command, and cry out whenever a climax swept him away. Seth bit his lip to keep from making a sound that would give his activities away. He wanted all the focus on pleasuring Reuben. "Are you touching yourself?" Reuben's voice was soft and silky, and he pictured the smug smile playing on his lips. "How'd you know?" "Your breathing changed." Reuben inhaled deeply. "I love how responsive your body is and how you give yourself to me freely and without fear." The sheets rustled again, and Rue cried out softly. "Are you getting off on thoughts of pleasuring me?" "Yes," Reuben admitted, "and so are you." Seth fisted his cock and worked it in slow strokes. "I wish I could see you and kiss you." Pleasure had never tasted sweeter or been stickier than with Reuben. Seth had always been a fastidious lover until Reuben came along and showed him just how beautiful messy could be. "I want to get stuck to you because we waited too long to clean up." Another craving that straddled the fence between the physical and emotional yearnings. Reuben whined softly. "I love the weight of your body pushing me into the mattress." His voice broke and his breathing got heavier. "Can you come without touching your cock?" "Easily," Reuben said. "Describe what you're doing. Make me feel like I'm lying in bed beside you." "Remember how I rode your cock in that rickety-ass chair on the back deck of your cabin?" Reuben asked. Seth's cock flexed at the memory, and he stilled his hand. He wasn't ready to come yet. "You are stunning all the time, but nothing compares to you naked beneath a full moon. You are flawless, baby, and more graceful than one person should be." "I'm undulating my hips like that, but lying on my back. The rocking motion—" A sharp gasp followed by a low groan replaced words, and Seth knew Reuben was close. "Wait for me, baby," Seth resumed, jerking himself off, but switched to firmer, shorter strokes. His pre-cum dripped onto his fingers, and he used it to massage the sweet spot beneath his cockhead. "So close." "Me too. Fuck, I'm coming. Seth!" His name was a plea on Reuben's lips, and it pushed Seth over the edge. His balls tucked in tight and his breath caught in his throat as the first spurt of cum splattered his chest. The air rushed from Seth's lungs on the next jet, then escaped in choppy pants. Pleasure still curled his toes, and he was already jonesing for more. "Christ, Rue, I can't get enough of you." "I know." A hint of melancholy tinged his voice. "But I'd rather have this than nothing at all." But how long would Reuben be willing to settle for phone sex? If Seth were a better man, he'd encourage Reuben to find someone better suited for him. He was selfish, so instead of saying something to push Rue away, Seth uttered a truth guaranteed to pull him closer. "I'd rather have these stolen hours with you than unlimited time with anyone else." "You fucking charmer." The grin in Reuben's voice made the risk all worth it. Seth leaned over and grabbed his discarded t-shirt from the night before and cleaned off his chest and stomach. He heard a similar rustling from Reuben's end, and he knew he was tidying up too. A glance at the clock revealed he didn't need to hit the shower for another hour, which made him glad they'd been too horny to sleep. Seth tucked his free arm under his head and stared at the thin rectangles of pale blue light on his ceiling that hinted at encroaching daybreak on the other side of the curtains. "Scooby-Doo or Inspector Gadget?" Reuben sucked in a sharp breath. "Dude, that's too tough to answer." "Hey, you made me choose between Justified and Animal Kingdom." Reuben huffed again. "Scooby, but only by a hair." "Cartoon or live-action film?" Seth asked. Definitely the cartoon, but I love Matthew Lillard as Shaggy Rogers. They continued talking about any random thing they could think of, laughing and needling one another as time stretched on. Seth watched the thin blue rectangles on the ceiling spread to meet in the middle and turn soft pink with dawn. I need to hit the shower and head to the station. I need to clean up and go to breakfast with the crew. That prompted another playful debate about the proper way to cook bacon. When they moved on to discussing waffles versus pancakes, Seth knew he was screwed in more ways than one. He was hungry, running late, and teetering precariously on the edge of love with Reuben. The intercom on his desk phone buzzed, and Seth lifted the receiver without looking away from his computer. Carrie had forwarded an article Oliver Hawkins had written for the Denver Post about an upcoming podcast he was writing, producing, and starring in for the paper. The subject at the top of the email read, "Did you know about this?" Seth had not, which he found both curious and disturbing, since it seemed like his ex-fiancée had decided to take up temporary residence in the small town he couldn't put in his rearview mirror fast enough. Seth hit the reply arrow and typed, "Nope," sticking to a one-word response, which was all the energy his ex and the project deserved. He gave his full attention to the assistant on the other end of the line. "Shouldn't you be at lunch?" If he didn't nag her about taking a break, she'd work until her blood sugar bottomed out, and that wasn't good for anyone. "I was just on my way out the door." Her tone was the vocal equivalent of an eye roll. You said that an hour ago. Seriously, Elena, go to lunch." "Before or after I patched through a call from the assistant director from the CBI?" Seth sat up straighter, even though there was no one to see him. Then he scowled. What did the Colorado Bureau of Investigation want with him? And the assistant director, no less? Of course, Seth's mind immediately went to his late-night and early-morning interactions with Reuben, but he dismissed that outright. It was more likely the FBI would investigate alleged illegal or unethical practices in his office on behalf of the Department of Justice. That failed to make him feel better or clear up concern about the blinking light on his phone representing a caller on hold. "I'll take the call. You take your lunch," Seth admonished. "Everyone wins." Elena's responding growl before she hung up hinted that she'd waited too long. The public could be in danger, but they'd have to fend for themselves. Seth cleared his throat and stretched his neck to get the blood flowing before he picked up the phone and greeted the caller. "Good afternoon, Sheriff Burke. My name is Amanda Hines, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation." Her southern drawl made him think she wasn't a native Coloradan. She sounded like sweet tea, magnolia blossoms, and cotillions. Very cultured and possibly high society. "Good to meet you, ma'am. How can I help you today?" "Please call me Amanda, and this call is about what I can do for you." Seth relaxed back in his chair, but wouldn't let a sweet voice and empty promises sway him. "You've certainly piqued my curiosity, Amanda." "I was in your neck of the woods recently, and I caught a segment on the local news about your cousin, Natalie. First, I want to offer my condolences to your family, as I know that time does not heal all wounds." "Thank you." "You're welcome," Amanda said. "I've worked in several fields during my tenure in law enforcement, but cold cases just hit differently. There is nothing more exhilarating to me than getting justice for families who'd given up hope. So Natalie's been on my mind for a few weeks, and I decided to see what role we'd played during previous attempts to solve her case." "Minimal." But the fault didn't lie completely with CBI. "I can see that," Amanda agreed. "We rarely insert ourselves into an investigation, so I feel like I'm walking a fine line here, Sheriff." "Call me Seth. And look, I won't refuse an offer to assist," Seth said. The original investigation was so poorly executed that it created a nearly unsolvable case. The next administration called CBI for assistance, but there just wasn't much to work with. The primary suspect had died without confessing, and his alibi witnesses didn't recant or budge from their original statements. The river had destroyed any biological evidence on Natalie, if any existed, so there just wasn't much the CBI could do. I appreciate your candor, Seth. With all the attention on her case, I just feel it's a good time for a set of fresh eyes to review the file. Forensic testing has come a long way in 25 years. We can get incredible results from the most minute samples now. Maybe your cousin scratched her attacker, and we'll find answers in her fingernail scrapings. What wasn't a viable sample before very well could be now. Those tests would steal a huge chunk from my operating budget. That's a level of selfishness I can't abide by. I have to prioritize salaries for my employees and protecting the public over everything else. His conscience popped up like an opportunistic fly to remind him about his early morning phone call that could put heinous criminals back on the street, but Seth swatted the pesky bastard away. And maybe a part of you thinks the person who killed Natalie is already dead. Amanda kept her voice neutral and free of judgment. Seth fought back his rising hackles because it wouldn't get him anywhere. Besides, she only spoke the truth. You don't? She chuckled softly at his deflection. Let's just say there's room for doubt. The eyewitnesses? Yes, if I were a defense attorney, I'd be happy if a quarter of the witness statements matched after all this time. A perfect match is unheard of and can't be ignored. I think we have to give strong consideration that Ryan Ulrich didn't kill your cousin. His alibi witnesses account for his whereabouts well beyond Natalie's disappearance and estimated time of death. They had no reason to lie after Ryan died. Seth wanted to argue with her logic, but couldn't. What do you suggest? I'd like to send one of my cold case investigators down to review the files, Amanda said. I'd like them to examine any evidence collected for viable forensic testing and take a run at the witnesses again. It's possible they overlooked something vital because all of the questions posed to them were about Ryan. It's worth a closer look. Wonderful, Amanda said. Expect to hear from Detective Shane Abbott soon. Thank you. My pleasure. As promised, Abbott called a few hours later, and they arranged a meeting for the following week. Seth updated his calendar and stretched his legs. I'm going to grab a piece of pie from the diner, he told Elena. Do you want something? His assistant looked up from her desk and glared at him like he'd threatened bodily harm to her beloved cat. I'm getting married in 2 months. Seth failed to see the point and stupidly said as much. My dress fits to perfection, and I want to keep it that way. Seth figured the dress did not fit to perfection if one piece of pie ruined it. Then again, maybe she feared one slice would snap her control and make her eat the entire pie. Hadn't he behaved as badly with Reuben? One brief phone call of support had evolved into hours of conversation and delicious debauchery over the past 2 weeks. Are you okay, Sheriff? Elena asked. Yes. Why do you ask? You looked flushed suddenly. It was a miracle Seth's body didn't combust on the spot. Nothing a bit of fresh air and a piece of pie won't cure. I'll be back soon. Seth needed to get a better handle on his emotions and maybe put a moratorium on thinking about Reuben while at work. That lasted just long enough for him to step outside the station and spot the pink rose bushes and white lilies in the ornamental flower beds that bordered the building. Those were Reuben's favorite flowers because they reminded him of his mother and sister. The longing Seth had stifled came roaring back with a vengeance and still held him in its grip hours later when he pulled into the parking lot at the Feisty Bull. Reuben had shared his plans to go to trivia night with Keegan and floated the idea that Seth should swing by and get carry-out again. "Just so we can be in the same space for a few minutes," Reuben had said before they disconnected. Seth knew it was a bad idea, and had said as much, yet there he was, striding toward the restaurant with purpose. And so what if he'd showered, changed into street clothes, and drove his personal vehicle? That didn't mean anything at all, other than maybe he wanted to drink a beer while he waited for his food. He hadn't worn a fucking fake mustache and wig to disguise himself. There was nothing to see here. "Evening, Sheriff," the hostess said. "Eating in or carrying out?" Seth's gaze landed on a table for two in the main dining room before his tongue could form the words, "carry out." The spot would give him an excellent view of the casual bar section where Reuben and Keegan would be. "Can I have that table?" "Of course." She leaned forward to grab a menu before she realized who she was dealing with. "Habit." Seth chuckled and followed her to the table. Carrie was behind the bar again, smirking like he got paid by the hour to do so. He wished he could give his cousin a proper reaction, but settled for letting a dark scowl act as his middle finger. Carrie only grinned broader before taking an order from a thirsty patron. Seth settled in his seat and pretended to study the drink menu on the table while scanning the darker alcove for the face he liked a freaking lot. Brown eyes warmer than a fudge brownie snagged his gaze, and his pulse leaped with recognition before his brain assimilated who they belonged to, proving which of his organs was in command. Seth's dick flexed as if wanting to get in on the debate, so he forced his attention to the drink menu. This act of defiance had to be the stupidest thing he'd done to date. Did he and Reuben really expect to sit across a room from one another and not give their innermost desires away? When a tall figure cast a hulking shadow over his table, Seth assumed Carrie had ambled over to harass him, so he didn't even look up. "Why don't you piss off and send someone over who won't bust my balls while taking my drink order?" The responding chuckle was just as familiar as Carrie's, but it did not belong to his cousin. Seth snapped his head up in shock and locked his gaze on the handsome face he'd expected to adore until his dying breath. Conflicting ambitions and a refusal to compromise had put an end to their happily ever after, leaving Seth bruised and bloodied. He'd built the defenses around his heart higher, settling for hookups or unattainable flirtations. Seth's protections held strong until a feisty man busted a Reuben-shaped hole through one side. "Oliver." His flat voice didn't dim his ex's smile the slightest bit. Seth knew this moment would occur when he'd read the article Carrie sent him, but he'd hoped for a private reunion. "May I?" Oliver asked, gesturing to the empty chair in front of him. Seth searched for a polite but firm refusal that wouldn't draw attention to them, and Oliver mistook the delay as consent. He pulled the chair back and sat down, blocking Seth's view of Reuben. Fuck. Seth would have some explaining to do during their next conversation. He could think of 100 things he'd rather discuss with Reuben. "What do you want?" "Now, is that any way to talk to someone you once loved?" Seth barely resisted rolling his eyes like a sullen teenager. "Once is the key word there, Ollie." He realized his mistake as soon as the word rolled off his tongue. "Aw, you still care." "It's a nickname everyone uses for you, not a personal endearment." Oliver sighed and shook his head. "Right. You don't use those. They're beneath you, or something." Or something. Seth lost track of the times he'd called Reuben baby over the past 2 weeks. It wasn't something he ever intended, because he had always loathed pet names and endearments. Apparently, those same rules didn't apply to Reuben. Seth was coming to understand that most rules, logic, law, or otherwise, didn't apply to Rue. He searched his psyche for the underlying fear that would temper his craving, but it eluded Seth. Reuben made him feel untethered and free in ways he'd never experienced before. The urge to connect with him was strong, but a big hurdle stood between Seth and the warm brown gaze he'd sought moments ago. "You didn't answer my question. What do you want?" Oliver's lips turned down at the corners in a slight frown. "I'm back in town, hoping for better luck with my interview requests." He wanted Seth to poke and prod to get a deeper answer, but he wasn't taking the bait. "For my podcast," Oliver paused again to encourage Seth to ask questions, "about Salvation Anew's crimes and upcoming trials." "Alleged," Seth said. Oliver arched a brow. "Pardon?" "The crimes are alleged until they're proven or acquitted in court," Seth explained, but Oliver knew this, which meant he'd taken the bait after all. "That's probably going to take 2 to 3 years, by the way, so why are you here now?" "The paper wants to strike while the iron is hot," Oliver said. "Still trying to be the next Bob Woodward, I see." Oliver ignored his dig and said, "They're thinking we can turn the podcast into multiple seasons. I'll start investigating the circumstances leading up to the arrest, and I'll come back for the eventual trial. My first attempts to interview witnesses and victims didn't go so well, but I'm hoping the buzz generated from my announcement will fix that." Seth sat up a little straighter. "What victims and what witnesses?" Reuben hadn't mentioned anything to him, but they'd agreed not to discuss anything closely associated with the case. "Whoa, ho, ho," Oliver said, "bringing out the big guns to intimidate me." "Big guns? My hands are resting on the table." "It's the voice," Oliver said, running long, slender fingers over his throat. "Gets deeper and huskier when you mean business." He leaned forward and narrowed his green eyes. The romantic lighting in the restaurant picked up the various shades of reds and browns in his auburn hair. Oliver was still a handsome son of a bitch, but the things that had once made Seth swoon didn't create the slightest flutter in his stomach. "I sometimes made you mad on purpose, just so you'd use it on me. It really cranked my gears. We had some good times, you and me." Seth neither confirmed nor denied. Of course they'd had good times, but the tumultuous final year obliterated all the good they'd shared. If Seth remarked on that, Oliver would inflate his relevance in his life. He ignored their shared history to focus on the present bullshit. "Stay away from the victims and witnesses." Oliver leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. The sleeves of his shirt pulled tight to show off impressive biceps, but Seth didn't feel a flicker of arousal. Everything about Oliver was contrived, and it took meeting someone who was truly comfortable in their skin to realize it. "Are you trying to intimidate a member of the press?" "Are you trying to interfere with the prosecution of a criminal case?" Seth countered. He made a mental note to meet with Lyndhurst about filing a gag order with the judge. People might refuse to talk now, but their lips could loosen the longer the prosecution dragged out. If Oliver couldn't get information, he wouldn't have a podcast or a reason to stay. It wouldn't take long for his allergy to small-town life to flare up. He'd been more than eager to leave it behind for bigger opportunities in Denver, and Seth doubted much had changed in that regard. Oliver guffawed. "You know me better than that, Seth. I'm not your enemy. I simply want to start off with human interest stories. You and I both know the attention will shift to the perpetrators when this thing gets going, and the victims will get left behind just like they always do. I can give them a voice." While that sounded noble, Seth knew Oliver had his eye on a bigger prize. A larger paper, like the New York Times, perhaps? Some true crime podcasts garnered millions of followers, which launched careers into the stratosphere. Oliver would want his piece of the pie, and Seth had no intention of serving it up to him, especially not at Reuben's or Keegan's expense. "You could ruin their lives," Seth countered. Oliver's brow shot up. "Like this community did to Ryan Ulrich and his family? The dude got tried in the court of public opinion, convicted of killing Natalie, and chased out of town." Seth narrowed his eyes. "I had nothing to do with that, and why did you bring up that old argument?" It was an enormous source of contention between them every time the subject came up. "My first trip back to Last Chance Creek to track down witnesses coincided with the 25th anniversary of her passing, so it's fresh in my mind." Oliver held his gaze without blinking. "And maybe to point out your hypocrisy." Seth bristled at the insult, but let Oliver keep digging a deeper grave. "You were eager to remind me that the Carsons' crimes are alleged, but you don't apply the same rule to Ryan Ulrich. You harbor bitter resentment about the way the media handled Natalie's disappearance, yet you want to obstruct my attempts to give the Salvation Anew victims control of their narrative." Greer, Seth's favorite server, chose that moment to approach the table. "Good evening," she said. "What can I get you guys?" Seth unclenched his jaw and offered her a smile. "I'll take a Michelob Ultra, and he's just leaving." "I'll have the same," Oliver said without shifting his defiant green gaze away from Seth. "And a menu, please. I haven't been in here in a long time." "Not long enough." Greer bounced her gaze between them before halting curious eyes on Seth, making it clear she'd follow his cue. He wanted Oliver gone, but wasn't willing to cause a scene to accomplish it. "He can have one beer, but he won't be needing a menu," Seth told Greer. Oliver's chuckle pulled Seth's attention to him. "I'll just order whatever he's having." His auburn brow arched higher, as if to say, "Your play." The same arguments and concerns as before rolled through Seth's mind, and he ceded this round to Oliver. "We're in the mood for the steakhouse bacon burger, extra onion petals, and barbecue sauce, please." Oliver tried and failed to hide his grimace. He would have ordered a chicken Caesar with dressing on the side to avoid eating too many calories. "Can we get our Parmesan fries extra crispy?" Code for longer time in the grease. "Of course." Greer finished tapping away on her tablet and smiled at him. "Anything else?" "That should do it for now. Thanks, Greer." "My pleasure, Sheriff." Once they were alone again, Oliver rubbed his chest like he had heartburn from just listening to the food order. "Well played, Seth. I hope the food comes with wet wipes and antacid tablets. I see your eating habits haven't changed in 5 years." Oliver raked his gaze over Seth's upper body, and appreciation gleamed in his eyes. "How do you stay so fit?" Seth wasn't about to answer the question and open the door to his personal life. "No comment." Oliver huffed out a sigh. "Careful, or I'll think you still harbor feelings for me." A commotion by the hostess station caught Seth's attention. He nearly snorted when he recognized Carrie's stepbrother, Stephen, who became Sven years ago when one of their second cousins couldn't pronounce his name. The toddler's abbreviation became a family nickname that just held. Stephen morphed into someone befitting a name like Sven. He was glamorous, seductive, and vivacious. So basically pure trouble befitting the laughter and hugging going on at the hostess's stand. Sven scanned the room and widened his eyes when he spotted Oliver at Seth's table. He looked like he was about to head over until Keegan stood up and waved Sven over to their table. Fuck. There was no doubt in Seth's mind that Reuben would pump Sven for information about the man at his table, which proved accurate when Reuben called him a few hours later. "So you were engaged to Oliver, huh?" Seth knew the questions were coming and had cherry-picked his answers, but he expected Reuben's typical greeting first. "No, hello, handsome, tonight, huh? We're just gonna jump right in there?" Reuben's soft chuckle caressed his ear. "Hello, handsome." "Hi, baby. So you were engaged to Oliver, huh?" Seth couldn't hold back his laughter. He adored Reuben's tenacity. "Jealous? Hell yes." The words came out in a sexy growl that curled Seth's bare toes. "Don't be. It was 1,000,000 years ago." "5," Reuben corrected. "Damn, Stephen," Reuben snorted. "I knew his name wasn't Sven." Seth was grateful for the reprieve and launched into a retelling of how Stephen became Sven. It was a short story because Seth wasn't even sure which of the second cousins was responsible for it. "The origin is way less pretentious than I'd imagined," Reuben replied. "Now back to Oliver." Seth let a small groan slip. "My time with Oliver feels like 5 decades ago, not 5 years. I'm sure you have relationships in your past that you regret too." "Of course." "I'll talk about Oliver if you tell me about one of them," Seth suggested. "Or I can tell you how I wanted to drop to my knees in the middle of the restaurant and suck you off. You're mine, and I want everyone to know it." Seth closed his eyes and let his mind wander. He pictured running his hands through Reuben's hair as he sucked his dick. A swift, hot longing punched him in the gut. Seth opened his mouth to join the fantasy with Reuben, but the words that tumbled free weren't the ones he'd intended to say. "Meet me tomorrow?" Reuben sucked in a sharp breath. "Where?" Seth's heart was in his throat. He needed to take the suggestion back and apologize for getting Reuben's hopes up. "Our special place, 11 p.m. Reuben's breath came faster. "I'll be there." He'd just put everything he'd ever worked for on the line, but breaking rules had never felt so right. Chapter 5. "And we're just going to stay in the corpse pose a little longer," Hope said, her voice soft and melodic. "Feel your body where it connects with the mat. Let's close our eyes and do a wellness scan. Keep your inhales and exhales nice and natural. If you feel discomfort, try to direct your breath there to ease the tension. This was a tough session, and you all did amazing. Let's do 3 deep cleansing breaths and start the scan." Reuben's legs still shook even after the extended cool-down session. He'd pushed himself extra hard, leaning into every pose like his life depended on it. Considering the rigorous sex he planned to have with Seth later, it just might. There was no telling how long it would be before they could sneak off again, so he wanted to leave lasting impressions they could both enjoy. Anticipation hummed through Reuben's skin, canceling out the calming effects he achieved through yoga. His hands shook as he rolled his mat and tucked it away in his tote. Reuben still had 12 hours until their rendezvous, and he'd be a hot mess if he didn't get himself under control. "You okay, Rue?" Keegan asked. He offered his best assuring smile. "Just low blood sugar, I think. You didn't eat much at breakfast and were quieter than usual." "Are you calling me a big mouth?" Reuben teased. Keegan rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Go ahead and deflect, but I know something is off." He slung his tote over his shoulder. "Are you upset about seeing Burke at dinner with his ex last night?" A correction rose swiftly to his tongue, but Reuben blocked it before it could roll off. Seth didn't meet Oliver for dinner. He'd come for the chance to see Reuben, and Oliver invited himself to sit down. Reuben had leaped to a similar conclusion as Keegan's until he'd studied Seth's body language, and Seth filled them in on the couple's history. Seth had stated unequivocally during their conversation that Reuben had nothing to worry about on that front, but he couldn't stop viewing Oliver's visits to Last Chance Creek as a double threat. Maybe Seth didn't have lingering feelings for his ex, but could the same be said for Oliver? Reuben saw the way Oliver watched Seth when he went to the bar to talk to Carrie. From his vantage point, he'd only seen the man's profile, but the smile and softening around the eyes told Reuben everything he needed to know. "It definitely put a damper on trivia night," Reuben admitted, but the hours that followed afterward were incredible, and he was hours away from touching and tasting Seth again. There his hands went to shaking again. Keegan slung an arm around his shoulders, and Reuben silently implored him not to offer trivial platitudes. He wouldn't meet someone better. Things didn't have a way of working themselves out. Reuben didn't believe this was the universe's way of saying he wasn't meant to be with Seth. He didn't want to hear about shitty timing, and, luckily, his friend didn't say any of those things. "Let's hit the diner and drown our frustrations in carbohydrates," Reuben chuckled. "I need to take a detour over to the wellness shop to restock my supplies for my second favorite way to relieve tension." He leaned closer. "0 calories, carbs, or guilt." Keegan blushed and dropped his arm. "I'll chat with Hope while you shop." Even after 9 months of therapy, Key still repressed a majority of his natural instincts and urges. Reuben looked forward to the day Keegan fully embraced everything beautiful about himself and would happily push him in Carrie Hart's direction if it sped the process along. Keegan wasn't ready to date, and Carrie sounded allergic to the idea, but the attraction between them was off the charts. Thinking of ways to help his friend got Reuben's mind off his own problems and steadied his hands as he looked at the lubricants and massage oils for sale. The shopping led to flashbacks of the previous weekend he'd spent with Seth and the many ways they'd shared their bodies. A wave of heat and longing hit Reuben hard enough to make him stagger back a step. "Pull yourself together, Sanchez." He grabbed 2 types of lubricants and a scented massage lotion. Oils were too slick and messy for his taste. Reuben glanced over at Keegan as the young lady at the register rang up his purchases. His friend had stepped away from Hope to stare out the large window at the front of her studio. Something was really off with Keegan's body language, and Hope darted a concerned glance in Reuben's direction. "That'll be $29.97, the clerk said. "Cash or charge?" Reuben kept his eyes on Keegan as he handed his debit card to her. He had to look away to return his card to his wallet and stuff his purchases in his tote, but then he made a beeline for his friend. Keegan was as stiff and still as a statue as he stared unblinkingly out the window. Reuben eased up behind him and settled a hand on his friend's shoulder. Keegan's muscles twitched under his fingers, but that was the only acknowledgement of Reuben's touch or presence. His mind had swept Key someplace scary, judging by the looks of it. Reuben scanned the sidewalk in front of the shop, looking for the cause. He hadn't seen this catatonic-like response from Keegan in 6 months or more. "What's wrong, Key?" Reuben kept his voice soft and calm, trying to ease his friend out of his fugue. Keegan blinked rapidly, then trembled like a frightened animal. He turned wide, wet eyes toward Reuben and reached out with both hands. A wave of helplessness buckled his knees as fat tears dripped down Keegan's face. "Sweetheart," Hope said, stepping up to bracket Keegan's other side, "what's wrong?" Keegan blinked a few more times, sending more tears streaking down his face. "I thought I saw him." "Who?" Reuben and Hope asked at the same time. "Brother Cain." It took Reuben a minute to understand the reference to one of the Salvation Anew members. Most of the cult had remained at the compound after Mick and Quentin Carson fled. They'd been brainwashed to only do what they were told. No one had given them permission to leave, so they'd stayed behind even when food became scarce. Law enforcement interviewed those members thoroughly after their rescue and reunited them with their worried families. That was when Seth and the feds learned that 2 high-ranking cult members, who went by Brother Cain and Brother Abel, had also fled in the days after Mick and Quentin left. Keegan named Brother Cain his chief tormentor, and the potential sighting had triggered all his past trauma. Reuben tensed and scanned the streets again, looking for a man with an overlong beard and an unkempt appearance who dressed in simply constructed clothes, but no one fit the bill. Then he realized the guys could have easily altered their appearance by shaving, styling their hair different, and wearing normal clothes. "Where, Key?" "Across the street." He blinked and shook his head. "I don't think it was really him. Something about the guy's posture just reminded me of that bastard." He shivered hard again. "Do you need something warm to put on?" Hope asked. Keegan shook his head and smiled pitifully at her. "I'll be fine, but thank you." Then he turned his wounded eyes back to Reuben. "The guy had white blonde hair like Kane and had a similar build, but he wore regular clothes and didn't have a beard. If I could have seen his eyes, I would have known for sure. They're the coldest blue you'll ever see. It's like he's dead inside. But this guy wore a ball cap low on his forehead." Reuben shivered from the description, and fear for his friend gripped his heart. "Key, do you think we should call Sheriff Burke?" Keegan swiped the tears from his face. "There's nothing to tell. I zoned out and didn't even see where he went." Embarrassment lingered in his expression before he averted his gaze. Hope rubbed small circles on Keegan's back. "Do you want me to get security camera footage? If mine didn't pick him up, others along the street would have." Keegan shook his head. "No, I feel so silly. There's no way Kane would risk coming back here." Reuben wasn't nearly as certain, and law enforcement would definitely like to talk to anyone that remotely resembled either man. But he didn't want to push the issue and make things worse for Keegan. They'd just need to be vigilant. "Brendan taught me how to deal with triggers in therapy." Keegan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. When he met Reuben's gaze again, he looked calmer. "I used to see them everywhere I looked, but I haven't had one in a few months. This just caught me off guard. Please don't make a fuss. I'm okay." Reuben nodded, but he wasn't taking chances. "Let's head back to the ranch." Keegan would feel safer there and could work through the after effects in private. "What about getting something to eat?" Keegan frowned. "We both know there are plenty of leftovers at the ranch. I call first dibs on the spaghetti and meatballs." Keegan smiled at that. "You're going to turn into a meatball." He reached for Reuben's hand. "You're not going to hover all day long, are you?" Reuben snorted. "Of course not." But he kept his eyes on Keegan over the next several hours. They ate leftover spaghetti and meatballs in his cabin and binge-watched the newest season of The Traitors, including the post-mortem episodes and the reunion. The combination of food, friendship, and faithless traitors worked wonders for Keegan and distracted Reuben from obsessively watching the clock. Or that's what he thought until he unintentionally drew attention to himself during their weekly poker game at Ivan and Rory's house. "You got someplace you need to be?" Owen asked as he dealt the next hand. "No." Reuben's answer came fast, too fast, and all eyes in the room shifted to him. "Why?" "You've checked the time at least 3 times in the past 15 minutes, Ivan said. "I counted 4 times in the past 12 minutes, Rory countered. Everyone picked up their cards to assess their hands, except for Finley. His keen green gaze locked on Reuben and didn't budge. His scalp prickled and beaded with sweat, but Reuben kept a neutral expression on his face. "You've seemed off for a few weeks," Finley said softly. "Quieter and a little withdrawn." "Is this an intervention, or are we playing poker?" Reuben kept his tone light so as not to betray how concerned he felt. Kieran settled his hand on Finley's shoulder and leaned in close to whisper something in his boyfriend's ears. Finn sighed heavily and nodded. "Kings are better to open." The remark shifted the attention back to the game, but Reuben could tell the gears were still turning. That was one downside of living on the ranch. The proximity and camaraderie ensured everyone knew each other's tells. Another potential pitfall was the monitored activity at the gate. Cash got an alert every time someone entered a code to open the gate or a visitor pushed the intercom button. He would not be able to come and go without detection. Reuben had bragged about winning over the sheriff's heart to everyone on the ranch. He'd tried to walk that back a little, but would need to have a cover story ready if someone asked where he'd gone. Reuben gave himself a good mental shake. He'd gone out on dates or to the Thirsty Cowboy plenty of times. There was no reason for anyone to assume he was carrying on a torrid affair with Seth. "Relax, idiot, before you trigger another inquisition." Keegan nudged him softly with his elbow. Tyler opened. Rue looked at his cards for the first time and fought back a smile when he saw 3 aces in his hand. The rest of his cards looked like shit, so he kept his aces and threw the rest of his cards away. Finley dealt him replacements, and Reuben could not believe his luck when he received his 4th ace. If he believed the universe sent signs, this one would flash neon. One good way to shift the narrative was to trounce everyone at poker. They stopped worrying about his demeanor and whined about his winning. Reuben had never been one to fret about the poker night outcomes, but he had to admit it felt good to rake in all the chips. They cheered when he tapped out instead of cajoling him to stay. Each of them was eager to change their luck and remained at Ivan and Rory's place when he left to get ready for his night with Seth. Reuben took great care with his grooming, wanting every part of his body to look and feel exceptional. He didn't expect to stay at the cabin longer than a few hours, so he didn't pack a bag. His hands shook with nerves, and he dropped his keys on the way to his truck. Reuben huffed a breath of frustration as he retrieved them. "Calm the fuck down, Sanchez." The lights were still on at Ivan and Rory's, so it seemed the poker game was still in full swing as he drove by. Momentary doubt flittered about his psyche like a pesky gnat, but Reuben batted it away. He refused to believe that something that felt so good could be wrong. That conviction tripled when he saw Seth's personal truck parked in front of the old fishing cabin. The excitement coursing through him was stronger than his previous visit, and the knowledge that they fit so well together tempered any anxiety before it rose to the surface. Reuben strode to the front porch with sure steps, not fretting about first-time awkwardness this time. He didn't have to wonder if he should tilt his head left or right when they kissed, or worry that Seth would get turned off if his exuberance got a little rough. Reuben knew to tilt right, and that Seth found his eagerness endearing and a real turn-on. His heart knocked as hard against his ribs as his shoes trod on the rough porch boards. Seth had left the door open a few inches, so Reuben skipped knocking and let himself inside the cabin. The interior was completely dark, except for a few flickering candles placed around the living room to illuminate the naked man on the sofa, who stroked his dick as if he didn't have a care in the world. Seth had propped one foot on the edge of the cushion to access his pucker, where he worked 2 glistening fingers into his ass. The air whooshed out of Reuben's lungs, and his messenger bag hit the floor. His mouth suddenly felt arid, but he swallowed hard and rasped out, "Fuck me, Seth." The answering smile was as indulgent as the self-play. "Oh, I will, baby, but I want fucked first." Reuben's big, strong alpha man loved to surrender his sweet ass for a hard pounding. Dick throbbing in anticipation, Reuben moved toward the sofa. But first, he was going to deep-throat that thick shaft until he gagged on it. He didn't drop to his knees immediately, though. Reuben stood between Seth's splayed thighs and watched the play of powerful abdominal muscles flexing beneath taut skin. He thought about drawing out a striptease until a pearl of pre-cum rolled over the edge of Seth's swollen cockhead and dripped down his shaft. Reuben's mouth watered to taste him, so he hastily shed his clothes and tossed them on top of Seth's. He'd just kneeled when he remembered the supplies he'd left in his bag. Seth had the lube handled, and a quick check on the couch revealed a long strip of condoms. Seth watched him through heavy-lidded eyes. "Hurry, or this will be over way too soon." Reuben settled himself between splayed thighs and pushed Seth's busy hands out of the way. "And whose fault is that for starting without me? You know how much I love to use my mouth to work you up to arousal." "It's my favorite way to wake up in the morning." Seth reached forward and cupped Reuben's face, brushing his thumb over the lips that would soon be stretched around his cock. Another bead of pre-cum purled at his slit, and Reuben couldn't resist tasting him any longer. He cupped Seth's thighs to anchor himself, then took that gorgeous, drooling cock straight down to the root, not stopping until he buried his nose in neatly trimmed pubic hair. Seth's rich taste exploded on Reuben's tongue, making his mouth water. Reuben inhaled deeply to get high on Seth's masculine smell. He nuzzled his nose against the short curls, swallowing around the throbbing shaft in his throat until Reuben's eyes watered. Seth released a savage growl and fisted Reuben's hair. "Get your dick inside me now before I come. I promise I'll plow your face before the night's over." Reuben faced a big dilemma, about 9 inches, and momentarily wrestled with how to proceed. The last time he'd gone down on Seth, he ended up on his back with his big man straddling his face and fucking his mouth with a ferocity that rivaled a porn star. Taut balls slapped Reuben's chin before Seth emptied them on his face and neck. Just the memory of it made his dick throb and leak. But the last time he'd fucked Seth, his tight ass had milked an orgasm so strong it nearly caused Reuben to black out. When faced with such a dilemma, how was he supposed to choose? The need for air won out, and he eased back from the thatch of pubes to breathe through his nose. Seth brushed his thumb over Reuben's stretched mouth, then brushed an escaped tear off his cheek. Stormy gray eyes pleaded with Reuben before Seth voiced his need. "Please, baby, I want to feel your dick stretch me open. I need the connection of having you inside me. It's what I crave the most when missing you becomes a physical ache." How the hell could Reuben resist that? And why would he want to? Reuben took his sweet time pulling back, slurping and licking the remaining 8 inches of cock. He didn't just roll on a condom and plow Seth's sweet ass, though. Reuben cupped Seth's face and kissed him, pouring all the longing and need into a kiss that stretched on for long minutes. He wanted to convey with his body what his heart already knew. This was real. They were real. This level of passion and nonverbal communication between lovers was the shit he stumbled across on the ranch all the time. But Reuben couldn't publicly claim Seth like the rest of his friends had done. Acknowledging their reality didn't dampen his mood. It heightened the awareness and made Reuben more present in the moment. He clocked and stored each of Seth's reactions, from small things like goosebumps to more obvious responses like trembling muscles and verbal cues. Reuben slowed his caresses as the need to claim Seth amped up inside him. The stronger the urge, the longer he wanted to draw his pleasure out. Reuben kept his eyes locked on Seth's as he rolled the condom on. "Finally," Seth huffed. He grabbed his thighs and pulled his legs toward his chest, submitting fully. Seth's slicked pucker pulsed, and Reuben couldn't resist tracing its crinkled rim. "Teasing time is over." Seth's growl was sexy, and it was cute how he thought he was in charge. Reuben answered by sliding his middle finger into his tight heat, straight down to the second knuckle. He wiggled his digit to massage Seth's prostate and smiled when those dark eyes rolled back in his head a little. "Want this?" Seth answered with a slutty moan and a white-knuckle grip on his legs. Reuben leaned forward as if he were going to suck Seth's cock into his mouth, but turned his head at the last moment to sink his teeth into those tightly bunched thighs. Seth's gasp was pure, indignant pleasure, and Reuben responded by licking the offended flesh as he repeatedly pegged the responsive prostate. Seth broke the kiss and panted softly, "Baby, please, I want to come on your cock." Reuben wanted that too, and one day he'd slip inside Seth with no barriers between them. He eased his finger free and lined his cock up to Seth's entrance. Desperate eyes begged him for mercy, and Reuben couldn't hold back any longer. He bottomed out on the first plunge into Seth's tight channel, and they cried out together. Reuben gripped the couch cushions on either side of Seth's head, then used his hips and thighs to give the man the ride of his life. "You sexy bastard," Seth snarled. "Make me—" His breath hitched, and his body tensed all over. Seth's mouth fell open, and his hole clamped around Reuben's cock. They dropped their gazes to his dick in time to see it splatter cum all over his stomach. Seth gulped a lungful of air and panted, "Come!" Reuben gritted his teeth until his jaw hurt and snapped his hips forward in short bursts until Seth stopped spurting spunk all over himself. He'd painted his stomach and chest, tagged his chin and mouth, and dribbled onto his pubic hair. Seth's pink tongue swept over his lips to collect his seed. That image pushed Reuben over the edge, and he pulled out and yanked the condom off. He fisted his dick and glazed Seth's cock, balls, and asshole. "Fuck, you look good enough to eat," Reuben said. He reached up and swiped his fingers through Seth's spill, then massaged their combined release into Seth's balls, taint, and around the puckered rim. "Doesn't look like we'll need the massage lotion I brought after all." Seth would eventually wash their essence away, but Reuben enjoyed knowing his man smelled of them for a little while. They kissed like they'd never get another chance. Everything was so damn primal between them. The messier, the better. Seth pushed Reuben back on the rug he'd kneeled on and covered him with his hot, sticky body, trapping their softening dicks between them. They continued to kiss like their lives depended on it, and just maybe they did. A person faced multiple types of death in their lifetime, and not all of them physically erased one's existence. Not being able to claim Seth, to touch him and love him openly, was a kind of psychological death. Reuben was determined they'd survive it, because something amazing waited for them on the other side. There had to be. Reuben held him tighter, just in case they wouldn't get another chance for a long time. Maybe Seth had similar thoughts, or maybe he'd picked up on Reuben's distress because he caressed Reuben's cheekbones with his thumbs and gentled their kiss. He eased back after several moments and looked into Reuben's eyes. Their shared orgasm eased the tension in Seth's body, but it didn't diminish the intensity in his gaze. It felt like Seth could see right into Reuben's soul and pull out his secrets. He was mostly an open book to Seth, but there were 3 special words he wanted to hang on to until the time was right. Sneaking away for raunchy cabin sex wasn't it. "You okay?" Seth's dark, rough voice practically reduced him to a puddle of Reuben soup on the floor. "I'm great. Exactly where I want to be." Then he felt a twinge in his lower back and grimaced. "Okay, maybe I imagined us in that creaky bed of yours instead of a floor, but the sentiment is still sincere. With you is where I want to be." Seth carted deft fingers through Reuben's hair, then placed a tender kiss on his forehead. I might have replaced the bed since the last time you were here. Reuben arched a brow as Doubt performed a round-off and 3 back handsprings through his post-coital bliss. Been entertaining a lot, have we? Reuben kept his tone light and teasing, but Seth didn't need cop vision to see through his bullshit. He pushed back to sit on his haunches. Nope, the bed coughed and died in a cloud of dust after you left. Seth unfolded his body and rose to his feet with more grace than someone his size should possess. He leaned forward and held out a hand to help Reuben up. He didn't need the assist, but would never refuse his touch. Instead of letting go when Reuben was on his feet, Seth used their connection to tug him closer. And a part of me always knew that weekend wasn't the end for us. Seth cupped Reuben's face and lowered his head. You're not alone in this, baby. I want us too. We'll find a way. Reuben rose up onto his tiptoes and kissed Seth before he blurted out more than he should. They retrieved their clothes, and Reuben grabbed his bag while Seth blew out the candles. One day he'd get to see where Seth lived, but Reuben would always have a soft spot for the old rustic fishing cabin. Seth made a detour to the tiny kitchen at the back of the house, while Reuben headed down the hallway to the bedroom. He bit back a laugh when he laid eyes on the new bed. The old option was a full-sized that fit better in the cramped space, but Reuben had feared for their safety every time they got horizontal on the thing. The new bed had a gorgeous wrought-iron frame and nearly took up the entire room. Seth came up behind Reuben and kissed the back of his head. It's beautiful, right? The craftsmanship on the metal frame made me think of your ironworks. Reuben spun around and came chest first with a cold pint of ice cream. You watch my Redemption Ridge YouTube episodes? Seth swallowed hard and nodded. Reuben wondered what the admission cost him. On repeat? You're so fucking talented. Reuben's cheeks heated and his heart swelled. Thank you. Seth's lips curved into a wry smile. You've amassed quite the fan club. There are a lot of thirsty fuckers out there, but only I get to drink you down. Reuben basked in his possessiveness. Damn right. He dropped his gaze to the butter pecan ice cream. Are you planning to share? Seth held up his other hand to reveal 2 spoons. Reuben cast another glance at the ornate frame and plush bedding. He met Seth's gaze again with a quirked brow. You know what's going to happen if we get in that bed. Waggling his brows, Seth lowered his head to kiss Reuben's mouth. Damn right. He placed a metal spoon against Reuben's nipple and made him hiss in surprise. You're going to feel me for days. Reuben's stomach quivered, and he felt lightheaded. And you'll hear about it every night on the phone. Seth's smile went from playful to sinister, which will only make my dick harder and the imagination dirtier as I talk you through nightly orgasms. Reuben furrowed his brow and tapped a finger to his lips like he was actually considering Seth's proposition. He lowered his hand and met Seth's gaze head-on. So, a win-win for both of us? Seth advanced forward, forcing Reuben to step back into the bedroom. God, I can't get enough of you. I feel the same way, but I've got to get back to the ranch before daybreak to avoid unwanted questions about where I disappear to after poker. His legs bumped into the mattress, and he sat down. Set an alarm on your smartwatch. It sounded like a simple solution to the problem, and it would have been if Reuben remembered to follow through before he crashed into Seth's arms after ice cream and another round of sex. 1 minute he was telling himself to set the alarm before he nodded off, and the next, birds were chirping outside the cabin at sunrise. He flung himself out of bed with rapid-fire curses that woke Seth, which really said a lot, because his man gave new meaning to sleeping like the dead. Seth jackknifed up in bed like someone had hit him with those defibrillator paddles they use on heart attack victims. What happened? I overslept. Reuben pulled on his jeans and stuffed his underwear in his bag. It's almost 7 o'clock. Fuck, I'm sorry. Seth threw back the covers and helped gather the rest of Reuben's strewn clothing off the floor. The ranch was more relaxed on Sundays with minimal chores, but everyone would gather for breakfast within the hour. His tardiness or absence would get poked and prodded until he fessed up to where he'd been. Reuben had never lived like a monk. He'd gone out plenty of times, but he never missed breakfast. He tugged his shirt into place and slid his feet into flip-flops. That's when he noticed Seth's naked body and morning wood. Reuben stalked the short distance between them and took Seth's erection in hand. I'm not sorry, and I'm certainly not leaving you in this condition. Reuben dropped to his knees. You don't... Seth let out a lusty groan when Reuben swallowed his cock. Fuck, baby. It was the sloppiest blowjob he'd ever given, but Seth's quaking legs and promises of retribution made it all worth it. Reuben had taken himself in hand and jerked off onto the floor, but he'd let Seth handle the cleanup after he left. Call me later, Reuben said. Seth pulled him close for one last kiss. Looking forward to it. Reuben dragged himself away and headed to his truck. The cabin was pretty isolated from the nearest neighbor, but it sat closer to the access road than he would have liked. Maybe he should park around back next time. Reuben wouldn't waste stamina trying to convince himself he wouldn't return to the cabin, but he would use the energy to come up with a viable reason he was late for breakfast. He felt prepared when he breezed into the dining room like his tardiness was a weekly recurrence. Morning, everyone. With his back to the room, he piled his plate with the scrumptious offerings from the buffet. Did you oversleep, Rue? Keegan asked. Could it really be that easy? Reuben plastered a smile on his face as he turned to face everyone in the dining room. Kicking your asses at poker wore me out. He took his seat beside Keegan and reached for the syrup. Reuben's gaze collided with Cash's, and his mentor watched him with a pensive expression. There was no one he respected more, and the ranch boss didn't amass his fortune by falling for anyone's bullshit. Reuben might reach a point where he had hard choices to make, and Cash's watchful gaze said he was quickly approaching that crossroad. Chapter 6. Phaedra looked up and smiled when Seth stepped inside Lyndhurst's office. Good morning, Sheriff. The sunlight streamed through the front windows, reflected off the plexiglass partition separating her from the lobby. Seth fought back a wince from the glare and tipped his hat in greeting. He angled his body to avoid burning his retinas and dug deep for his most charming smile. I don't have an appointment with Tony, but I was hoping to see him before he hit the ground running. He'd seen the man pull into the parking lot in his pearly white Cadillac right before Seth came in. I'll call back to Cynthia's desk and see if he has room in his schedule. She picked up her desk phone and dialed an extension, while Seth resisted the urge to grind his teeth. He'd never been a man who lauded his position over anyone, but he couldn't say the same for Lyndhurst. They had both been elected by their constituents and sworn in as top officials for their branch of law. Where Seth had tried to be a man of the people and stayed accessible, Lyndhurst installed plexiglass and mechanically locked doors to separate himself from the public he served. One position didn't outrank the other, and Lyndhurst seemed to forget they were working toward the same goal. Seth investigated the crimes, and Lyndhurst prosecuted them. She's not answering her phone, Phaedra said, interrupting an inner monologue that sounded suspiciously like the intro to Law and Order. She's probably going over Prosecutor Lyndhurst's schedule with him. Seth stifled his annoyance and kept a professional tone. Could you try his office? This is important, but please assure him I won't take long. Seth would remember this bullshit the next time Tony requested a meeting or showed up unannounced at the sheriff's department. Phaedra smiled timidly as she tried another extension. She dropped her gaze to the desk when someone picked up the other end. "Sorry to bother you, sir. Sheriff Burke is here to see you. He says it's very important, but he won't take much of your time." Phaedra's cheeks turned pink as she darted a glance in Seth's direction. "I didn't think it was my place to ask him, sir, but I can do so now." Did that asshat expect Seth to divulge the nature of his visit like he was some rando off the street? Seth couldn't make out what Lyndhurst said, but he must have declined her offer. Phaedra hung up the phone and plastered a bright smile on her face. "Cynthia will be out to get you in just a minute." Seth knew better, and reluctantly claimed the seat he'd used during his last visit, but Reuben wasn't there to give warmth to the sterile waiting room. He'd sat in doctors' offices with more personality than this. Seth glanced at the selection of magazines on the coffee table and grumbled internally at the crappy offerings there. He grabbed the one closest to him, which featured a smiling redhead he didn't recognize. She stood in a farmhouse kitchen with a few platters of food in front of her. It was probably a cooking or lifestyle magazine. Seth rarely thought about either of those things, but he needed to keep his brain occupied before it wandered to places best saved for when he was alone. He opened the magazine and scanned the table of contents for something remotely interesting. Seth found an article on how to make a room cabin cozy chic. He didn't know what that meant, but it appealed more to him than the recipe section, though the photo of lemon blueberry French toast made his mouth water. Seth hadn't made any real upgrades to the cabin he inherited from his grandpa, unless he considered the bed. That purchase had been more about necessity than design, even if he'd spent more time shopping for it than he had on his pickup truck. Even back then, a part of Seth's brain had accepted what had taken 9 months for the rest of him to acknowledge about his relationship with Reuben. It wasn't over. Far from it, and he might never want it to end. 24 hours had barely passed since he kissed Reuben goodbye, and Seth was already scheming on when they could meet at the cabin again. These were the kinds of thoughts he needed to distract his brain from, so he flipped the magazine to the article to learn about cabin cozy chic. A tantalizing smell wafted out of the pages, and it made his heart stutter. He held the magazine closer to his face and inhaled. Something inside there smelled like Reuben. Seth flipped the pages the other way to find what was putting out the scent. He came across an advertisement for fabric softener that included imagery of bath towels and T-shirts hanging on a clothesline to dry on a sunny day. He noticed a little scratch-and-sniff circle on the page where someone had already gone to town on it. Seth glanced at Phaedra to see if she was watching him, but she wasn't at her desk. He inhaled discreetly and tried not to smile when the warm and fuzzies stirred in his gut. Sunshine and clean clothes. Seth's grandma used to hang all her clothes, bedding, and towels on the line in the summer to save on electricity costs. He'd always loved that smell and associated it with happy childhood memories at her house, and now the combination reminded him of happy adult times with Reuben. Cynthia called his name. He snapped his head up and fumbled the magazine like he'd been caught reading something inappropriate. Seth returned it to the table without sniffing it again and stood up. He'd been so distracted by thoughts of Reuben that he hadn't heard the mechanical locks disengage or the door open. Seth pinned a sheepish grin on his face as he crossed the room. He'd known Cynthia since they were kids, and he didn't worry about putting on airs around her. "I found an article about the latest decorating craze. Cozy cabin chic," he said as he fell into step with her. "I don't know what chic is, but my fishing cabin could use an overhaul. Cozy sounds real nice." Cynthia smiled up at him, and Seth noticed the shadows under her eyes. "Chic usually means a few glamorous pieces thrown in to take a design up a notch. Think frilly pillows or glitzy finishes tucked in with basic pieces. It's like combining sequins with corduroy. That combo would look really shitty on a person, but the contrast would be nice in living space. I could come by and make some suggestions." Seth felt uneasy about the idea, though he didn't know why. There'd never been anything romantic between them, but Reuben had gotten the impression they had an intimate history. Was that the reason he didn't immediately accept her offer, or was it because he only wanted Reuben's stamp on his private hideaway? "I'll give some thought to the direction I want to go first," he said. "Thank you." Cynthia smiled, but it lacked the pizzazz he was used to seeing from her. "You okay?" She huffed a sigh and shook her head. "Everyone keeps asking that, and I'm getting a complex. God forbid I don't feel like smiling around the office like a freaking Stepford wife." "I'm sorry. You're just not your vivacious self." The anniversary of Natalie's death really hit me hard this year. I've obsessed about the last time we talked and how badly I want a do-over. I keep thinking about the things I said, but the words we left unspoken bother me the most. Cynthia rubbed her hands up and down her arms like she was cold. "I just wished I'd been at the river that day, you know? And I would have been if my parents would have hired a babysitter for my little brother instead of devouring my summers with babysitting. Maybe she'd still be here picking fights with me over the dumbest things." Seth wondered if it would be a good time to tell her that the CBI was reinvestigating Natalie's murder. Would that make her feel better or give her a false sense of hope? He decided not to say anything just yet. "I remember the time you both bought the same homecoming dress for your freshman dance. You fought like cats and dogs over who had to take their dress back." Cynthia snorted and slapped a hand over her mouth. Her eyes widened like she'd committed a major crime against office etiquette. She recovered quickly enough and gave Seth the megawatt smile he associated with her. "That was the worst fight we ever had." "Worse than the time she made the cheer squad and you didn't?" "Oh, heavens, yes," Cynthia said. "I really only tried out so we could be together. A double scoop of mint chocolate ice cream got me over that disappointment." "Didn't you both end up returning your dresses?" Seth asked. Cynthia stopped in the hallway and turned to face him. "Yes, and we went together so we didn't repeat the same mistake. We always loved the same things. Clothes, shoes, hairstyles, music, and movies, you name it." "Boys?" Seth asked with a raised brow. Cynthia blushed but didn't look away. "Even boys, sometimes, but nothing really got between us for long." She sounded in better spirits, but worry lines still marred her brow. "Anything else going on?" "I'm also stressed about my upcoming move." "What move?" Seth asked. "Jeff and I broke up. He's been nice enough to let me crash in his guest room until I found a new place." "Oh, man, that's gotta be awkward." No wonder she didn't seem like herself. "It's not been too bad." Cynthia continued walking, and Seth followed her lead. "Jeff travels a lot for work, so he's gone more than he's home. I think that's a big reason I couldn't see our relationship advancing to marriage. I want a partner, not someone I see 10 days out of 30. Anyway, I found the perfect place and signed a lease. I need to get my stuff out of Jeff's house, plus the things I put into storage when I moved in with him." "Need help? I've got a pickup truck and 2 capable hands." Cynthia perked up. "Seriously?" "Absolutely, and I bet I can enlist Carrie's help. We could strap a sofa on his broad shoulders." Cynthia giggled. "That sounds perfect. Thank you, thank you." Lyndhurst poked his head out of his office. Seth expected a scowl, but the prosecutor smiled in a way that made him feel like Tweety Bird squaring off against Sylvester. "I thought you two got lost. It's serendipity that you showed up this morning because I wanted to talk to you as well." Serendipity? What kind of lawyer speak was that? And why did he care about the nature of Seth's visit if he wanted to talk to him anyway? He decided not to waste energy on figuring out the man. Lyndhurst shifted his attention to Cynthia, and his jovial smile melted into a frown. You'll make those calls for me first thing? She nodded stiffly. I'll start now. Cynthia nodded at Seth before walking away. Come in, Lyndhurst said. I think I've got a major development brewing with the Carsons. I'm here to discuss them too. You go first, they said at the same time. Lyndhurst grinned and gestured for Seth to go first so he didn't skip a beat. I assume Oliver Hawkins has contacted you about his podcast. The prosecutor furrowed his brow. Isn't that your ex-fiancé? Seth had hoped not to address that, but it seemed unavoidable. Yes, but that's not why I'm here. I'm listening, Tony said. Seth made his case for a gag order as succinctly as possible, sticking to the biggest issues they faced, such as tainting the jury pool. Surely a judge will agree. Already ahead of you, Burke. Lyndhurst leaned back in his chair and crossed his wrists over his belly. My team is already drafting a motion. If those assholes can flood the courthouse with filings, so can I. What motions have the Carsons' attorneys filed? The delay I warned you about, plus a change of venue. Lyndhurst sat up straight and placed his hands flat on his desk. His eyes shimmered intensely, and his cheeks turned ruddy. Was the guy having a cardiac incident? But none of their filings will matter if my hunch is right. What hunch? Seth asked. I think Mick Carson is ready to make a deal. Seth narrowed his eyes. You deduced that from a hunch? Lyndhurst's answering smile became more Cheshire Cat than Sylvester. Damn, that was a lot of teeth. I have an inside source at the federal prison hosting the Carsons. Mick's not in the greatest health and is showing signs of severe fatigue. He's told people he doesn't want to die in prison. Mick said this to who? Seth pressed, though he suspected the answer. During phone calls with his family. Sensing his skepticism, Lyndhurst quickly added, he knows the calls are recorded, so he's pretty cagey about most things. He doesn't shy away from expressing his desire to get out of jail as soon as possible. My goal is to strike a deal to avoid a trial. If Mick rolls, then it becomes likelier Quinton will take a deal too. What do the federal prosecutors think? Lyndhurst shrugged. Hell if I know. They didn't share any of this with me, so I'm not inclined to discuss my plans with them. I want to save the taxpayers' money and move on from this blight on our county. We're both up for re-election, and this will be a feather in both our caps if we can wrap this up before then. I don't want the federal prosecutors to prevent me from talking to Mick Carson. Sounds like you have a plan. Old Judge McCready isn't just going to kick the trial down the road without making sure that's what the defendants want, since they're held without bail. They have a right to a speedy trial, and he'll reiterate that to them. We don't want them to walk on appeals by claiming ineffective counsel. You think this, or you know? Seth asked. The Cheshire Cat returned. No. McCready has already told the attorneys their clients must be in his courtroom when he hears arguments. The feds will transport Mick and Quinton here for the hearing and take them back when it's over. I'll take a swing at him while he's in our custody. When? One of his primary jobs as sheriff was overseeing the jails in his county. He should be the first person to know when a high-profile inmate was coming, even if it was only for a few hours. McCready's clerk hasn't picked a hearing date yet, but I'll inform you as soon as the notice comes across my desk. Ah, so he'd discussed the situation with Judge McCready over cards or fishing rods. Appreciated. Seth pushed to his feet and extended his hand. I've taken enough of your time, Tony. The pendulum is swinging in our direction, Burke. I can feel it. I hope so. Seth tried to keep a tight rein on his emotions as he walked to the parking lot, but Lyndhurst's enthusiasm was contagious. Maybe his buoyed emotions were to blame for calling Reuben's burner phone as soon as he was alone in his truck. Hello. The silky, sexy voice turned his insides to mush. "I've figured out what you smell like." Reuben chuckled. "And what's that?" "The fabric softener that smells like sun-dried clothes." "You know my little secret, then. It reminds me of laundry day with my abuela. I got so embarrassed as a kid whenever she hung my underwear on the clothesline." Seth laughed. "My grandmother did the same thing. I loved the way my clothes smelled, but the fabric got so scratchy." "And stiff," Reuben said. "Your sexy voice makes my dick as hard as my jeans got on the clothesline." The reference made Seth laugh. "I'm dying to see you again. I still feel you whenever I move, but barely. I need a reminder." The rumble of an approaching truck drowned out Seth's groan. He looked in his rearview mirror in time to see a large red king cab truck slow down. It sported red, white, and blue bunting along the sides and big magnetic signs that read "Martindale for Sheriff." Amos extended his arm out the open window and waved at Seth as he drove by. The not-so-subtle reminder should have doused his lust and steered Seth in the right direction. Instead, he returned his full attention to Reuben. "We've got to be smarter. Like not calling Reuben on his secret phone in the middle of his workday." "Yes, we do." Reuben's words were silky and sly. "You have a plan." "Of course," Reuben said. "I have a dental cleaning scheduled for Wednesday. Maybe I could detour to the cabin on the way back." Reuben had teed Seth up for drilling and filling jokes, but he didn't take the bait. His need to see Rue was about so much more than sex. "Call me when you're on the way. I'll meet you there." "I will. I better go before someone comes looking for me." "Rue," Seth blurted out before he could disconnect. "Yeah?" "This isn't just about sex." Seth wasn't ready to express what was really blooming between them. "I know. It's not for me either." Seth sighed. "We're in really big trouble, aren't we?" "Yeah, but there's no one I'd rather get in trouble with. I'll talk to you tonight." "Bye, baby." Seth sat in his truck for a few minutes after they disconnected. Martindale's stupid truck rumbled by again, prodding him out of his fantasy land. Yeah, the guy was gunning for his job, and Seth's actions were making it easier for him to succeed. But not today. I'm still the sheriff, asshole. Seth rolled down his window and waved back, congratulating himself when he used all 5 fingers and not just the middle one. Chapter 7. Late again, damn it. Reuben walked to his truck as fast as his trembling legs could carry him. The late afternoon quickie stretched into an early evening cuddle session that led to blowjobs in the shower. He'd lost all track of time, and possibly his mind, while lingering in Seth's arms for hours. Gentle caresses soothed Reuben enough to bare his soul and share the misdeeds Oliver Hawkins had alluded to during their conversation. Seth had understood why a heartbroken, uprooted, and angry kid found trouble and ended up going before juvenile judges. Those magistrates went pretty easy on him, and because his crimes had been minor. They assigned Reuben community service, and he eventually got his act together. Until his short temper and a dumb decision as a young adult landed him in jail. Ironically, Rue hadn't committed the crime they'd accused him of, but the jury didn't believe him. Arrowhead had put him in Cash Sweeney's path, and Seth by proxy, so it was hard to hold a grudge. Maybe Reuben's criminal past seemed like weird pillow talk, but their deepening connection was undeniable, and Reuben wanted to lay everything out in the open. His checkered past hadn't deterred Seth one bit, and those assurances, physical and verbal, were partly to blame for Reuben running behind. He figured nothing could wipe the smile off his face until he picked up his abandoned cell phone out of the console and saw a string of new texts from Rory. Fuck me. He'd forgotten all about the segments he was supposed to film for future episodes for their YouTube channel. It was official. Ruben was slowly losing his shit. He was either forgetting things or late to complete the simplest tasks at work because this thing with Seth consumed his thoughts day and night. He'd forgotten his burner phone back at the cabin when he'd showered before his dental appointment, leaving no way for Seth to contact him if something had come up to prevent meeting at the cabin. That possibility hadn't even occurred to Ruben until Seth was late for their rendezvous. He'd sat in his truck wondering how long he should wait because calling Seth on his ranch phone was out of the question. He'd breathed a sigh of relief when his man arrived, even if he was 20 minutes late. Ruben had purposely left his ranch phone in his console when they went into the cabin. He figured Seth could only spare an hour at most and wanted to avoid interruptions, but they lingered on the sun-drenched bed like lazy house cats. Rather than take the time to text Rory back, Ruben turned the key to start his engine. Instead of a humble roar, he only heard a series of clicks that spelled a longer delay and problems for him if he required a tow. Seth walked onto the porch and locked the door behind him. Ruben cranked the window down and poked his head out. "I think I have a problem." When Seth got closer, he tried to crank the engine again. "I hope it's just a dead battery. Please tell me you have jumper cables." Ruben made a mental note to get his own set. Maybe Seth sensed his rising panic because he reached inside the cab and caressed Ruben's cheek. "Yep, I'll be right back." "I'll wait right here," as if he had a different option. Ruben hadn't meant to be funny, but his remark earned a smile and extra warmth in Seth's gray eyes. "I like you so damn much," Seth said. Ruben swallowed hard, because he saw so much more than like in his man's gaze. Seth turned and walked away before Ruben could reciprocate, which was probably a good thing, because he probably might have used a different L word. They weren't ready for that. It almost felt cruel to say something so potent when there was so little they could do about it. Ruben was under no pretense that he could slow down or prevent his affection growing like wildfire, but he didn't have to burden Seth with the truth. The jump worked, and after one last kiss, Ruben headed straight for the auto parts store in Last Chance Creek to buy a new battery. It was another delay, but it helped explain his tardiness. The clerk even installed the new battery for him and collected the old one for proper disposal. A bark of deep laughter caught his attention before he could back out of his parking spot, and he glanced over to see Oliver Hawkins talking to Amos Martindale. The two men made an interesting study in contrast, with Oliver's tall, athletic build standing next to Amos's shorter frame and much softer physique. Thor versus Boss Hogg. Those differences extended to the way they conducted their conversation, too. Oliver's posture came off as relaxed and he was clearly in charge of his emotions, while Amos had the flushed face of a cartoon character about to blow steam out of his ears. Why was Seth's ex-fiancée chatting up his opponent for sheriff? Another round of laughter burst from Amos's fleshy lips, but it sounded like pure bitterness. What Ruben wouldn't give to know what that conversation was all about. Oliver must have sensed him watching because he suddenly searched the parking lot. Ruben tried to turn his head fast enough, but wasn't sure he pulled it off. He started the engine and backed up as casually as possible to avoid further scrutiny, and he didn't so much as glance at Oliver in his rearview mirror as he drove away. Seth had said little about his past relationship with the man, other than they had conflicting goals that made a future together impossible. Oliver had lofty journalism dreams, better suited for a big city, and Seth wanted to serve his hometown. Reuben suspected there was more to the breakup, because Sven said Oliver made a deep cut when he left town. Reuben hadn't pushed Seth for more information because they'd get around to sharing more scars eventually. But he made a mental note to tell Seth about the exchange between Amos and Oliver before shifting his thoughts to what he'd say when he got back to the ranch. He would arrive in time for dinner, which put his latest mistake front and center for everyone to see. As he neared the ranch, Reuben realized he wasn't going into the dining room armed with a bunch of bullshit lies or excuses, and he would not perform a song and dance to deflect attention away from the truth. He fucked up and would accept responsibility. That's all he owed anyone. When the questions came, and they would, he'd keep his answers vague and mysterious. Even with a game plan in mind, nerves got the best of Reuben as he drove the winding lane down to the ranch. He normally spent the trip marveling at nature and his good fortune for living on such a gorgeous property. Those feelings were still present, but they also acted as a reminder of what his relationship with Seth could cost him and the people he loved. He didn't live in a vacuum. His actions would have major repercussions for everyone on the ranch if he and Seth got busted. Reuben parked his truck, cycled through a few cleansing breaths, and then banished his doomsday thoughts. One crisis at a time. Everyone had gathered in the dining room, but Harry hadn't brought out the food yet. They traditionally chatted over a cold beverage while they waited for her to signal dinner was ready. She'd usually carry in the first platter, and the crew would pitch in to help with everything else. Rory was Harry's sous chef, in addition to handling the ranch's PR and social media profiles. Reuben detoured to the kitchen when he noticed Rory's absence in the dining room and found him scraping mashed potatoes into a massive serving bowl. Rory glanced up when he noticed Reuben's approach. Tension furrowed his brow and bracketed his mouth. His light blue eyes scanned Reuben with concern. "I'm so damn sorry, Ro," he said before Rory could speak. "I really fucked up today. I'll do anything to make it up to you." Rory's expression softened, and his mouth curved into a wry smile. "Anything?" Reuben worried his bottom lip between his teeth as he tried to figure out a way to backtrack a little. He missed a single filming, not a major life event like a wedding. "Within reason." "That isn't what you said." "It was implied," Reuben teased. Harry turned from the back counter with a heavy platter of country-fried steak patties in her hand. She sighed and shook her head at Reuben. "You said anything. No stipulations, buddy. Now pay the piper." "Yes, ma'am." Reuben rounded the island and held out his hands. "May I?" Harry was the queen of the castle, not a damsel in distress, but courtesy dictated he should offer to help. "Knock yourself out," Harry said as she relinquished her burden. "But not until you safely deliver the food to the dining room." "Wait up," Rory called out before Reuben made it more than a few steps. "I'll come with you." Ro carried the enormous bowl of mashed potatoes, which left the biscuits, gravy, and vegetables in the kitchen. The other fellows could handle the rest of the food, which would give him a minute to talk things out with Rory. A cheer went up as they entered the dining room. Then the crew filed out to assist Harry. Reuben set the platter on the buffet, and Rory set the potatoes next to it. "How about we just film a little longer on the makeup shoot so I can turn it into a two-parter? You are the most popular one on the ranch. People can't get enough of your perfect skin and those eyelashes." The comment triggered a memory of Seth telling Reuben he could hear air moving when he blinked. "They're not that long," he'd murmured against Seth's chest earlier, and repeated to Rory in the dining room. "But yeah, a longer shoot is fair. When?" They got out their phones and picked a time the following week, and Reuben entered it into his phone like he usually did. "And while we're discussing content, I'd like to do a long-form feature with you." That sounded like more commitment than Reuben was used to giving to the YouTube channel. When he only arched a brow, Rory rushed to explain. I'd like to follow you through one of your magnificent art pieces. I'm talking from conception to finish. It's a side of you we've never shown to the world. Reuben swallowed hard. While he loved to shape, bend, and weld iron for both practical and artistic purposes, he didn't consider himself an artist. He viewed himself as a farrier with free time, a lot of old horseshoes, and a curious streak. He'd loved to create art as a kid, and liked to make things out of metal as an adult. I just make simple lamps and other decorative pieces out of repurposed horseshoes, Ro. I can't imagine my amateur metalworks would create much interest on our channel. Rory crossed his arms over his chest and notched his chin up higher. He was such a laid-back guy, but Reuben recognized someone digging in their heels when he saw it. You have no idea just how talented you are. He tisked and shook his head. It only makes you more attractive. Ivan, the love of Rory's life, entered the room just as the last remark left Rory's lips. The soft-hearted Viking stopped and looked between them. You guys need a minute or something? There was no heat in his question, and to prove he wasn't remotely concerned, Ivan leaned over and kissed Rory's cheek before continuing to the buffet. Reuben doesn't think his ironwork is art, Rory said. What do you say? Ivan set the basket of biscuits and the honey pot filled with his beloved liquid gold down before facing Reuben. Dude, the fencing you made for my honey hood is so freaking beautiful. You took something as basic and plain as metal and created intricate honeybees in mid-flight on the gates. There's no limit to what you can accomplish, and I know you could turn your talent into a well-paying career if you put your mind to it. Think of the chandeliers and staircase railings you could build for homes. The notion floored Reuben, because he'd never considered his talent good enough to lead him anywhere, let alone a prosperous career. He'd also never let himself think about a future that didn't include the ranch. Redemption Ridge was the first place that felt like home since his mom and sister died. His abuela had done her best to give him a secure life away from violence and gangs, but Colorado had never felt like home until he met Cash, and later the crew. He'd trained to be an EMT before his life had gone to hell and he landed in jail, but returning to that career had never appealed to him. I have an art piece in mind, Reuben said softly. It's something I want to make for my abuela's birthday, so we can't air the episodes until after I give it to her. She had no clue how to operate technology, so his tia set her up on a computer so she could watch his webisodes. Abuela always had notes for him, too. Stand up straighter. Stop making smoky eyes at the camera. Reuben was pretty sure she meant smoldering, but he didn't dare correct or contradict her. He never attempted to seduce his audience and blamed Rory's camera angles and editing. The dude was a freaking genius at the PR stuff, and he knew how to put someone at ease to draw the very best from them during interviews. He made a person forget all about the cameras. It's a very personal gift, and I might get pretty emotional. I'd like to see the finished edit before you post it. Rory reached over and squeezed his arm. Of course. I'll do it. The rest of the food arrived with the crew, and Nick told them not to wait for Cash because he was finishing an overseas call. Reuben loaded his plate with 2 fried steaks and a heaping pile of mashed potatoes and doused it all with country gravy. The spoonful of steamed broccoli, cauliflower, and carrot medley looked small in comparison, but at least he was getting in some veg. You don't even have room for biscuits, Keegan said. I see an empty spot on your plate. Will you grab me one? Keegan arched a pale blonde brow. Just one? Okay, 2, Reuben said. Please. Keegan snagged biscuits for both of them, and they headed to the table, where everyone but Cash already sat with their food. Nick shoveled food into his mouth like it was an Olympic sport, so the crew joined him instead of waiting. A few forkfuls in, Cash slid into the dining room on socked feet. "Smells like my favorite dinner." He scanned the heaping plates at the table and scowled. "Did you save me some?" Harry swallowed her bite of food and pointed her fork at Nick. "He told us not to wait." "Didn't take long for him to lose that loving feeling," Cash muttered as he grabbed a plate off the buffet. He took his seat at the head of the table and smiled at everyone. Cash usually asked how their day went, but he skipped the small talk and speared a forkful of mashed potatoes and gravy. Cash made an appreciative hum that caught his husband's attention and made several people chuckle. Everyone was so intent on eating that Reuben thought he'd escaped the Great Inquisition about where he'd been that afternoon. He should have known they were only appeasing their appetites before satisfying their curiosity. "Must have been some dentist appointment." Kieran pointed his empty fork in Reuben's direction and circled the air. Reuben played dumb and shrugged. "No cavities." Kieran's impish smirk said he wasn't done poking and prodding. He'd have to work hard because Rue wouldn't volunteer a damn thing. "You're hours late, your hair is flat, and your shirt is inside out." "And you have a love bite peeking out of your shirt collar," Finley said, waggling his brows. Reuben wasn't aware of the sensitive spot until Finley said something. He instinctively slapped a hand at the bottom of his neck, recalling the moment Seth marked him. Reuben's reaction drew the attention of everyone at the table, especially Cash. He pulled his collar up higher and resumed eating without comment. "We have the same dentist, Rue," Dylan said. "He's a little long in the tooth, isn't he?" Harry set her fork down and glared at her boyfriend. "You suddenly have something wrong with dating older people?" Bless her heart for taking the heat off him. Everyone turned their attention to see how Dylan dug himself out of trouble. Except Cash. Those intelligent blue eyes pinned Reuben to his seat, and he had to fight the urge to wiggle like a worm on a fishing hook. "Honey, there's only a few years between us." Dylan's voice was honey-sweet, but Harry didn't look moved so much as a millimeter. "Doc Johnson is decades older than Reuben, at least 3.5 of them. Then you factor in the stud our friend is really pining for, and it makes it that much harder to believe Doc Johnson caused Reuben's swollen lips and hickey." All eyes turned in his direction again. "Unless it's a reaction to a dental treatment," Dylan hastily added. Reuben bristled, but didn't react to the curiosity aimed his way. He didn't owe them an accounting of his time. He didn't require it of them, and he didn't want to be treated any differently. When they failed to get a rise or answers out of Reuben, everyone tucked back into their food. It was the most awkward meal they'd ever shared, and that included Kieran's borderline hostility when he arrived at the ranch from Arrowhead. When he finished his food, Reuben pushed back from the table to take his dishes to the kitchen. One look at Cash's stern expression stopped him in his tracks. "I'd like to talk to you in my office." Cash stood up with his dishes in hand. "Okay, I have kitchen duty, though." "Nick can step in for you," Cash said. He gestured to the doorway with his head, and Reuben followed him out of the dining room. They rinsed their dishes and stacked them in the dishwasher. Cash snagged another biscuit from the leftovers and headed toward his office with his border collie Patsy on his heels. Reuben took up the rear and followed at a slower pace, trying to figure out what he'd say. He recommitted to not giving bullshit excuses or lying to the man he respected more than any other. Cash was the father figure he'd never had in his life. His Tio had tried, but Reuben had been too heartbroken and angry to accept the man's affection, or at least meet him halfway. Cash deserved Reuben's respect, and he'd give it. Cash closed his door and headed over to the seating area next to the stone fireplace. The setting felt less formal than his enormous desk, but the gesture didn't put Reuben at ease. "I hope you know what you're doing, Rue." There wasn't an ounce of anger or censure in Cash's voice, only concern. Of course he knew where Reuben had been. This was a man with incredible insight and instincts. Maybe if Reuben had played his attraction to Seth a little cooler, his absence and distractedness wouldn't be so obvious. Reuben noticed Cash hadn't used Seth's name either. Plausible deniability? "I do." Reuben kept his answer short and honest and never looked away from those piercing blue eyes. Cash nodded slowly. "Have you considered all the ramifications?" Reuben's eyes were wide open, and he wasn't wearing rose-colored glasses. It wouldn't matter when their relationship went public. There would always be someone who had a problem with Reuben and Seth dating. They'd never shake questions about how Seth handled the investigation, regardless of the outcome at trial. The press would have a field day with the sheriff dating an ex-con, and Reuben's good deeds since leaving jail wouldn't move the needle one iota. Seth was worth it, damn it. "Yes, I have. We both have." But had they? Neither of them had started a conversation about what would happen next week, next month, or next year. They'd been living for the stolen moment. "What about the innocent people who might get caught in the crossfires or aftermath?" He meant Keegan, because Cash wouldn't worry about his reputation. "Have you considered that?" "Not as much as I should." Honesty sucked. Cash nodded slowly as he cycled through a long breath. "I strongly encourage you to do so. There's so much at stake, Reuben. Reputation is the least of it. You need to consider if he's worth the risk." A tremble started in Reuben's shoulders and worked its way through his body. Was Cash making him choose? Was his job and home at risk? Reuben tried to stiffen his muscles to stop the quaking, but that only seemed to make him shake more. "Rue." Cash's voice was gentle as he kneeled in front of him. He placed his hands on Reuben's biceps and rubbed his arms up and down. "That wasn't an ultimatum. I'm going to back you no matter what, okay? You will always have a place on this ranch and in my family. I know you're in a tough spot." Tears filled Reuben's eyes, and a quiet sob escaped his trembling lips. Cash pulled him into a hug, and Reuben rested against him until the last tears fell and stillness settled over him once more. The excitement of his stolen moments with Seth had overshadowed the personal risks Reuben staked. He had to be smarter, and he needed to consider telling Keegan the truth so he didn't find out from someone else. Reuben eased back from Cash's embrace and wiped at his face with both hands. "I have a lot of thinking to do. Thank you." "I'm here any time." Reuben nodded and pushed up to his feet. He said goodbye and headed back to the kitchen to tap in, but the room was spotless and no one was in sight. Reuben headed back to his cabin to think about his next step, but realized it had been decided for him when he found Keegan lying on his bed. His best friend frequently let himself into his cabin to wait for Reuben, and it had never been a problem, but Keegan held Reuben's burner phone in his hand. He'd casually tossed it on the bed while getting ready for the dentist, and forgot to tuck it away or take it with him. The device was inexpensive compared to the smartphones Cash provided them, but it still locked with a passcode, though there wasn't much to see. There was only one contact, and Reuben hadn't assigned Seth a cutesy name, or any for that matter. He was just a 10-digit number on the phone, but something so much more significant in Reuben's heart. They didn't text because Reuben couldn't stomach the thought of their exchanges becoming evidence in a trial. Unless a government body tapped their phones, which was unlikely, their conversations would remain private. But none of that mattered because the hurt in Keegan's eyes meant he knew exactly why Reuben owned a second phone. Reuben's voice trailed off, and he couldn't get past the first syllable. Keegan sat up and set the phone beside him on the bed. Hazel eyes shimmered with hurt and confusion when they met his. I thought you were working through your sadness with someone like Carrie or Sven, but you wouldn't need a second phone for that. I would never get involved with Carrie, Reuben said. He's Seth's cousin, and I know you like him a lot. I don't date guys who are prettier than me because I need all the fuss, so Sven is out. But why him? Like Cash, Keegan didn't say Seth's name. Reuben didn't think plausible deniability was something that occurred to Keegan. Maybe he was just too hurt to say it. Would Seth's name get treated like Bloody Mary or Beetlejuice? Reuben wished he only had to say his name 3 times to get him to appear. He opened his mouth to respond, but Keegan wasn't done yet. You know what's going to happen if people find out. His voice broke, and tears swam in his eyes. You know what those people did to us, Rue. How can you be okay with them just walking away? Reuben dropped to his knees in front of the bed. He took both Keegan's hands in his with every intention of begging for forgiveness with his words and expression. I'm so sorry, Keegan. There's no excuse for my behavior. I care a whole fucking lot about what those sons of bitches did to you. Keegan narrowed his eyes. They almost killed you, Rue, and they would have killed me. It was just a matter of time. He closed his eyes and shook his head. You know all of this, but you're seeing him anyway. Just tell me why. Is it the sex? Reuben's heart pounded in his chest. He needed to step up and do the right thing, and he would, but he needed Keegan to know he hadn't acted brashly and without care for his feelings. Reuben took a few calming breaths to slow his pulse before attempting to explain himself. Things just clicked into place when we were together, like a big jigsaw, and I suddenly felt whole. Being with Seth justifies every struggle and mistake I've made because it brought me here, to him. He makes me feel seen, heard, and understood. Reuben closed his eyes and thought of the way Seth held him against his chest that afternoon, murmuring, just 5 more minutes, into his hair on repeat until 2 hours had passed. It was thoughtful gestures like checking out shows or music just because Reuben liked them so he could feel connected. It was talking on the phone long past bedtime because that was the only thing they could offer one another. Reuben sucked in a deep breath and released it slowly. He met Keegan's gaze and said, "And I love him." Keegan melted a little, and tears spilled down his cheeks. Does he love you too? Reuben thought back to the moment he caught Seth watching him with an unguarded expression. His gray eyes contained all the intensity of a thunderstorm and the warmth of sunshine. He does, Reuben answered without hesitation. He didn't need Seth to say the words to know the truth. Keegan squeezed his hands and gave him a watery smile. I can't be the reason you stay away from Seth. I don't want that coming between us. And I don't want my love for Seth to hurt you. Keegan released a dramatic sigh and rolled his eyes. Then don't get caught. You need to be smarter. Reuben's chest expanded with love and hope. That's the plan. You owe me for keeping your secret. Anything, Reuben replied without hesitation. Name it. Keegan tilted his head to the side. Forfeit that last pint of cherry cordial ice cream in your freezer. Done. A mischievous smile curved Keegan's mouth. And you'll watch as much Real Housewives with me as I want. Any franchise, any time. Reuben puffed up his cheeks and expelled all the air in his lungs. He spent the next 4 hours watching one installment after another. About 3 episodes in, he started to enjoy the show more than he wanted to admit. Keegan laughed when he offered commentary or unsolicited advice to the woman through the TV. And another one hooked. To soften the blow, he passed the ice cream and spoon to Reuben. "Hey, Rue." He looked over at his friend with a mouthful of ice cream melting on his tongue. "Hmm?" Keegan reached over and lightly pushed the sensitive love bite peeking out of his shirt collar. "Be smarter than this, okay?" "Definitely." Chapter 8. Seth tugged Reuben into the cabin and attacked his mouth as soon as he shut and locked the door. He'd meant to take things slow, but he hadn't seen his guy in a week. Desperation rode him hard, so he pushed Reuben against the door and pounced. The little minx bit Seth's bottom lip and made his dick jerk. Just knowing Reuben was on his way had been enough to get Seth hard. The little nip of pain only amplified his lust. Seth pinned Reuben's arms over his head with one hand and worked his tight jeans open with the other. Reuben tore his mouth free and moaned when Seth's hand found his bare, velvety erection. He loved how his guy showed up commando and ready to go. His dick leaked against Seth's palm, aiding the lazy pace he set with his fist. "God, I need you," Reuben whimpered. Seth chuckled and pressed kisses along the column of Reuben's throat. "You said that last night on the phone as you fucked yourself on a dildo. And it becomes truer every day." Reuben arched his neck, giving Seth more skin to kiss and nip. "But maybe don't mark me again." Seth pressed a gentle kiss to the faint pink mark still showing on Reuben's golden skin. "I'm sorry." It had potentially caused a big problem for Reuben, though he swore things were okay. Seth wasn't crazy about Cash and Keegan knowing the truth about them, but he admired Reuben's unwillingness to lie to those he loved. Seth had expected a visit and a warning from Cash, but neither thing had occurred. Yet. "Can I mark you someplace no one will see?" Reuben's dark eyes sparkled with mischief. "I go shirtless a lot during the summer." "I was thinking someplace lower." Seth released Rue's cock and traced a spot on his bare pubis. He knew from previous explorations how sensitive that area was. "Right here, maybe?" He licked a path from collarbone to full lips. "That way, you can look at it and think about me while you jack off." "Yes." Seth claimed his mouth in a bruising kiss that left them both breathless. He ignored the urge to strip Reuben down, bend him over, and claim that sweet ass in a single thrust. Their time together might be limited, but Seth still wanted to make it special. He also wanted to stare into the gorgeous eyes that owned a chunk of his heart. Seth nearly snorted. Who the hell was he trying to kid? Reuben had a death grip on the organ and was in a position to strike a fatal blow, yet an instinct far greater than any he'd used in the military or law enforcement assured him he was safe in Reuben's hands. When they parted to catch their breath, a new kind of excitement shimmered in Reuben's eyes. Seth was used to seeing his ornery and seductive sides, but this was more intense than either of those. If he didn't know better, he'd think they were on the cusp of something new and thrilling. Reuben rocked back on his heels and worried his lip between his teeth, looking uncharacteristically nervous. Seth arched a brow. "What are you up to?" Reuben released his tortured lip to heave a sigh. I had an idea, but I think it might not be the right time. Tell me, and let me decide for myself. You have a lot on your mind. I do. There was no point in denying it. Seth slid his fist up and down Reuben's cock in a solitary, lazy stroke. Getting your dick inside my mouth is near the top of priorities. The noise that escaped Reuben's gifted lips started as a chuckle and ended in a moan when Seth added a second stroke. But you have that town hall meeting tonight, and I... Seth cut him off with a kiss. The face-off against Martindale was the last thing he wanted to think about, let alone talk about during his stolen time with Reuben. He slid his other hand down the back of Reuben's jeans and trailed teasing digits between firm cheeks until his fingertips brushed up against something hard. Seth's lips curved into a smile. Found your surprise. He traced the crinkled entrance at the base of the plug. You make it so damn hard to take my time and love you slowly. Reuben groaned and swayed into his chest, then lifted his hands and went to work on the buttons of Seth's shirt. That's not my only surprise. But wait, there's more? Seth asked. His voice was too husky and lust-drunk to sound like an infomercial, but the joke still landed. Seth kissed Reuben's smiling lips. I don't need more, just you. Reuben's hands stilled, and he raised his head to meet Seth's gaze. He swallowed audibly before swiping his tongue over his bottom lip. Seth wanted to ease his nerves by any means necessary, but it was obvious this moment was important to Reuben, so he waited patiently. His reward would be something he never would have predicted when they agreed to meet at the cabin again. Giving myself to you is exactly what I'm trying to do, but I'm probably fucking it up. Reuben reached behind him and pulled out a folded piece of paper from his back pocket. Seth's heart hammered in his chest, and awareness cut through his fog of lust as he read down the list of test results. Reuben was offering all of himself without limitations and barriers. Are you serious? Reuben nodded. But if you don't... Seth gripped Reuben's ass hard and held him flush against his throbbing body. Oh, I want so fucking much. The words came out in a snarled growl that matched the possessiveness clawing at his guts. I also got tested a few months ago, and you're the only one I've been with since last fall. I don't have documentation with me, but... Reuben's lips cut him off as the piece of paper fell to the floor. Seth started backing him up through the cabin. There were a few different surfaces in the living room they could have used, but he wanted to lay Reuben out on the big bed. They continued to kiss as they undressed one another in the cramped quarters. Seth didn't immediately remove the plug and thrust home. He took his time worshipping Reuben's body to show how much he cherished his gift. Seth used his broad shoulders to spread Reuben's thighs apart and made himself comfortable there. He nuzzled the sensitive skin he wanted to mark while pushing on the base of the butt plug. Seth sucked the delicate flesh between his lips, and Reuben made a keening sound, arching his back and digging his heels into the mattress. Seth gazed up at the golden expanse of skin, committing Reuben's flushed cheeks, parted lips, and shimmering eyes to memory. Another nudge made Reuben's dick jerk, and Seth knew he could make him come just from this. Maybe someday, but he wanted more from Reuben right then. Seth licked, sucked, and nipped the spot just to the right of Reuben's throbbing dick until he'd sufficiently left his mark. Then he took Reuben's erection into his mouth, not stopping until his nose touched bare skin at the base of Reuben's cock. The butt plug bounced every time Reuben's pucker flexed, and salty pre-cum splashed onto his tongue. Reuben growled lustily and fisted his hands in Seth's hair, snapping his hips up to fuck Seth's eager mouth. His scalp stung, his eyes watered, and his lungs burned, but Seth was too concerned about pleasuring Reuben to worry about little things like baldness or breathing. "Pull off," Reuben used his grip to ensure Seth's capitulation. "I want to come with your cock inside me. Then I want you to pump me full." Seth was already revved and ready, but Reuben's words were almost enough to push him over the edge without additional stimulation. This was one load he didn't want to waste, so he eased back onto his haunches so he could watch the pretty pucker relinquish the plug. Seth pushed Reuben's legs toward his chest to give himself unrestricted access and view. The plug was a deep purple, and when Seth eased it free, he noticed it was shaped like an eggplant. He was tempted to push that curved tip back inside Reuben to torment his stimulated prostate some more, but the quivering, relaxed hole was too tempting to ignore, and his aching dick was too eager to come. Seth paused long enough to slick a thin layer of lube on his dick before lining up to Reuben's hole. His first thought was to plow straight to the heart of him, but the little minx arrived with plans to drive Seth wild, and he wanted to return the favor. He slid the fat head of his cock inside the tight ring of muscles and fought his instincts to thrust in balls deep. Seth used his slicked hand to work Reuben's drooling cock. "Fuck me." "I'll get around to it," Seth replied, as if his body wasn't demanding release too. Reuben unfolded his legs to rest his heels on Seth's shoulders in a fluid motion, then used the leverage to impale himself on Seth's cock. "Come down here and fuck me properly, you sexy bastard." Seth lowered his body onto Reuben, who hooked his knees over Seth's shoulders to hold on for dear life while taking the pounding his words and actions begged for. "Like this?" Reuben's brown eyes lost focus, but his mouth was still sharp and full of sass. "It's pretty good." Seth dug his knees into the mattress and pegged that prostate until Reuben's teeth rattled. His tormentor's breath caught in his throat, and his asshole put Seth's dick in a chokehold while Reuben came hard enough to paint his chin and neck with his spunk. The sexy sight obliterated Seth's control, and he relaxed into the orgasm clawing at his guts. He came hard enough to see black dots as Reuben's tight channel milked him dry. Seth collapsed fully on top of him, rutting and glorying in the feel of his slick seed in Reuben's tight passage. His hips eventually stilled, and Seth finally lifted his head. "When you spot me in the crowd tonight, you'll know I've got part of you inside me." Seth's breath hitched, and his nostrils flared. The sentiment was both sweet and sexy, and deserved a response of equal value. Seth captured Reuben's wrist and kissed his palm before settling his hand over Seth's pounding heart. "That's not the only thing of mine you've hijacked." Reuben gave him the most beautiful smile Seth had ever seen. "I'm not giving it back." Seth lowered his head to see if the grin tasted as good as it looked. "Yep. Good." And, like the previous week, they performed minimal cleanup and twined around one another in a tangle of limbs in the center of the bed. Seth wouldn't usually bring up touchy or heavy subjects at such a tender moment, but the full weight of what Reuben had said about the town hall meeting finally sank in. "Are you really going to be there tonight?" The idea of seeing Reuben in the crowd should terrify him, since Seth didn't trust himself not to give away his feelings in a single glance. But the notion comforted him instead, especially since his parents had left for a month-long Alaskan cruise to celebrate their anniversary. Seth could use as many people in his corner as he could get. Reuben lifted his head off Seth's chest to look at him. The entire ranch is coming, and it would look weird if I skipped it. He traced Seth's mouth with his fingers. And I want to be there to support you. Is that okay? Seth nipped Reuben's fingertips, then snagged his wrist before he could pull his hand back. It's more than okay. I don't know what kind of criticism or questions I'm going to field tonight. Amos has looked incredibly smug after the latest polling in the paper showed us in a virtual tie. Who the hell is going to vote for Boss Hogg for sheriff? Reuben asked. Seth barked out a startled laugh. Holy shit, Amos does look like Boss Hogg. He just drives a massive truck instead of a long Cadillac to overcompensate for his, shortcomings. Reuben laughed with him, then cleared his throat. Seriously, Boss Hogg didn't work out so well for Hazard, and Amos isn't the right man for our county either. And I wouldn't give a lot of credence to those polling numbers. There's no telling what kind of method they're using. Seth rolled Reuben to his back and kissed him soundly on the mouth. You're right. There's a reason I didn't hire a campaign manager to drive me nuts. I just want to have an honest conversation with my constituents and have faith they'll make the right choice. They will. And if they didn't, would it really be the end of the world? Seth had been so focused on becoming sheriff that he'd never allowed himself to consider an alternative path. Not even for Oliver, whom he'd loved dearly at one point, or so he thought. Seth was startled to realize he'd make a completely different decision if he faced a similar dilemma with Reuben, who stared at him with a curious expression in his warm brown eyes. "What are you thinking?" Rue asked. Seth inhaled deep to clear his cluttered thoughts. I don't want to waste our precious time talking about Amos Martindale, voter polling, or the election. He carted his fingers through silky dark hair. Reuben leaned into his caress and practically purred. What do you want to do? Seth lowered his mouth and showed him. They didn't make love for a second time, and Reuben didn't want to shower Seth's scent off his skin. They kissed, touched, and talked about the most insignificant things until it was time for Reuben to get dressed and head back to the ranch. Seth put his hand on the front door before Reuben could open it. He slid a hand around Reuben's waist and pressed his mouth to Reuben's ear. I'm fucking crazy about you. He released a frustrated growl for acting like a coward. My feelings run so much deeper than that. The truth hits me like a freight train when I least expect it. I want to call and tell you every time, but I... Seth took a deep breath. You deserve better than what I can offer you right now. Reuben whirled around and looked him square in the eyes. Not an ounce of fear or hesitation shimmered in his dark gaze, only certainty. I'm crazy about you too, and what we deserve is to be together regardless of how long it takes. Seth backed him up against the door just like he'd done when Reuben arrived. He poured every ounce of emotion into the kiss, hoping Reuben could feel even a fraction of the love blossoming in Seth's heart. He pulled back after a few minutes and cupped Reuben's face. Drive carefully, baby. I will. See you tonight, handsome. One last kiss, and Seth reluctantly released his hold. He didn't watch Reuben leave through the window like a lovesick fool, though he felt like it. As much as he wanted to wear Reuben's scent for the rest of the night, he probably shouldn't show up at the town hall meeting smelling like cum and sweat. He padded to the bathroom and took a quick shower. The water heat was ancient and untrustworthy. Seth wanted to hold on to the warm and fuzzy feelings Reuben stirred instead of blasting them away with frigid water. He'd just stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around his waist when he heard footsteps on the front porch. Grinning, Seth walked to the living room and yanked open the front door. What did you for... His words ended on an unmanly squeak when his sex-addled brain processed who stood on his front porch. "What are you doing here, Oliver?" Green eyes widened in surprise before Oliver gave Seth's nearly nude body a slow perusal. He'd once lived for the appreciation shimmering in his gaze. Oliver's interest shifted from attraction to suspicion when his shrewd eyes met Seth's once more. "I recognize that just fucked expression and posture. Who were you expecting on your porch just now?" When Seth didn't respond, Oliver cocked his head to the side. "You started to say, 'What did you forget?' before you realized it was me." He gave Seth another once-over and waggled his brows. "You sure as hell haven't forgotten to hit the gym. Damn, baby. You look better at 38 than you did at 19 or 20. Want to tell me who the lucky guy is?" Seth hated the endearment rolling off Oliver's tongue, but tamped down his rising temper. "What the fuck do you want?" His annoyance, however, was a completely different ballgame. "Are you going to step aside so I can come in?" "No." Irritation crackled in Oliver's gaze, and arrogance turned his cheeks ruddy. He didn't like it when people told him no, and Oliver wasn't used to hearing it from Seth. That might have been only the second time he'd said it to him. The first refusal occurred when Oliver asked Seth to move to Denver with him. "I see." Oliver's voice was as flat as a day-old cola. "Then we'll do this out here." Seth opened his mouth to say they wouldn't be doing anything, inside or out, but Oliver spoke again before he could respond. "What the fuck are you thinking?" Anger replaced the flatness in the blink of an eye, and the rapid shift caught Seth off guard, not allowing him to clock the source. "You gotta be hard up. That's the only explanation." Oliver's vitriol was a bucket of ice water on his after-sex mellow, and his ex wasn't done. "Of all the asses to tap, you just had to—" Seth stepped aside and opened the door wider when he really wanted to plow his fist into Oliver's mouth. "Get in here, damn it." Though he'd given his ex plenty of space to enter, the behemoth guy brushed against him when he entered the house. Seth grabbed the towel that hung precariously around his hips and slammed the door shut. "Stay here." He didn't want Oliver in the special place he shared with Reuben, and he liked the idea of flashing his junk to Ollie even less. His ex had never liked the cabin when they were together, and opted not to tag along whenever Seth wanted to fish. This space held no significance in their relationship, and Seth wanted to keep it that way. He quickly dressed and returned to the living room in bare feet. "You really do look damn good, Seth. It caught me off guard when I saw you at the Feisty Bull. You were always handsome, but age looks amazing on you." Seth crossed his arms over his chest and scowled. "What do you want?" "I'll tell you why I came here after you tell me why I just passed Ruben Sanchez on the access road a few minutes ago. The kid was grinning from ear to ear like he'd found the golden ticket. Guess that makes you Wonka." Fuck. Seth knew that's what he'd alluded to when he'd spewed hot garbage at him, but he needed confirmation. He refused to take the bait and ignored the insulting kid comment and the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory reference. "I don't know what you're talking about, Oliver. There are about 30 cabins tucked around this lake and only one main access road." "I could have bought that excuse until you opened the door wrapped in a towel. I figured this was where you were hiding out before the town hall meeting, but I didn't expect to find you screwing away your nerves." He cocked his head to the side. "It's not a bad idea if you were doing it with someone that wouldn't cause a judge to dismiss the entire case against Mick and Quentin Carson." "You don't know what you're talking about, Ollie." "It's Ollie again, huh? Our previous relationship won't save you now, dumbass." He shook his head. "You thought your smoking hot lover returned to collect something he'd left behind when you answered the door. I'll ask again. What the fuck are you thinking?" Seth called on his training to prevent his thoughts from showing in his expression. "All I hear is a bunch of bullshit supposition. Who do you work for now, TMZ?" The insult landed, and Oliver bristled like a pissed-off porcupine, but Seth didn't wait for him to respond. "I listened to your insulting speculation, so it's your turn to tell me why you drove out here." "I was going to give you a heads up about something big I'm about to break, but you don't deserve it." Oliver pursed his lips and shook his head. "You disappoint me, Seth. I thought you were so much better than this." Seth snorted. "Funny. I had the same reaction when I heard you were chummy with Amos Martindale." Oliver's green eyes opened wide, and Seth knew he'd fucked up. Keeping his expression neutral became impossible when Ollie pointed at him and shouted, "Aha! I fucking knew it!" Seth rolled his eyes. "You don't know Jack." "Who's Jack?" Oliver asked coyly. "And what does he have to do with you fucking a victim/material witness in what will be this county's biggest trial in history?" Ollie shook his head and waved his hands. "Forget I asked. You're not going to admit that you're meeting Ruben Sanchez at your fuck pad." He held up his hand to cut Seth off before he could respond. "And I don't need you to tell me, Seth. I know damn well your boy toy saw me talking to Martindale. I caught him watching me when I tracked the wily man down to give him the opportunity to confirm or deny some jaw-dropping information I uncovered about him." Seth stood taller. "What information?" "Oh!" Ollie said. "Look who perked right up." His ex tisked like a schoolmarm and sighed dramatically. "You disappoint me, Seth. You've gone from a crusader for the people to just another elected official who abuses his position." Seth staggered back a step from the blast of that blow. "Fuck you, Ollie." Ollie advanced, pointing his finger again. "No, fuck you. I bet you're not thinking about what will happen when this affair leaks. And you know damn well it will. Neither of you are being smart about the situation. I saw the little shit buying a burner phone at the local general store a while back, for fuck's sake. Is that how you arrange your little assignations?" "Are you writing scripts on the side for Lifetime?" Seth fired back. Ollie smirked, but otherwise ignored the barb. "People are going to eviscerate Ruben when the story breaks, and the Carsons will walk free. Is that what you want?" Seth ground his teeth together to keep from spewing hateful things in return. Oliver was right about it all, and he was just pissed. "Of course not." Oliver's expression softened at the admission. "Then stop this before it's too late." Did that mean Ollie would keep his secret? Seth wanted to plead with him not to expose his relationship with Ruben. Ollie had once felt guilty about breaking Seth's heart, and he could probably lean into that to gain his favor. Seth took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. But he wouldn't do that. It would only make him as despicable as Ollie claimed. "Do what you think is best, Ollie. I won't try to stop you from going public with your allegations." And they both knew that was all Ollie had, but for how long? Despite Seth's digs, Oliver wasn't a journalist who reported wild speculation, but the prospect of a juicy story turned him into a dog with a bone. He would not let this go, so Seth and Ruben would need to be smarter. Ollie's face was completely devoid of emotion as he studied Seth. After a long stretch of awkward silence, he said, "See you at the town hall meeting." Oliver turned and left, without giving Seth a hint about the information he had on Amos Martindale. Chapter 9. A warm hand settled on Ruben's knee, and he forced his gaze away from the empty stage to look at his best friend. "I'm returning the favor," Keegan said with a smile. "You're causing the metal folding chair to rattle with all the leg bouncing." He leaned in closer. "Why are you so nervous?" The success of the town hall meeting was one thing, but Reuben had missed a call from Seth after he'd left the cabin. That struck him as very odd, since there'd been no reason for Seth to contact him unless he'd changed his mind about Reuben attending the town hall meeting. Or had something else happened? He hadn't noticed the missed call for 45 minutes, and Seth didn't answer when Reuben tried to reach him. Neither of them left voicemail messages or sent texts, because that was tangible evidence someone could easily use against them. Reuben couldn't tell his friend any of this in a room that grew more crowded by the minute. Keegan's hazel eyes softened. He might not know the details, but he understood Reuben's anxieties centered on Seth. Key gave his knee a reassuring squeeze, but it hit Reuben's ticklish spot. His leg kicked out, catching the chair in front of him, and Reuben was torn between laughing and wincing. The noise that escaped him sounded like a combination of both. The big man occupying the chair Reuben kicked turned and glowered at them. He wore a bright red shirt that read, "Martindale for Sheriff." He narrowed his dishwater brown eyes, then dropped his gaze to where Keegan's hand still rested on Reuben's knee. "Gross," he snarled. "Save your nasty grab-ass games for private." A younger Reuben would have really given the guy something to bitch about, but this version hoped to marry the county sheriff someday. Giving Keegan a lap dance was out of the question. The bigot shifted his gaze to Keegan. "And to answer your question, your friend knows that the king of queers is about to get dethroned." Instead of removing his hand, Keegan dug his fingers deeper into Reuben's leg. He smiled over at his friend to let him know he'd received the message. He would not get baited into an argument with a knuckle-dragging Neanderthal, nor would he point out the hetero couple a few seats down from him who were making out. Reuben wasn't sure what about the town hall meeting prompted a guy to stick his tongue in his woman's mouth, but he reserved judgment. Nothing Reuben said would change the man's opinion of the LGBTQ+ community, but he wasn't willing to cower or apologize either. Reuben held the man's gaze, careful to keep a neutral expression on his face, because a mere raised brow was enough to incite violence with some people. It was hard to say how long the stare-down would have lasted if the moderator hadn't approached the stage and called the meeting to order. The guy with dirty dishwater eyes must have been a Martindale superfan, because he whipped around and bounced in his chair with excitement. Reuben and Keegan exchanged a relieved glance before giving the moderator their full attention too. Rita Hernandez, a Spitfire Latina and town mayor, smiled at the audience gathered in the town hall. She wore a resplendent lilac pantsuit that flattered her slim figure and complemented her golden skin and salt and pepper curls. Her dark eyes sparkled with intelligence and humor as she began her opening remarks. Reuben had liked her the first time they met because she reminded him a little of his mother, who'd shown promising hints of the feminine fierceness Mrs. Hernandez exuded. The mayor could be nurturing or no-nonsense, depending on the circumstance and situation, but her presence commanded respect. She was the perfect person to moderate the debate between Seth and Martindale, though Reuben suspected she strongly favored one candidate over the other. 3 club chairs, one red, one white, and one blue, formed a semicircle on the stage. Rita stood in front of the white chair in the middle and gestured to her right. "Please give a warm welcome to the challenger, Amos Martindale." Rita attempted to give a brief biography for the man, but the cheering crowd drowned out her voice. Amos grinned as he ambled over to the red chair. One hand gripped a microphone, and the other waved enthusiastically to the crowd. Reuben surmised that only half of the room supported Martindale, but they were vocal as hell. He exchanged a quick glance with Keegan and the rest of the ranch crew. They'd do their part to give Seth a good showing and hoped the rest of his supporters did too. "And now it's time to introduce the incumbent, Sheriff Seth Burke," Rita said over the crowd. Luckily, Martindale's fans quieted down and didn't boo, which had become the status quo of modern politics. Seth's supporters cheered robustly also, and someone started a standing ovation when Seth appeared from the left side of the stage. Reuben bit back a smile as he stood up and clapped. Seth looked a little embarrassed as he greeted the crowd with a humble wave and took the blue seat opposite Amos. "Good evening, gentlemen," Rita said to quiet the crowd. Once they returned her greeting, the mayor laid out the rules of the debate. "I'm going to adhere strictly to the time limits to ensure both of you get a fair opportunity to address the questions." Seth didn't remotely resemble the loose-limbed man who'd snuggled with him in a sun-kissed bed mere hours ago. The lines of his body projected tension to Reuben, but the casual observer probably viewed his posture as alert. "The questions asked tonight were submitted online and vetted by the county election board to ensure they came from actual voters and to avoid any mischief tonight. The constituents who submitted the questions will get to pose them to the candidates. We're going to start with Missy Markham. Missy, will you stand up? Someone from the election board will bring a microphone to you." The lady who'd been making out with her boyfriend rose to her feet and straightened her skirt. She didn't wear a Martindale campaign shirt, but the people she arrived with did. Reuben wasn't the least bit surprised when she announced that her question was for Sheriff Burke. "How could you have let an organization like Salvation Anew take root in our community, and what will you do differently to prevent another cult from infiltrating us?" And they were off. Seth thanked her for the question and gave an eloquent answer, explaining the difference between suspicion and actionable offenses. "Our department investigated every allegation made against Salvation Anew and took action where we could. But we also had to walk a fine line between harassing people and enforcing the law. You can't arrest people because you don't like them or suspect they're up to no good." "Poppycock," Amos said when it was his turn. "The sheriff's primary job is to keep the citizens safe. You should have increased patrol and set up stings to catch these rascals in the process of robbing people." "Rebuttal, Sheriff?" Rita asked. "Yes, thank you. Keeping the people safe is a sheriff's primary responsibility, but he has to do that within the budget he's provided. I'm not given a blank check every month, nor do I have a discretionary fund to dip into whenever I need a little something extra. We're talking about a series of nonviolent petty thefts spread out over a 70-mile radius. My department doesn't just serve Last Chance Creek. We serve all the people in the county. We investigate every crime reported and do so without prejudice. Our department moved on Salvation Anew as soon as we had tangible and actionable proof against them." Seth exuded calm confidence when he answered his questions, where Amos seemed to exist on sound bites and petty insults that didn't offer a solution or valid counterpoint to Seth's remarks. Martindale's supporters got quieter as the event unfolded, though there were a few loud ones in the bunch. Reuben had to fight the urge to punch dirty dishwater eyes in the back of the head occasionally. The town hall meeting ran smoothly enough that there was time to take open questions from the attendees. A familiar ginger rose from the front seat and held up a hand. "May I go first, Mayor?" Seth's expression was unreadable, but the tension returned to his shoulders once more. "You're the reporter from the Denver Post, correct?" Rita asked. She gestured for the election board member to approach Oliver with a microphone. "Yes, ma'am," Oliver replied before announcing his question was for Amos Martindale. Reuben kept his gaze on Seth and noticed a subtle softening in his posture. He only partially paid attention to what Oliver said to Martindale as he tried to figure out what was going on with Seth. Why had he called? Oliver mentioned something about the college Martindale attended and the groups he'd joined there. Reuben was ready to dismiss the line of questioning until his brain registered the group's name at the same time some of the audience members gasped. The White Pride Brotherhood? Damn, those assholes didn't even bother to hide their bigotry. They spelled it out in their name. "These are bullshit rumors," Martindale sneered. "I told you that when you ambushed me." "I tracked you down and politely gave you the opportunity to address the cold hard facts before my story goes live tomorrow," Oliver countered. He then rattled off the many ways he corroborated Martindale's involvement in a neo-Nazi group while the accused man tried to shout over him. The quiet murmurs in the crowd turned into an angry buzz, threatening to turn the civilized meeting into a brawl. Seth stood up and seized control of the room with an authoritative voice that made Reuben shiver. Keegan discreetly elbowed him in the ribs, and Reuben pulled himself together. "Mr. Hawkins," Seth said, addressing Oliver, "did you have an actual question?" Reuben bit back a snort because Oliver had made hellacious accusations, but hadn't actually posed a question. "Yes, thank you, Sheriff Burke." Oliver turned to Martindale once more. "Will you stand here tonight and denounce everything the White Pride Brotherhood stands for?" Martindale's mouth curved into a sneer as he brought the microphone to his mouth. "Fuck you." "There we have it, folks," Oliver said. The crowd collectively rose to their feet. At least half the gathering left, while the remaining half lobbed accusations at the candidates and their supporters. There were a few deputies in the crowd to help keep the peace. Reuben wasn't sure if they were there in any official capacity or had shown up to support their sheriff. Keegan reached over and gripped his arm hard enough to leave an imprint of his hand. Reuben followed his wide-eyed gaze and saw a brawny man with light hair peeking out from under a dark ball cap. The man matched the description Keegan had given him previously. "Is that the guy you saw after yoga?" Keegan nodded vigorously. "Is that Brother Kane?" His best friend swallowed hard and stared unblinkingly at the man who drew closer to the exit. "I'm not sure." A quick glance revealed the guy was moving quickly toward an exit. Reuben pried his arm free and gently guided Keegan over to Tyler and Owen. "I'm going to follow him, see if I can get a photo or at least see what he's driving. We can give that information to Seth." "No, please stay." Keegan's expression morphed into sheer panic, but Reuben couldn't stay back and assure him he'd be okay. If he did, he'd miss the opportunity to follow the guy at a discreet distance. Reuben could either confirm Keegan's worst fears or put them to bed. "What the hell's going on?" Tyler asked. "No time," Reuben said. "I'll be right back. Key, I promise." Owen placed his arm around Keegan's waist and pulled him close. "Go, we got him." Reuben took off in the direction he'd last seen the man and left the explanations to Keegan. The guy wore a plain white t-shirt, light denim jeans, and a Rockies hat pulled low over his forehead, which matched a good 60% of the local male population. What set the man apart was the glimpse of platinum hair peeking out from under the hat. When he crashed through the exit, he looked left and right but didn't see the man. The dispersing crowd pretty much split in half, so one direction was just as populated as the other. The mystery guy was tall and broad-shouldered, but not enough to stick out in the crowd. Damn it! Reuben turned right and walked for half a block, dodging around slow-moving people and standing on his tiptoes to get a better look. When he didn't spot the guy, he doubled back in the opposite direction and did the same thing. Fuck! Did every person in the county show up for the town hall meeting? Reuben scanned both sides of the street and let out a frustrated growl when he realized his efforts had been fruitless. He stopped, spun around, and slammed into a broad chest. He looked up until he met piercing green eyes. Fucking Oliver. "Well, this is nice," the reporter said in a falsely sweet voice. "Twice in one day." Reuben arched a brow. "Excuse me?" "I passed you on Archer's Road this afternoon. Apparently, you were too preoccupied to notice." Reuben had encountered a gray sedan after leaving the cabin, but hadn't bothered to see who was driving it. The reason for Seth's call became crystal clear, and the worry Reuben felt earlier increased tenfold. Oliver had seen him buying the burner phone and had passed him on the access road back to the private lake. He'd either figured them out or expressed his suspicions to Seth. He wanted to ask why Oliver had gone to the cabin, but kept his mouth shut. As far as he knew, Oliver only suspected he was seeing Seth. Passing him on a road wasn't hard evidence, but Reuben had witnessed a bit of Oliver's tenacity at the town hall meeting. The hard glint in those green eyes made Reuben think he was just getting started. Oliver gripped his biceps and pulled Reuben into the gap between two businesses. The space wasn't quite an alleyway, but it was wide enough for them to square off against each other. "Trust me when I say I understand your attraction to Seth," Oliver said. He gentled his tone and struck an affable, just-between-us expression that pissed Reuben off. Loving Seth wasn't a war they would commiserate about over beers, and he had to be very careful about what he said and how he reacted because Seth's career might depend on it. Yeah, his opponent's chances of election were pretty slim if Oliver's evidence against him was as damning as he'd claimed, but that didn't mean they could get careless. Too much hinged on convicting the Carsons for their crimes. "But Seth getting involved with you is career suicide, friend." "We're not friends," Reuben said flatly. "Fair enough, but I'm not your enemy either. I'm certainly not Seth's." Meaning what? He wanted Seth back? No fucking way. "I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Hawkins." "Fine," Oliver said, "but you better listen. Seth Burke has sacrificed everything to become sheriff. He could have gotten better-paying jobs and taken advantage of golden opportunities elsewhere, but he turned them down to serve his community. Dating you will destroy all of that. Right now, the sex is off the charts, so you're not thinking long-term. Let me do that for you. Even if you keep your relationship a secret until after the trial, and I highly doubt that after today's fuck-up, your criminal history will cause a lot of problems for Seth. Sure, he'll beat the neo-Nazi this time, but then what? His next opponent will have a field day with you." Oliver tisked and shook his head. "You torched your rental house when the landlord decided not to renew your lease. Is that the kind of guy voters want to see their sheriff date?" Oliver grimaced and sucked air between his teeth. "I didn't get a hold of your juvenile record because those files are sealed, and I obtain information legally and ethically. Seth's next opponent might not be so honest." Oliver moved closer, giving Reuben the choice of standing his ground or backing up. He was done getting bullied. Oliver arched a brow and stopped a few inches shy of Reuben. "What will they find? More malicious vandalism? Something darker? The ex-boyfriend who testified in your aggravated arson trial claimed you were possessive and unhinged." Reuben quelled the rising panic and fury because Seth knew everything about his past and still chose him anyway. The juvenile stuff had been a cry for help. Reuben had been filled with rage and hurt. He'd lost his mom and sister, then got uprooted to move in with other family members. He hadn't known what to do with his emotions and acted out through stupid shit like shoplifting and tagging dumpsters with spray paint. Reuben hadn't burned his rental house down. Yeah, he'd had a boisterous argument with the landlord because the man had decided not to renew his lease with only 2 weeks' notice. Reuben had told him that was illegal, and the owner challenged him to get a lawyer and sue, knowing he couldn't afford it. He'd lost his temper, and the argument got loud enough for the neighbors to overhear them shouting. After his landlord left, Reuben had gone over to his boyfriend's house to see if he could crash there for a bit until he found a new place. They weren't ready for long-term cohabitation, but the relationship was going well. Or so Reuben had thought until he showed up unannounced at his apartment to find his man deep-throating one bouncer and getting railed by another. So much for the no fraternization policy at the club he managed. Hurt and angry, Reuben had gone back to his house and burned the few things his boyfriend had left at his place. He'd never used the fireplace before and shouldn't have then either. The combination of abandoned bird's nest and creosote buildup in the chimney turned the small ritual into a total loss fire. Reuben's landlord had claimed it was deliberate and insisted the cops arrest him. The neighbors reported the heated argument, which lent credence to the allegations. His loser ex-boyfriend took the stand and lied about his so-called anger issues to get even for the $200 sneakers Reuben roasted. The jury bought it hook, line, and sinker, and Reuben had gone to lockup for 13 months. As much as Reuben hated to admit it, Oliver was right. Many people would have a big problem with their sheriff dating an ex-con, and they held Seth's future in their hands. Oliver sighed. "Look, you seem like a nice guy." Reuben turned and walked away. He wasn't interested in hearing platitudes after Oliver lobbed a verbal grenade at him. It was like someone trying to put a Band-Aid on the bloody stump they'd just blown off. Too little, too late. The damage was already done. Chapter 10. Seth checked his watch for the time again and swallowed his frustrated sigh. He had no one else to blame for his irritation, since he was the one who'd volunteered to help and recruited Carrie and Shauna. Where the hell is Cynthia? Seth pulled his cell phone from his pocket and tapped on the phone icon to check the voicemail message she'd left for him the previous evening. Had he gotten the time wrong? "He acts like he has somewhere else to be," Shauna said. Carrie snorted. "Community theater rehearsal, where he'll reprise his role as Eeyore." Shauna laughed and placed her hand on Seth's shoulder. "I always said he was a grade-A jackass." Seth took their ribbing on the chin because he deserved it and because he didn't want to draw their attention to the real reason for his melancholy mood, which stared back at him from his call log. Reuben's number still showed up under his incoming calls, but the length of their conversations had gotten shorter each day since the town hall meeting. The repressed sigh escaped Seth then, because he didn't know how to bridge the yawning chasm between them. He forced his attention to the voicemail box and replayed the message Cynthia had left him. "She definitely said 10 o'clock on Saturday," Seth said when the message ended. He stood back and checked the number over the unit's rolling garage door. "And this is the right spot." "Why do you look so mopey?" Shauna asked Seth. So much for ignoring their remarks and hoping they'd let their observations go. "Oliver swooped in and saved the day by outing your racist opponent." Martindale hadn't officially withdrawn from the race, but his support had all but dried up, according to the latest polling. "I can't believe he's hidden his bigotry well enough to get within a few months of the election." Carrie cleared his throat dramatically and bumped his shoulder against Seth's. "Martindale never would have gotten this far if your cheap-ass brother would have hired a campaign manager." "I'm not cheap," Seth countered. "I just hate a dog and pony show." Carrie ignored him and kept yapping. "Maybe a campaign manager wouldn't have dug as deeply into Martindale's closet as Oliver did, but they would have turned up enough red flags and skeletons to boost your numbers." Seth bristled at hearing his ex's name, and his entire body must have tensed, because Shauna frowned as she removed her hand from his shoulder. He and Reuben had discussed the Oliver situation at length after the town hall meeting. Seth had tried to give Reuben a warning beforehand, since he hadn't known if his ex would reveal their secret, but they'd played phone tag. Leaving a message or sending a text hadn't been an option, so Seth had braced for the worst and hoped for the best. Oliver's stunt at the meeting had landed in the best column. But his aggressive remarks to Reuben afterward personified the worst part of his ex's personality. Reuben thought it meant Oliver wanted him back, but Seth figured Oliver just didn't want anyone else to have him. Regardless of his motive, the darts struck a bullseye in Reuben's heart, and Seth could not repair the damage or bridge the growing chasm. "And the Carson guys are back in our county lockup to face the judge on Monday morning," Carey said. The hearing was supposed to have happened on Friday, but Judge McCready postponed the hearing due to a sudden illness. That man was more vibrant at 65 than most people half his age. Seth smelled a rat and suspected the ploy was a setup to give Lyndhurst a chance to talk to McCarson. Otherwise, both detainees would have been moved in and out of their county on the same day instead of Seth housing the assholes for the weekend. "Tony should try and work out a plea deal this weekend," Carey added. If only he knew the lengths Tony had gone to for the opportunity to take his shot. Shauna stood taller and squared her shoulders. "Maybe Cynthia's late because some legal magic is happening." Seth didn't want to think he'd be the last to know if one of the Carsons agreed to speak to Lyndhurst. But sometimes a situation unfolded quickly, and a person had to take advantage of the opportunities handed to them. He stopped guessing Cynthia's whereabouts and was about to call her when the sound of tires crunching on gravel caught his attention. Cynthia's white SUV came around the corner of the building a moment later. She waved at them through the windshield and offered a wan smile. She opened the driver's side door and stepped out with a drink carrier in one hand and a pastry bag in the other. "Sorry I'm late, but at least I have a decent excuse." Seth's stomach growled in appreciation, and he was ready to place a moratorium on his worries. Carey threw an elbow and cut him off to get to the pastries first, so the mellowness didn't last. Seth retaliated by hooking his arm around his neck and putting his cousin in a playful headlock. "You might be bigger, but I'm still meaner." "There goes your re-election bid," Carey bit out. "I'm going to get the security footage of this and leak it to the press." The ladies snickered at their antics before digging in and taking first pick of the donuts. Shauna got a wicked gleam in her eyes when she bit into a lemon custard donut, which was Carey's favorite. Their cousin slung teasing insults and wrestled free of Seth's hold. The scuffle had messed up Carey's hair and somehow made him more good-looking. "Morning, Sin." Carey kissed her cheek before reaching into the pastry bag. "Morning, Care Bear." Seth skipped the pastries and went for the coffee, taking the cup with his name on it. He sighed after the first sip because the cafe had doctored it to perfection. There were pros and cons to small-town living, with people always knowing about your business. The local establishment knowing your drink and food preferences was a big plus in his book. "Nectar of the gods," he said after his second drink. "The world always looks more hopeful with a good cup of coffee. Thanks, Sin." "Are you kidding me? This is the least I can do to thank you. I appreciate you all so much." Her voice cracked a little, and she sniffled. Carey's eyes widened in panic at the thought of Cynthia bursting into tears. Sometimes the largest guys were the biggest softies. Seth took pity on his cousin and ceded the reins on the conversation. "We're glad to help, but we should probably get a move on. It's supposed to start raining in a few hours and not let up until tomorrow night." "Severe storms could keep all of us busy," Shauna said. "Between the saturated ground and high winds, the potential for downed trees and power lines is significant, not to mention the accidents on rain-slick roads." "You're absolutely right, which means all three of you better reserve some energy," Cynthia said. "Let's just get the bigger pieces for now, and I can come back and get the smaller boxes later. I can pack a lot in my SUV, so it might only take a few trips to clear the storage unit completely. I can do that after work this week." Seth felt less optimistic for Cynthia once she rolled the door up to reveal her contents. She'd crammed the unit full, and there didn't seem to be rhyme or reason for where she placed things. It seemed haphazard and very unsin-like. He was surprised boxes hadn't fallen on top of her when she lifted the door. "Whoa," Shauna said. Cynthia winced and offered an apologetic smile. "I haven't quite reached hoarder level yet, but I often take things off people's hands that are destined for the landfill." Her voice wobbled again, and Seth placed a calming hand between her shoulders. "Nothing to do but dive in." Seth scanned the boxes and noticed she'd taken time to label each one. "This might not be as bad as you think." "Fucking Pollyanna," Carrie grumbled under his breath. The foursome worked together to sort and tunnel their way to the bigger pieces of furniture, then loaded them onto the 3 pickup trucks and secured the cargo safely in the beds. Cynthia offered her house key to Seth so they could get a head start on unloading, but Seth pointed out that there was a lot of space left inside the 3 pickup cabs. "Makes no sense not to grab everything we can," he said, ignoring Carrie's glower. It seemed Seth wasn't the only gloomy one among the crowd that morning. Shauna seconded Seth's suggestion, forcing Carrie to agree or look like a dick. Cynthia had been Natalie's best friend, and Carrie had always reserved one of his few soft spots for her. The bright morning sunshine disappeared under thick cloud cover, casting the rented unit in shadow. The breeze picked up, stirring leaves and dust into a miniature cyclone. Carrie glanced at the sky before scanning the cramped space. "I think we're only going to get one trip before the skies open up." "Oh, darn," Cynthia said. "I'd hoped to clean out half of this by myself today. Oh well, guess I'll focus on unpacking whatever we move on this trip. Grab anything marked for the kitchen and bathroom. I've got the essentials everywhere else." It didn't take them long to stuff the interiors of the 4 vehicles. Seth had just grabbed the pull rope to close the rolling door when his gaze landed on a box marked as high school stuff. The top of a trophy stuck up through the untucked flaps. "Do you have room for one more, Sin?" Seth called over his shoulder. She joined him at the front of the unit and followed the direction he pointed. The crestfallen expression on her face made him want to kick himself. She'd already told him how sad she'd been since Natalie's remembrance celebration, and he pointed out a box of souvenirs most likely filled with memories of her best friend. Any trophy Sin had, she'd earned alongside Nat, because she'd given up all her beloved sports after that fateful summer day. And Seth suggested she'd take that box of bittersweet memories into the home she viewed as a fresh start after a painful breakup. "Way to go, idiot." "I think I'll tackle those ghosts another day," Cynthia said. Seth wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her in for a hug. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be insensitive." He'd only told his immediate family about the CBI's cold case unit taking a look at Natalie's case. He figured the news might make her feel a little better, and he shared it with her. Cynthia's eyes widened and welled with tears. Then she ducked her head against Seth's chest. "You're the best, and don't let anyone convince you otherwise." She would sing a different tune if she found out about his relationship with Reuben. When, not if. There was no way in hell they'd keep this a secret. For one thing, Oliver knew the truth, and their past relationship wouldn't prevent him from going public with a story once he corroborated his suspicions. Seth wasn't foolish enough to believe Amos Martindale was going to disappear without a fight either. The guy had plenty of money and time to disrupt Seth's life, so being with Reuben should have been the last thing on his mind. Yet Seth called him as soon as he was alone in his truck. "Pick up, pick up, pick up," Reuben answered on the second ring. "Hello, sexy." Seth didn't realize how wound up he'd become until the warm voice nearly melted him into a puddle of goo on the seat. "I miss you so fucking much." A soft chuckle stirred butterflies in Seth's stomach. "I just talked to you a few hours ago. Did you forget?" Reuben had coaxed him through an orgasm by describing the vivid dream he'd had about them fucking in the clawfoot tub at the cabin. Seth would remember that long after he died. The physical part of their conversations hadn't changed. It was the emotional ties that had frayed over the past few days. "Of course not," Seth said. "I need more, baby. I want to hold you." He wanted to look into those mesmerizing brown eyes when Reuben lied and said everything was okay. Reuben sighed wistfully. "You know it's not a good idea." "I don't care. We're destined to get discovered, so we might as well make the best of it." Seth swallowed hard. "There are things I need to say to you, and I don't want to do it over the phone." But he would if it came down to it. If Reuben wanted to end things, Seth at least wanted him to know just how real his feelings were. "Maybe waiting for the perfect moment is stupid. We both know how fleeting life can be. Baby, Don't you dare, Seth Jameson Burke." "Wow." Seth couldn't help but smile at the scolding. "Middle name and all." "You'll look me in the eye and say it to my face, or you won't say it at all." Reuben inhaled deep and slow. "What time?" Reuben chuckled. "What time do we meet at our special place?" "I'm free as soon as we unload the boxes and furniture at Cynthia's house, but you have poker and—" "You're more important than a card game." They both knew poker nights on the ranch were more significant than that. "I have some supplies to grab, and I'll meet you there in a few hours." Seth's spirit soared for the first time since Reuben left his cabin on Wednesday afternoon. "Supplies?" "Food staples and some other things." Reuben's voice thickened on the last part and piqued Seth's curiosity. "Don't worry, I'll be discreet." "Does that mean you plan to stay for a while?" "If you'll have me." "Oh, the ways I will have you." Seth's mind had definitely veered away from the task he'd agreed to, and he passed up Cynthia's new place when the other vehicles pulled into the driveway or parked on the road in front of the house. Luckily, he realized his mistake quick enough to recover without making a fool of himself. He stopped, cranked the wheel, and backed into the driveway like he'd meant to do that all along. "We arrived at Cynthia's. I'll see you soon, baby." "Seth?" His name was a seductive, silky whisper on Reuben's tongue. Then the little shit disconnected before he finished. Laughter erupted from Seth in short bursts as he stared at his phone in disbelief. Then he noticed a trio of curious faces watching him from Cynthia's front yard. Carrie pointed to the sky, then circled his hand in a hurry-up gesture. Knowing he would see Reuben soon was the fuel Seth's engine needed, and the swift mood change did not go unnoticed. Carrie gave him one of his patented pirate smiles. "Do you suddenly have someplace to be?" Of course he'd bring it up. Luckily, Carrie said it away from the ladies. Seth didn't want Cynthia to get caught up in his web of lies and deceit, and Shauna would push until Seth told her something to pacify her curiosity. It was better to avoid the conversation altogether, so Seth gave the sofa they were hauling a little nudge. Carrie, who was walking backward, took 2 quick steps to adjust to the pace. He narrowed his eyes, but shut his mouth, and Seth chalked that up as a win-win outcome. A cell phone rang outside, and Cynthia answered the call. A few moments later, Seth heard footsteps approaching quickly. "Hey, Seth," Cynthia said breathlessly. His phone rang before he could acknowledge her. "That's going to be Tony calling you with an update. You definitely want to take it." Seth didn't drop the sofa on Carrie when his phone rang, but it was pretty close. His heart pounded frantically, and he took a deep breath to settle his nerves as he reached for his phone. "Sheriff Burke." His authoritative tone made Carrie snort and Cynthia waggle her brows. "Seth, it's Tony. I have great news." Heart beating triple time, Seth said, "I'm all ears."
"I just got a call from Mick Carson's attorney. His client wants to talk, and we're going to meet at 6. I texted Cynthia to put her on standby, and she told me you were helping her move. That's mighty nice of you."
Seth wanted to skip the pleasantries, but Tony's news was a weighted blanket for his soul. It sounded like the nightmare was going to be over much quicker than he'd feared. He couldn't go public with dating Reuben right away, but a plea bargain would take weeks or months to hammer out, not years. "Cynthia is a dear family friend," Seth replied. "Not to be too impatient, Tony, but why do you have to wait so long to meet with Mick? It's barely noon, and a lot can happen in 6 hours. Mick could change his mind dozens of times. Striking while the iron was hot couldn't be more apropos in their current situation."
"I hear ya," Tony said. "Trust me, I'm just as eager as you are to wrap this up."
"Not likely."
"Mick's attorney is attending a wedding and can't get back here before 6. We've come this far, so we just need to have faith that things are moving in our favor now."
Seth wished he could get behind that logic, but his family had experienced the fallacy of hopeful thinking when Natalie disappeared. They'd put their faith in the wrong people time and time again, and they'd always ask if her outcome would have been different if the sheriff's department had taken their missing person complaint more seriously from the jump. "I'll do my best to follow your lead. Do you need or want me on site?" Seth was conflicted about being there, since he should keep his hands as far away from future dealings as possible, but it would have looked odd if he hadn't offered.
"It's unnecessary for you to be here, Seth. It's just going to be Mick, his attorney, and myself. I'll keep you posted as soon as I cross all the T's and dot all the I's."
"I appreciate it, Tony. I'm sending good vibes your way." He'd likely be balls deep inside Reuben, but he'd spare some positive energy for the deal that could secure their future faster. The real dilemma was whether he should share this news with his love. "Keep me posted, and let me know if there's anything my department can do to assist."
"Will do."
Seth disconnected the call and returned the phone to his pocket. He leaned down and hoisted his end of the sofa back up. Carrie watched him with an inscrutable expression as he heaved the sofa up too. "Well?" "You know I can't discuss this with you." He could be a professional sometimes, though Carrie's smirk called bullshit. "I'll share the news with you as soon as it becomes official." Even though Mick could retract the bargain at any time leading up to a judge signing off on it. Seth imagined Tony would take full advantage of the hearing date on Monday to push the plea deal with McCready. Seth had to remind himself that a plea bargain with Mick was just the first step. They'd need to hope Quentin felt the pressure and folded. Seth didn't let himself wander too far down that path, or he'd only feel dejected again. He'd celebrate each victory as they occurred and hoped this evening would be the first of many. They helped Cynthia unload all the boxes from the vehicles and set up her bed before heading out. Seth hugged his sister and bumped Carrie's fist before getting into his truck. His phone call with Reuben was brief because he'd wrapped up his errands and was on his way. The overcast sky had turned downright ominous by the time Seth pulled up to the cabin, and he refused to take that as a sign. Reuben arrived right after him, and his smile was like Seth's personal sunshine. Even knowing they were nearly caught a few days prior, Seth kissed Reuben's smiling lips in the driveway. He'd needed the reassurance that they were okay more than he wanted privacy. Seth settled his forehead against Reuben's and sighed. "I love you," they said at the same time. Reuben pulled back and smiled. "This will be one to tell the grandkids someday." Seth's heart leaped at the idea of children and grandchildren, but not from fear. Reuben had assured him many times that he was the keeper, and somewhere along the way, Seth realized it was true. Reuben's ego didn't need further inflation, so he kept that little tidbit to himself. We'll have at least 2 daughters. Reuben stepped back, opened the passenger side of his pickup, and removed canvas totes and an overnight bag from the front seat. We'll name them after the ladies we loved and lost, Lily Rose and Natalie. Seth could actually envision the portrait Reuben painted with his words. There'd be weekends in this very cabin with little girls they loved and spoiled so much. The image was so vivid that it snatched the air from Seth's lungs, and he staggered back a step. Too much too soon? Reuben's alarmed voice matched his panicked expression. Emotions still choked his airway, so Seth could only shake his head. Reuben's handsome face relaxed, and arrogance replaced concern. Good thing, because you're not getting any younger. He turned and headed to the cabin without a backward glance. The verbal jab landed in Seth's gut, and the trapped air whooshed from his lungs. You little shit, he growled as he pursued his prey. Reuben picked up speed and dashed onto the porch. Seth snagged Reuben around the waist and pulled him flush against his chest while he went to work, unlocking the front door with a shaky hand. Reuben's warmth seeped into Seth's body, and his sun-drenched linen scent tickled Seth's nose. God, this intimacy was what he'd been missing the past few days. He turned the handle and opened the door, but neither of them moved. Reuben was just as starved for their connection as Seth was, and maybe it was something else. It would be the first time they entered their private space with the depth of their emotions exposed, making themselves fully vulnerable to one another. Saying it once suddenly wasn't enough. Seth pressed his mouth to Reuben's ear. I told you I love you, and now I'm going to show you. Chapter 11. An obvious shiver rolled through Reuben, and the naughty images from his slumber returned to front and center of his brain. He'd ensure the bath from the dream would be a sexy reality, but first Reuben wanted to show the love language he learned at his abuela's side. The tantalizing kisses Seth placed along his neck threatened to ambush his good intentions until the distant sound of an approaching vehicle penetrated Reuben's sluggish brain. Let's take this inside. Arousal thickened his voice, so Seth's confusion when Reuben continued toward the kitchen was understandable. Bedroom is this way. Seth's pout was adorable, but the semi-erection pushing against his jeans made Reuben hunger for something more. It would be so easy to give in. Tell me you've eaten lunch, and I'll follow you into the bedroom. Seth's stomach growled before he could finish the lie. Well, fuck. Reuben backtracked to kiss Seth's pouty lips, but realized his mistake as soon as brawny arms banded around him. Gotcha. The encroaching rainstorm produced dark clouds the same color and intensity as Seth's eyes. Reuben wasn't afraid of the tempest brewing outside the cabin or inside the man he loved. Yes, you do, but I'm going to feed my man first. Reuben waggled his brows. Besides, you'll need the energy if you're going to keep up with me. Seth's eyes shimmered in a way that said he accepted the gauntlet Reuben had thrown down. Another age crack? Nope. I'd give fair warning to anyone I planned to... Seth kissed him hard before he could finish. No talk about seducing other men or putting them in a sex coma. There's only you. Seth's hand gripped the back of Reuben's neck possessively, but not painfully. You better believe it. Oh, I'm not the one who needs convincing, Reuben said, leaning into Seth's touch. Are you ready to admit I'm the keeper now? Seth canted his head to the right and pursed his lips as if rolling the question around in his mind. When their gazes met again, Rue could tell by the wicked gleam Seth wouldn't give him what he wanted most. Yet. He'd coax the admittance from the man's sexy mouth before the weekend was through, or he'd die trying. Saying I love you isn't enough? Reuben accepted the question as the tease Seth's smirking mouth had intended. For now. He lifted the canvas bag of supplies he'd brought. And maybe we'll finish faster if you come help. Seth removed the totes from Reuben's right hand and nodded toward the kitchen. I'm at your mercy. Reuben pivoted on his heels and added extra sway in his strut. Baby, you don't know the half of it. His backside heated under the intensity of the man's stare, and Reuben wasn't surprised to find Seth fast on his heels. They unloaded the contents onto the countertops, and Reuben designated items into 2 categories, now and later. Seth hoisted a bottle of bubble bath and quirked a brow. Now? Reuben snorted, snatched it from his hand, and returned it to the counter. I was wrong. There are 3 categories, and the bubble bath falls into much later. How much later? Delayed gratification had reduced his big, tough guy into a pouting toddler, so Reuben would treat him as such. Clearly, someone needs to eat and take a nap. Reuben turned back to his task. So I'm going to feed you and tuck you into bed. A warm body pressed him against the counter, and greedy hands roamed over Reuben's chest. I like the bed part, Seth whispered in his ear. He tugged Reuben's t-shirt up and slid eager fingers under the fabric to tease sensitive flesh. We can skip to the nap. His ploy would have worked if his stomach hadn't protested loudly. Eat, fuck, nap. Then we're coming back to the kitchen so I can make my abuela's famous chicken enchiladas with white cheese sauce. You'll never taste anything better. Oh, God, Seth said on a whimper. I'll do anything you say. Reuben laughed maniacally. Now I've got you under my spell. Seth trailed kisses along the back of his neck. Since that fateful moment on the side of the cliff. The memory of the night threatened to dampen Reuben's mood, but he owned his feelings instead of burying them. He turned in Seth's embrace and looked up at him. I thought I was going to die. I was scared out of my fucking mind, but then you appeared at my truck door. You looked so confident and in control that you made me believe I was going to be okay. I was the opposite of confident, and the situation was completely out of my control. Isn't that how life really goes? Reuben tried to smile, but his mouth wouldn't follow his brain's commands. I feared your gorgeous gray eyes would be the last thing I saw before toppling over the edge of the cliff, but I concentrated on what I wanted after I survived. Seth chuckled and kissed his lips. You made me blush more than a few times. Reuben smiled at the memory. I refrained from saying my boldest thoughts, but your reactions to my flirtations spurred me on more. He reached up and caressed Seth's freshly shaven jaw. There are moments with you that feel so damn good that I'm convinced the truck went over the side and I've died and gone to heaven. Seth tightened his arms around Reuben. This is real, baby. We're real. They shared a long, passionate kiss to prove it. Seth was the first to pull back. What did you bring for lunch? Reuben had chosen cold cuts, cheese, and a variety of side dishes from the deli to make a quick meal. He wanted to feed his man for sure, but didn't want to spend all his time in the kitchen. Reuben bought hoagie buns and several types of condiments so they could make sandwiches. They took their food to the living room and spread it out on the coffee table. Reuben and Seth sat on the floor with their backs to the sofa and assembled sandwiches. When Seth discovered Reuben didn't plan to eat the potato salad, he ate right out of the deli container instead of spooning it onto his plate. How is a simple sandwich so good? Seth asked once he finally turned his attention to his hoagie after mowing through half the potato salad. Meat, cheese, pickles, and mayo. I eat this all the time. Quality meat and cheese, Reuben then pointed toward himself, assembled with love. Seth leaned forward and kissed him. That must be the key ingredient. They didn't speak again until they finished eating. Seth settled a hand over his stomach. We need to do this more often. Share a meal or spend the weekend together? Both, Seth replied. I know it's risky and stupid now that Oliver is onto us, and Martindale will look for anything to use against me. But I need you, and I want you. The sincerity in Seth's eyes stole Reuben's breath. I need and want you too, so we will make this work. Reuben nodded to the other side of the house. What about that outbuilding? It looks big enough for my old truck to squeeze in. Seth worked his lips between his teeth for a few seconds. It used to house my grandpa's boat, but now it shelters about 3 decades of nonsense. Your truck would fit if I cleaned it out. We, Reuben said. Sounds like a Sunday afternoon job for us. Then we'll draw the curtains tight and dare Oliver to become a dirty peeping Tom to get the proof he needs. Seth snorted. I wouldn't put it past him. Then Reuben would give that fucker a show and remind him what he gave up. Seth cupped his face and stroked his cheek. I don't want to hide you away like a dirty secret. I'm proud to love you. Reuben swayed forward and crashed into his chest. It's only temporary. Seth's eyes sparkled with an intensity that made Reuben's pulse leap. He opened his mouth, but snapped it shut. He repeated this once more, then released a frustrated sigh. What? There's something I want to tell you about the Carsons, but I shouldn't. Then don't, Reuben replied simply. He could try to convince himself he said that to preserve Seth's professional integrity, but Reuben knew fully well he was trying to prevent himself from getting his hopes too high. The Carsons were in town, and Lyndhurst had made it clear in his office that he hoped to make a plea bargain that could result in a speedier resolution. Holding out hope that one of those assholes would do the right thing was more than Reuben could bear. It was better to focus on the blessing right in front of him. I love you. Seth's eyes darkened even more. I love you. Reuben leaned in for a kiss that turned from flirty to dirty in an instant when he slipped his hand between Seth's thighs. He pulled back and smiled. It's okay to admit I'm the keeper. Seth's tongue swiped across his lower lip as if he sought remnants of Reuben's taste there. It's implied. Reuben tisked, leaned in closer, and called upon the bravado and swagger he'd exuded when he'd issued the stamina challenge. You're going to say the words before the weekend is out. Seth arched a brow and raised his arms. Do your worst, baby. They locked eyes, but didn't move, each one sizing up the other. Then they burst into action, shoving the coffee table out of the way and tackling each other to the rug. Seth was bigger and stronger and landed on top, but, like most people, he underestimated Reuben's determination and wiliness. He had to admit his prospects of winning didn't look so good when Seth pinned both arms over Reuben's head with one hand, then used his body to press Reuben's slighter frame against the rug. Reuben could either fight against the hold or reel the sexy fucker in and take him down when he least expected it. Surrender, Seth said smugly. I already gave you my heart and body, Reuben replied. What more could you possibly want? Seth's grip around Reuben's wrists softened, as did the expression in his gray eyes. His guy was such a softy at heart, and Reuben vowed never to betray it. Seth lowered his forehead to rest it against Reuben's. I think I've waited my whole life for you." "You think?" A soft chuckle danced over Reuben's lips, followed by a sweet and too short kiss. "I know." Seth's mouth curved into a smile. "I also know that you've restored my trust and made me want to tear down the walls around my heart. You've introduced a future I never dreamed possible before. Do you really want to have kids with me?" Reuben nodded. A wondrous expression washed over Seth's handsome face. "Wow." He swallowed hard and took a deep breath. "And I know other things, too." "What?" "I know that you're waiting for a sign of weakness so you can strike out and work your magic on me." Seth dug his fingers into Reuben's ticklish ribs, and the games were on. The two of them exuded a lot of energy vying for dominance amidst taking off their clothes and jockeying for position. Reuben was so fucking turned on that he'd nearly forgotten the original mission until he got Seth slicked up and on his back. He mounted those muscled thighs in a reverse cowboy position so his man could watch his dick disappear in Reuben's tight channel. He took his sweet time sinking down on that glorious cock, soaking up every whisper of adoration and worship coming from Seth's mouth. After a few inches, Reuben braced a hand on the floor and used the leverage to rock back and forth in short, fast bursts, never going deeper than halfway. The position pegged his prostate and nearly made him come, but he didn't want to do that before he got his admission. Besides, he was having too much fun turning his man inside out. Seth landed a hard slap on his ass cheek that reverberated throughout his body. Reuben groaned needily and temporarily ceded control to Seth, who gripped Reuben's waist and bounced him up and down on his cock. "Fuck, your greedy hole looks so sexy when taking me deep. You were made for me, baby." With Reuben's back to him, Seth couldn't see the proud smirk on his lips. When it seemed like Seth was about to shoot, Reuben reached between those thighs and gripped his balls with a firm hand. "Don't you dare!" Then he rocked and swiveled his hips to push and pull Seth's slick dick in and out of him. Reuben pressed his ass flush against Seth's pelvis and worked him over good, feeling his delicious length stretching him wide and filling him deep. The pleasure stole Reuben's breath, but not his determination. He stilled his hips, eliciting a complaint from the man he held captive in a seductive spell. "Say it." Seth's entire body tensed, and then his cock jerked and emptied inside Reuben. Before his next breath, the big man sat up quickly and maneuvered Reuben onto his knees. Seth guided Reuben's upper body to the rug with a hand between his shoulders and kept him there with a gentle but firm grip on the back of his neck. "Christ, I've never felt or seen anything so damn good," Seth said as he continued to rut in and out of Reuben. His free hand dipped around Reuben's waist and worked his throbbing cock. "I won't say those words to you until I'm no longer forced to keep our love a secret." Reuben's breath caught in his throat as his orgasm swelled to a fierce crescendo, and then the air escaped on a sob with his release. Seth placed tender kisses on his back as he eased free of Reuben's tight clench and emitted a soft growl as he caressed Reuben's sensitive opening, smearing cum around the rim. "Mine. Yours." Reuben eased down and stretched out on the rug, and Seth curled around him. The first drops of rain landed on the metal roof overhead, a slow pattering that turned into a fast staccato in only a few seconds. "Want to know the best place to experience a rain shower or thunderstorm?" Seth asked. Reuben rose up enough to look over his shoulder. "Can we do it naked?" Seth grinned and sat up. That would be a first for me, but absolutely. I like the idea of being your first. Seth stopped suddenly and cupped his face. You'll be my first and only in the most important ways. Reuben knew Seth was thinking about their future again. He could almost feel the weight of a phantom band on his ring finger and hear the patter of their children's footsteps. They'd come a long way in a short time, so much so that it made him both giddy and dizzy. I can't wait. They shared a few kisses, then did a rush job of cleaning up after sex. Seth snagged a throw blanket off the couch and led Reuben to the screened porch on the back of the house. Dense trees surrounded the property, but the land opened up to offer a gorgeous view of the lake. The skies had opened up, and rain soaked the world around them. The air smelled of earth and wildflowers. High wind whipped the lake water into white caps and periodically blasted the guys with a mist of chilly rain. But Reuben was warm, tucked beneath the blanket with Seth. I think I could sit here forever, Reuben said. A blinding white flash ripped through the sky and struck a nearby tree. Bark exploded in the air, and a thick limb crashed to the ground. At the same time, rolling thunder shook the earth. Seth leaped to his feet and tugged Reuben with him. Let's get inside. Reuben leaned against the counter and pressed a hand to his chest. That was too close. I never knew lightning had a smell, like hot electricity. I think it singed my nose hairs. Seth held him close and kissed the top of his head. I've got you. The sentiment calmed Reuben's racing heart, but it did nothing to quell his doubts. As strong as Seth was, he couldn't prevent a fallen tree from crushing them both. This wasn't the first harrowing incident they faced, and it wasn't likely to be the last. Yes, you do. The storm had nearly swallowed the daylight, so Seth turned on some lights to counter the gloom. They put their clothes back on in case of an emergency, and Reuben resented each piece of fabric that covered his man's sculpted body. Seth opened a hall closet to reveal a variety of games they could play to take their minds off the lightning and thunder raging outside. Reuben chose Clue and proved that he could be quite the detective when necessary. He bested Seth 2 games out of 3, then washed up to get started on cooking the chicken for the enchiladas. Seth followed him to the kitchen and scrubbed in too. Reuben made a combination of spices and had Seth sprinkle them on both sides of the chicken breasts while the oven preheated. He'd bake and shred the meat ahead of time before turning his attention to making homemade tortillas. It had been years since Reuben had attempted those, but a phone call with his abuela made him feel better about it. Of course, she'd wanted to know who he was making them for, and he'd told her it was a treat for poker night. He hated lying to her, but she wouldn't understand the truth. Reuben took comfort in the knowledge that she would absolutely adore Seth when he could finally introduce them. Seth's phone rang in the living room, and he stiffened beside Reuben. He glanced at his watch and frowned. I better get that. Something in his posture set off alarms in Reuben's brain, but he tried to quell them. The oven beeped when it reached the preset temperature, and Reuben slid the cookie sheet with the chicken into the oven. What do you mean he's dead? Seth's voice was a mixture of confusion and anger. What the fuck happened? Reuben's body went still at Seth's tone, but his heart and mind galloped like they were trying to outrace each other. Who was he talking about? Reuben hurried to the living room and found Seth sliding his feet into his boots. Daniels, tell me you're fucking joking. Seth stood up, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. It felt like time stood still in that moment, but Seth reopened his eyes and the world resumed. He looked frantically around him while Daniels, whoever he was, rattled on. Reuben couldn't hear the individual words, but the tone induced instant anxiety. And what was Seth searching for? Reuben's gaze landed on a set of keys peeking out from under the moved coffee table. He rushed over and picked them up off the floor and extended them to Seth. "I'm on my way," Seth bit out as he accepted the keys. "Lock everything down and don't let anyone in until I get there." He disconnected the call, tipped his head back, and yelled, "Fuck!" loud enough to rival the thunderclap that had sent them fleeing into the cabin. Seth's muscular body trembled with fury. Reuben crossed to Seth and gripped his biceps. "What's wrong?" The color had drained from Seth's skin, leaving him ghostly pale. He swallowed hard and opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Seth cleared his throat and tried again. This time, his words came out in a choked whisper. "Mick Carson is dead." Chapter 12. The shock of Seth's words reflected on Reuben's face. Brown eyes widened as his mouth fell open, turning him almost cartoon-like. Reuben's fingers dug deeper into his biceps, as if Seth was the only thing keeping him upright. "Dead? Mick Carson is dead?" Reuben's voice sounded numb, but the frantic expression betrayed his frenzied thoughts. Seth wanted to comfort him, but there was no time. "Yes, Mick fucking Carson died in my county jail." He could tell Reuben was going to ask a follow-up question, but he needed to get on the road. Seth cupped Reuben's neck and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. "I need to get going. This is likely to take a while, and we're due for another round of severe storms. You could probably get back to the ranch safely if you—" Reuben rose on tiptoes and cut him off with a kiss. "I'm staying right here, so just come home to me when you can." Home to him. Seth loved the sound of that so much. "I love you." He'd never end a conversation or leave Rue's company again without speaking the words, because one never knew if they'd have a chance to say them again. "I love you, too." Fat raindrops pelted Seth's face as he dashed to his truck, and the skies opened up before he had a chance to back out of the driveway. His windshield wipers struggled to keep up with the deluge, and he switched on his bright headlights to conquer the darkness swallowing his truck. The time on the dash clock read 5:30, but the dense, dark storm clouds made it seem much later. Wet leaves covered the asphalt, making it hard for his tires to gain traction in the curvy access road winding through the forest surrounding the lakeside properties. His back tires swung out at one point, and Seth gritted his teeth as he regained control. He eased off the gas to a safer speed, while his brain pressed the accelerator on his thoughts. What the fuck had happened to Mick? Craig Daniels, his lieutenant who supervised the county jail, had said Mick appeared to have died of natural causes. He'd been fine when they delivered his dinner, but was unresponsive when they came to retrieve him for a meeting with his attorney. Fuck! Their chance to avoid a trial grew dimmer with Mick's death. A better man would at least spare a thought for the loss of life, but Seth was more concerned about Mick's victims. With the elder Carson dead, Quentin could gamble on a trial where his lawyers would pin everything on Mick. Quentin Carson was no victim. He'd sat through or taken part in enough interviews to know Quentin was no one's patsy. His evil shone in his eyes. Quentin's attorneys would get plenty of time to coach Quentin on how to hide his diabolical nature behind a pitiful and contrite expression. Seth could nearly see it playing out in court, and suspected the guy would take the stand in his own defense. Law enforcement, himself included, had already painted Mick Carson as an abusive cult leader who manipulated and corrupted everyone in his realm. While Seth believed that was true, he viewed Quentin as an equal participant and not just another victim. The younger Carson only needed to inject the tiniest amount of reasonable doubt to walk free. If a jury acquitted him of local or state crimes, it would make it harder for a federal prosecutor to win their case too. It was the worst kind of domino effect, and one that benefited guys like Quentin Carson all the damn time. Seth's visibility improved once he cleared the trees and turned onto the main highway. Leaves didn't cover the road, so he could increase his speed again. His personal truck lacked the lights and sirens of his official vehicle, but traffic was light due to the inclement weather, and he made the trip in good time. Daniels met him as soon as he entered the building, and the significance of the situation reflected on the faces of everyone he encountered. "Is the medical examiner on the way?" Seth asked. "Yes, sir." "Have you informed Mick's attorney or Prosecutor Lyndhurst?" "I waited for you," Daniels replied. That heavy burden fell on Seth's shoulders. Sometimes being sheriff felt more like losing a game of pin the badge on the idiot than winning an election. The shit will hit the fan. A petite brunette wearing navy blue scrubs waited outside Mick Carson's cell. She stood straighter when she spotted them and greeted Seth professionally. She was a recent hire, and he was grateful her badge identified her as Sherry, because Seth couldn't recall her name to save his life. "So what the hell happened?" Seth asked. Daniels and Sherry talked over one another at first, so he cut them off with a raised hand. "One at a time, please."
"I did a med pass at 4:20 because Mr. Carson was due to have an early supper prior to a meeting with his attorney," Sherry said.
"And he was fine?" Seth asked.
Sherry nodded. "There were no outward signs of physical stress, but I don't know the man well enough to offer an opinion on his mental state. He was polite and thanked me for his medication."
"For diabetes?" Seth asked.
"Yes, sir."
She rattled off the medication and dosage. "Is it possible the medication played a role in his death?"
"Only if he had an underlying medical condition that wasn't detected," Sherry replied. "This prescription arrived with Mr. Carson and is not something prescribed through our facility's medical staff."
"Good to know. Thank you." He turned to Daniels next. "What happened after Mick received his meds?"
"He received his dinner in his cell a few minutes later," Daniels said. "I literally passed the guard with his food on my way back to my station," Sherry said.
"What guard, and why isn't he here?" Seth asked.
"Jasper Odell," Daniels said. "We're trying to find him, but we think he's left the building."
Seth's brows and temper rose, but his voice lowered. "You think? How can you not know?" Daniels recognized the danger and looked contrite.
"Odell worked the first shift and was supposed to clock out at 5, but his replacement, Deputy Lawson, was late and arrived soon after Mick received his dinner."
"I want to talk to Odell and Lawson both." Daniels indicated Mick's death was likely from natural causes, but Seth's spidey sense was tingling. "Who found Mick, and what happened afterward?"
"Lawson came to retrieve Mick for the meeting with his attorney and found him unconscious in his cell. He unlocked the door, rolled him to his back, and noticed a blue tinge to his skin. Mick didn't have a pulse, but Lawson radioed for medical staff and began CPR. I joined the resuscitation efforts, but Mr. Carson was beyond our help by this point," Sherry said. "I called my supervisor, who instructed me to notify the medical examiner, and Lieutenant Daniels notified you, sir."
A loud scuffle and shouting came from somewhere close by. Seth fought back a cringe when he recognized one of them belonged to Lyndhurst. He had a feeling the other outraged person was Carson's lawyer. His fears were confirmed moments later when Officer Lawson rounded the corner with the attorneys hot on his heels. What the fuck was Lawson thinking by allowing them at a potential crime scene? The chatter increased in volume and intensity when the lawyers noticed Seth.
"You have some serious explaining to do," Tony said when the trio joined him.
Ron Goldie, Mick's attorney, elbowed past the prosecutor and said, "I want to see my client." Seth held both hands up. "No one is going in the cell. We treat all unattended deaths like a crime scene until a thorough investigation says otherwise. The medical examiner is on the way."
"The feds are going to have a fucking fit," Tony said.
Goldie rounded on Lyndhurst and crossed his arms over his chest. "My client is dead, and that's what you're concerned about? You better start worrying about the wrongful death suit his family will file." "Now, wait a minute," Seth said. "There's no evidence of wrongdoing. I will run a thorough "Bullshit!" Goldie exclaimed as he turned his ire on Seth. "You're the last person I want looking into Mick's death." Seth hoped he didn't outwardly betray the fear churning in his gut. Did Goldie know about his relationship with Reuben? "I insist on an independent investigator," Goldie said, pulling out his phone from his suit jacket, "and I'm confident the FBI will agree." The attorney headed back in the direction he came, with Lyndhurst snapping at his heels. Nothing the prosecutor said would change Goldie's mind, and Seth couldn't actually blame the attorney. Seth bit back the frustrated growl trying to escape and turned his attention to Lawson. "Why were you late?" "I had a flat tire," the deputy explained. "My wife and kids are out of town at her folks' house this weekend, so I had to call for roadside assistance." Maybe it was a coincidence, but Seth couldn't take the chance. "Did you run over something, or is this a recurring issue with the tire?" "It's had low air a few times over the past few months," Lawson said. "I took it to the tire store twice, but they said there was nothing wrong with it. The guy from Roadside Assistance found a nail in it, though. Either the mechanic missed it during my previous trips, or I recently picked it up. I'm just glad my wife didn't drive my car as she'd planned. I would have hated for her and the girls to get stranded on the interstate." "I'm glad about that, too." Seth looked at Daniels. "Is there anything you can add to the conversation right now?" "No, sir." "I want you to spearhead the search for Odell. Call every number we have for him. I also want his personnel file and a list of every person who touched Carson's meal." Daniels furrowed his brow. "You don't think this is an accident?" Seth inhaled deeply as he considered his words. "Mick Carson died an hour before he planned to strike a plea bargain with Prosecutor Lyndhurst. I don't believe in coincidences." Seth's conviction grew stronger every minute. "Find Odell, get his file for me, and start the list of anyone who came in contact with Mick and his food today." "On it, sir," Daniels said. "What would you like me to do?" Sherry asked. Seth took a few steps forward to look inside Mick's open cell door. The older man lay on his back, his sightless eyes looking up at the ceiling. The bluish skin suggested a cardiac event, but it wouldn't serve Seth well to speculate on the cause of death. He'd just have to turn over every stone to ensure there was no foul play on the part of his jail staff. There were ways to kill people to make it look like a natural death, and Mick Carson wasn't in the best of health. He mentally recited the notes in the file from Mick's first stay in their jail. He turned to Lawson, who stood silently in the hallway. "Carson has a severe peanut allergy, right?" "Yes, sir," Daniel said. "There are very strict rules about his food. It can't come into contact with the nut or its byproducts." "Could someone have given him an unauthorized candy bar or something?" "Doubtful, sir. We can review footage from the security cameras in the hallways." That was already on Seth's to-do list. He closed the cell door to reduce the risk of further contamination. "No one gets in or out except for the medical examiner," he told Lawson. "You have my word, sir." "Do you need anything else from me, or may I return to charting?" Sherry asked. "You can go back to your station. We'll let you know if we have questions," Seth replied. He was on his way to Daniel's office to commandeer it when his phone rang. FBI agent Riley Johansson's name appeared on the screen. Fuck. Seth debated letting his call go to voicemail, but it was unprofessional, cowardly, and would only delay the inevitable. He blew out a frustrated breath and accepted the call on the next ring. "Agent Johansson." What the fuck have you backwoods hillbillies done now? Before Seth could even answer, the agent continued spewing a streak of vitriol that turned his ears red. Don't touch anything. Don't move anything. I have federal marshals coming to collect Quentin Carson before you guys kill him too, and we will take possession of Mick Carson's body. Seth had known this was going to happen, and he was powerless to stop it. Better to play nice and save face than fight a losing battle. Understood. Our medical examiner is already on the way, Seth said. She can take Mick to the county morgue until your people arrive. Fine, but they don't touch a single hair on his head. I'm on my way to take lead on the investigation. Then he rattled off a list of things he wanted from Seth. You've got it. Anything else I can do? A slight hint of annoyance might have slipped out in his tone, but who could blame him? I think you've done enough, Riley snarled before disconnecting. Seth stared down at his phone. Well, fuck you too. He'd do everything in his power to assist the federal agents with their investigation, and that meant rounding up every single person who could have had a hand in Mick's death. He found Lyndhurst and Daniels in the lieutenant's office. Tony paced the small area in front of the desk, while Daniels spoke to someone on the phone. Neither of them looked at Seth as he entered, which showed how lost in thought they were. "Thank you for your help, ma'am," Daniels said, then set the receiver in the cradle. "No luck?" Tony asked. "No." Daniels noticed Seth for the first time. "I called every number in Jasper Odell's file, including his emergency contact. His mama hasn't heard from him, and she's worried because he never misses her pot roast." "What excuse did you give her for calling?" Seth asked. "I told her I thought Odell left his cell phone here when his shift ended, so it wouldn't do any good to call and leave a message there." The excuse would work for now, but they'd better come up with a backup in case Odell didn't turn up and they needed to make contact again. Seth relayed everything he knew to that point, while Daniels scowled and Tony paced. The prosecutor stopped suddenly and squared off against Seth. "We're fucked! Fucked, you hear?" Christ, people 3 counties over could hear him. Seth was just as furious as Lyndhurst, but he would not lose his cool. The feds were on the way to retrieve Quentin and Mick's body. A teeny tiny part of him hoped they would transport both in the same vehicle, but his snarky thoughts didn't linger. Mick's body was secured for the moment, and Quentin was as safe as he could be. Seth tucked Odell's file under his arm and told Daniels what Agent Johansson wanted from them. "Make sure the medical examiner knows not to do anything with the body. I would say the cavalry will be here in 3 hours or less, depending on the severity of the storms. I want to find Odell before they get here." Seth instructed Daniels to get the kitchen staff back in and interview them. Of all the employees at the jail, the kitchen and janitorial staff had been there the longest. If something hinky happened, Seth didn't think it came from any of them. "Where the hell are you going?" Tony snapped. Seth bit back a frustrated response and said, "I'm going to find Odell." "I'm coming with you." Seth planned to take advantage of Tony's grandstanding tendencies to keep the prosecutor at the jail to oversee everything. "Shouldn't you stay here and—" "I am coming with you, Seth. We both know this isn't an accident or a natural death." "We don't know much right now," Seth reminded him, "but I suspect foul play. The FBI has ordered me away from the investigation, but I'm sure they'll appreciate it if I find the last person known to interact with Mick Carson." "I'm coming with you, so deal with it." Tony shouldered past him and headed into the hallway. Seth held up his cell phone. "Keep me posted on everything." Daniels nodded. "Will do, sir." The rain had let up by the time Seth stepped outside the county jail. Normally, he'd appreciate the scent of fresh rain and damp earth, but it wasn't the right moment to stop and appreciate nature. "Where's your SUV?" "I'm in my personal vehicle." "Why?" "Because I was out doing personal things. I don't drive my county vehicle during my downtime." "A sheriff doesn't get downtime. You're on call 24/7. "Well, we can take a detour to my place and collect my SUV, head to the sheriff's department and borrow a cruiser from the motor pool, or just use my personal truck." Lyndhurst considered it.
"Might be less intimidating and obvious if we use your personal vehicle, but I think you need to be armed just in case shit goes sideways."
Seth figured he was right, but said, "Shit has already gone sideways."
"Yeah, and our entire world is about to get turned upside down."
They made a quick stop by Seth's house for him to retrieve his gun and badge from his safe and swap vehicles. It turned out to be on the way to the address Odell listed as his home. The corrections officer lived in a small house on a quiet road. The lights were out and no cars were in the driveway. Seth parked but left the engine running. True to his word, Tony trailed alongside him to the house. They knocked on the front door, then walked around to the back to rap on the sliding glass door. Curtains covered the windows and doors so they couldn't detect signs of activity inside, but the property felt empty. "He's not here," Seth said.
"Where to now? His mother's?"
"We don't want to alarm her or tip anyone off. Let's drive by there and see if Odell's vehicle is in the driveway. I won't stop and knock yet. The file said he drives a silver Nissan pickup truck. Plate number is in there too." The jail wanted to know a lot about the people in charge of inmates, including the vehicles they drove onto the correctional site. Jasper Odell was a newer employee, and Seth now questioned if there were holes in the hiring process. "After that, we'll check out the places our county and city cops like to hang out." A bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, propelling them to walk faster. Of all the times for the meteorologists to be right. A vicious storm unleashed Mother Nature's fury on them, which only amplified the growing frustration Seth felt with every passing second that Odell eluded him. His car wasn't at his mom's house when they drove by, and they didn't find him at any of the bars. They drove around Last Chance Creek and Hart's Creek and saved the Feisty Bull for last. Seth pulled into a parking spot and put the SUV in park.
"What the hell are you doing?" Tony asked.
"I'm going in to see if my cousin Carrie is working behind the bar. His rescue crews are familiar with all the people in law enforcement, and the corrections guys often pal around with the patrol officers in their downtime. He might be able to tell me which of my deputies hangs around with Odell." That would be much faster than calling all of them individually, but Seth wouldn't hesitate to do that next if necessary.
"The longer this guy is in the wind, the more I think he did something to mix food," Tony said as he removed his seatbelt.
"I don't disagree." The restaurant was hopping as usual, and Seth saw Carrie interacting with two guys sitting at the bar. The fellas seemed to be completely enthralled with the brawny bartender, but his cousin seemed impervious to their flirtations. Seth caught Carrie's eye and gestured for his cousin to meet him at the end of the bar.
"What's wrong?"
Carrie asked. Seth couldn't tell him anything that had happened at the jail, and Carrie didn't ask, but that was only because Tony was there. Carrie would be all over Seth otherwise. Instead, he rattled off the names of a few deputies and corrections officers who hung out with Odell. Seth thanked him for his help, and they headed back to his SUV.
"Where to next?" Tony asked.
Seth's cell phone rang before he could respond. "Daniels is calling."
"Put him on speaker,"
Tony said. Seth accepted the call, but didn't have a chance to greet Daniels before the man spoke.
"The ME is pretty sure Carson died of anaphylactic shock," his lieutenant said. "Based on what?" Tony pressed. "His tongue is severely swollen," Daniels said. "I've talked to the head cook and every single person on her staff. There are no peanuts or byproducts on the premises, no nuts of any kind. We searched the kitchen and the staff's vehicles. We found nothing, sir." "Has the M.E. taken Carson to the morgue?" Tony asked. "Yes, sir," Daniels replied. "We secured the cell again so the feds can collect evidence as they see fit. Carson only ate a small portion of his dinner, so they'll be able to test it for peanuts."
Fuck. He needed to find Odell. "Thanks for the updates. Let me know if the feds arrive before I do."
"Will do, sir." "That was no accident," Tony said. "Do you think Quentin shut him up before he could talk?"
"It's possible. Maybe even probable. There were still 2 members of the cult that had eluded their capture. Cain and Abel were described as loyal followers, and they were key weapons in Mick's terrorizing. Keegan might be able to fill in some more gaps. He'd reacted viscerally to their names when Seth interviewed him 9 months ago, and he hadn't pressed since to avoid causing trauma. The time to revisit the pair with Keegan was near, but he wanted to find Odell first. Seth tracked down the deputies and corrections officers Carrie provided. He reached most of them by phone and visited the others at home. No one had much to say about Odell. He kind of appeared out of nowhere 6 or 7 months ago. He was friendly enough, but kept to himself a lot. They didn't think he had a girlfriend or dated much.
"Where the hell did this guy go?" Tony asked.
"It's time to speak to his mother," Seth said. Janice Odell's house was still bustling with people when they returned. It seemed Odell wasn't the only one who loved his mama's pot roast. The woman who answered the door was petite and frail. It looked like a good wind would blow her over, and Seth was grateful the storm had subsided for the moment. She took one look at Seth and covered her heart.
"What's happened to my Jasper?"
Seth tried to dance around the truth, but Mrs. Odell wasn't having it. He kept his answers as vague as possible, but he had to give her something to get her talking. Mrs. Odell didn't take a direct approach to giving up information about her son. She talked about his military service and the toll it had taken on him. Jasper hadn't been able to hold down a job after his service ended, and then he'd gone on a spiritual journey for over a year. Afterward, he was more like the son she remembered, and got so excited when he landed the job at the county jail. Seth's spidey sense went off again at the mention of a spiritual journey. He searched for an unoffensive way to approach a sensitive subject when Tony took the bull in a china shop approach.
"Do you mean he was a member of Salvation Anew?"
Mrs. Odell's shoulders went rigid, and Seth knew Tony had fucked up. He wished he could kick the shit out of him.
"Jasper said the media portrayal wasn't fair. He promised me it wasn't a cult."
Son of a bitch. Jasper Odell was likely Cain or Abel, and he'd been right under their noses the entire time. The rest of the conversation became stilted when Mrs. Odell refused to accept vague answers to her questions. She eventually got fed up and told them to leave her property.
"What the fuck are we going to say to the feds?" Tony asked when they got back in the SUV.
"Right now, we suspect a lot, but we don't know anything. They don't even want us investigating what happened. Let's head back to the jail and wait for the transport team and Agent Johansson to arrive." The marshals who'd brought the Carsons to Last Chance Creek were the same ones to pick Quentin up. They made snide remarks about the jail's shitty hospitality before they secured Quentin and took him out to a van. The younger Carson gave an Academy Award-winning performance, crying and trembling with fear as he mourned his uncle and claimed someone wanted him dead, too. Seth caught a hint of a smirk on the asshole's face when the marshal secured him in the back of the transport vehicle. "Do you guys want an escort?" Seth asked. The marshal who opened the driver's door scoffed. "I think you guys have done enough, Sheriff, but thanks. We'll take it from here." Seth, Tony, and Daniels returned to the lieutenant's office and discussed everything they knew up to that point, which wasn't much.
They reviewed every documented detail throughout Odell's hiring process, and nothing looked out of order. He hadn't admitted to being a part of Salvation Anew, and all his references had checked out. "I wonder if any of these references are from the other missing cult member," Seth said out loud. "If they've been planning this for a while, they could have gone to great lengths to make sure they got someone on the inside." "The press is going to slaughter us," Tony said. "And the bigoted candidate for sheriff might not look so bad to the constituents. We need to keep looking for any kind of clue that might tell us where to find Odell." "Could they be hiding at the abandoned compound?" Tony asked. "Possibly, but it's not likely. Odell's been living in plain sight. The other guy probably is too. I've got security measures to keep nosy people from snooping around back there. Nothing has tripped the security cameras." "Where the hell do we look next?" Daniels asked. They continued interviewing the jail staff and put a bolo out on Jasper's vehicle. Seth's phone rang, and the noise seemed loud and ominous in the small room. "It's one of my deputies. Maybe he has some news about Odell." Seth accepted the call and greeted him. "Sheriff," Deputy Smithson said breathlessly, "dispatch just took a 911 call. Armed assailants ambushed the transport vehicle. The marshals exchanged fire with the gunmen. We've got one fatality reported, and Quentin Carson escaped."
Chapter 13. Reuben glanced at the clock hanging on the living room wall and was surprised to see it was 10 o'clock already. He guessed that's what happened when he put his nervous energy to good use. Reuben had cleaned every room in the small cabin from top to bottom, then reorganized every closet and storage space. Seth had left nearly 5 hours ago, and Reuben didn't have a clue what was going on. His burner phone ran out of juice, and Reuben had left the charger at home. His ranch phone was in the truck, but he didn't feel like dodging lightning bolts to get it. A large clap of thunder rattled the cabin as if Mother Nature was privy to his thoughts and seconded his opinion. Seth would return as quickly as he could, and Reuben had needed to entertain himself the best he could until then. Music was his first love, but the batteries in the radio were dead. Reuben had looked in a junk drawer in the kitchen for replacements, but the only available size went to the flashlight. A power outage was highly probable, so knowing he had a light source was more important than music. The cabin didn't have cable or satellite, and the powerful storm interfered too much with the antenna signal used for local channels, so he'd raided the DVDs kept in the same closet with the games. The storage space was small and poorly utilized, and that's when the cleaning bug had bitten Reuben. He'd hooked up the DVD, started Raiders of the Lost Ark, and took a few moments to appreciate a young, sexy Harrison Ford. When the first movie ended, Reuben put the next one in the player. It was entertaining background noise to keep him from overthinking as he worked. With nothing left to clean, he surveyed the cabin and said, "Now what?" The lights flickered, and another clap of thunder rumbled overhead. Reuben looked up and said, "I wasn't talking to you." Knowing he'd go out of his mind if he just tried to watch a movie, he headed back into the kitchen. He'd cooked and shredded the chicken for his enchiladas, but that was as far as he'd gotten. It wasn't likely they'd want to eat a heavy meal when Seth returned, but he could assemble the dish for the next day. Reuben pulled the masa from the cabinet and set to work. His abuela had insisted he shop someplace where they sold authentic Mexican ingredients, and Reuben had recognized the brand of masa she'd used his entire life. Abuela's cousin had shipped boxes of the stuff to her from Los Angeles until the international food aisles improved in the local markets. Even the tiny store in Last Chance Creek had an impressive selection, but Reuben had driven to Colorado Springs to shop at a store dedicated to worldwide cuisine. He'd wanted to avoid Oliver and anyone else who might watch and speculate about what or who he was doing.
Reuben read the directions on the masa package and cycled through the tips and tricks his abuela had given him. He'd assisted her more times than he could count, so the process came back to him after a few missteps. Making homemade tortillas sounded easy, but it was an art form that few people mastered well. He didn't allow himself to obsess over getting a perfect round shell because he was going to fill and roll them, then smother them with a delicious cheese sauce, though he'd wait to do the final step right before he slid them into the oven. Reuben chalked up the first 2 or 3 attempts to practice and tossed those disasters away. Once he had a dozen decently sized and shaped tortillas, he turned his attention to cooking them. His deep cleaning and organizing had uncovered a set of cast-iron skillets, pots, and baking dishes. His abuela had fried her tortillas in a skillet just like the one Reuben held in his hand. The trick, he recalled, was using the proper amount of oil and achieving the perfect temperature. If not, you ended up with a soggy, oily tortilla, or one that was hard and burned. He didn't find a thermometer, so Reuben ran his fingers under the tap and sprinkled a few drops of water into the skillet. The oil bubbled and hissed the right amount to show it was ready. "Here goes nothing." The wind howled, the rain pounded the roof harder, and the power flickered again as if the universe mocked his attempts at a family tradition. "You don't scare me." Standing in a dark room with sizzling oil sounded like a recipe for disaster, though. Reuben eased the first tortilla into the hot grease and watched for the signs to flip it over. He chastised himself for not making extra tortillas in case it took him a few reps to get this part right. When he deemed the appropriate amount of puffiness, he used a metal spatula to flip it over. The tortilla was perfectly golden, without looking burned or hard. Score 1 for the rookie. Frying the second was trickier. It cooked faster, and you didn't get the obvious signs like you did with the first, so it was easy to burn the shell. He stuck the metal spatula under the tortilla and peeked at the bottom. It looked perfect, so Reuben removed it from the skillet and set it on the cookie sheet he'd lined with paper towels to absorb the extra oil. Abuela had reminded him to let the oil heat back up between each round, so he whistled and hummed for a few seconds to let the skillet do its thing. Noise at the front door caught his attention, and adrenaline flooded his body at the prospect of seeing Seth again. It sounded like he'd jiggled the handle, which was weird because he'd locked the door before leaving. The front door burst open with a tremendous bang, then crashed against the wall. Fear gripped Reuben's heart in a cold, relentless grip and temporarily paralyzed him. For a moment, the only sounds coming from the house were the noises Indiana Jones made while fighting his way out of his latest scrape. He couldn't just stand there because the wind hadn't jiggled the door handle, and Seth definitely hadn't kicked the door open. Reuben eased toward the kitchen doorway on silent feet, trying to convince himself he was acting paranoid with each inch forward. A reflection in the chrome toaster he'd just polished to a shine told him everything he needed to know. A broad-shouldered stranger was heading straight for the kitchen. The visitor knew exactly where to find him, and the menacing body language promised Reuben wouldn't like what would happen when the man found him. He scanned the room for a weapon, and his gaze fell on the butcher block with rows of knife handles protruding from it. Reuben dismissed it immediately because that required close combat, and he wanted to strike from a distance. "Might as well come out, you fucking pervert." The stranger's voice was as ominous as the heavy tread of his steps. "Maybe I won't toy with you too much before I kill you and leave your body for your boyfriend to find." He punctuated the threat with an evil laugh that made Reuben want to puke. "Burke took everything from me, and I'm going to enjoy repaying the favor." Reuben battled through his rising fear to find the perfect weapon. He wrapped a dish towel around the handle of the hot cast-iron skillet and positioned himself closer to the kitchen's opening, staying far enough away to avoid an easy grab. Reuben didn't see any obvious weapon in the man's hands, but it was unlikely he showed up without one. Instinct urged him to hold his breath to avoid making noise, but Reuben forced himself to take soft, shallow breaths. The last thing he needed was to faint from lack of oxygen. The footsteps echoed louder, and the shape of the man in the toaster became distorted as he got closer to the kitchen. Reuben tightened his grip on the skillet handle and vowed to give the next few minutes everything he had. He timed his swing with the approaching steps, and his aim was true. Hot oil arced through the air and coated the intruder's face and upper chest. The sizzle and hiss of scalding flesh and the agonized scream happened almost simultaneously. The intruder covered his face and staggered forward a few steps before he doubled over. Hands alternated between clawing at his shirt, which had stuck to his skin, and trying to soothe the burning flesh on his face. "Jesus fucking Christ! It burns!" the man howled. "Welcome to hell, motherfucker!" Reuben replied, and brought the skillet down on the back of his head. The man dropped to the kitchen floor immediately and didn't move. Reuben whacked him one more time for good measure to make sure he wasn't getting back up any time soon. The sickening smell of burning flesh was something he'd never forget, but he also wouldn't regret it. The asshole had come to kill him and leave his body for Seth to find. Reuben stood up, panting to catch his breath, with the skillet raised and ready to strike again if necessary. He needed to get his phone from the truck, but he didn't want to leave before securing the prone man. Reuben couldn't risk the stranger regaining consciousness and ambushing him when he returned to the cabin. Leaving without securing the guy first was out of the question. Reuben dropped the skillet and backed away a few steps before he remembered to turn off the stove. He'd just been through every inch of the cabin and couldn't figure out how to bind his prisoner with what he had on hand. Then he recalled fighting with the cords when cleaning the blinds. The guy was still an unconscious, unmoving mass on the kitchen floor when Reuben cut off enough cord to immobilize his prisoner. He started off by tying his hands behind his back, before moving to secure the ankles. Then he took the leftover cord and tied the individual bindings together, making it harder for the man to escape if he woke up. The wind picked up again, and the trees creaked as Reuben stood back and studied his handiwork. As he calmed, he noted the man's build and platinum blonde hair. He had to be the same guy Reuben tried to follow after the town hall meeting. Was this Brother Kane? Fuck. He should have listened to his instincts and told Seth about the potential sightings. But Keegan had been adamant he was probably wrong. The lights flickered once, twice, and went completely out, leaving Reuben alone in a dark house with the stranger who'd wanted to kill him. Had he acted alone? Surely a partner would have come to his aid when he saw Reuben take him down with the hot oil and skillet. No, it was likely this was a solo attack. The urge to kill the felled man rose swift and hard, but Reuben resisted the temptation. The only illumination in the room came from the intermittent lightning flashes, but Reuben used it to help guide his way to the junk drawer to retrieve the flashlight. He needed to get to his phone and find a better weapon, just in case this was the first attack, not the last. Reuben recalled a baseball bat in the hallway closet with the games and DVDs. He preferred something that would put more space between himself and danger, but it was better than nothing. He'd just taken a few steps to retrace his path down the hallway when he heard loud footsteps on the front porch. The front door was wide open and hung crooked from its hinges where Big, Bad, and Burned kicked it in. Reuben hadn't stopped to do damage control during his mad dash to the hallway for a weapon.
He turned off his flashlight, tucked it in his back pocket, and crept forward as quietly as possible. Reuben positioned himself near the end of the hallway and raised his bat, prepared to swing for the fences as soon as the next asshole stepped into the strike zone. From the sounds of it, more than one goon had arrived to assist his fallen brethren. "This is silly," a familiar masculine voice said. "Cash. Just call out his name, Nick. We'll either scare him to death or we'll end up hurt." Reuben's shoulders relaxed, and he nearly dropped the bat in relief. "I'm right here." Rapid movement came from the living room, followed by a bright light piercing his skull. Reuben lifted his hands to shield his eyes. "Bad guy is down in the kitchen." "Reuben!" Cash cried out. "Seth called when he couldn't get a hold of you. He said you could be in danger." Still blinded, Reuben couldn't see his mentor move, but he could hear him. Between one heartbeat and the next, powerful arms wrapped him in a bruising hug. Cash's familiar scent washed over him, and Reuben buried his nose in the older man's chest and breathed deep, chasing away the foul stench of scorched flesh. "Thank you for coming for me." Now that he was safe, Reuben was on the verge of losing his shit. "Always." And there went the dam on his emotions. Reuben heard Nick talking in the kitchen, but between his sobs and Cash's soothing assurances, he couldn't make out what the former FBI agent said. Nick rejoined them a few moments later. "Help is on the way." Seth?" Reuben stammered. "He's leading the charge, buddy," Nick said. "I'm pretty sure you took down the mastermind behind one Carson's murder and the other's jailbreak." Reuben couldn't believe his ears. "Jailbreak?" "Well, technically, Quentin escaped when his transportation got ambushed." "I didn't know any of that," Reuben said. "You would if someone could have reached you by phone," Cash admonished. The electric came back on, flooding the cabin with light. Reuben blinked a few times to bring familiar faces into focus. He hated how distraught Cash looked, and figured he'd obsess much longer on that than the damage he'd caused to the man in the kitchen. Sirens wailed in the distance, and the promise of seeing Seth went a long way to soothing his frazzled nerves. "Let's go look at your handiwork," Nick said. Cash hooked his arm around Reuben's shoulders, and they followed Nick to the kitchen. "Whoa, dude," Cash said when he got a look at the man's disfigured face. The skin was red and blistered and looked quite monstrous. "Acid?" "Hot oil," Reuben said. "He might have a concussion, too. I hit him with the skillet twice afterward." Nick turned and looked at him with a raised brow. Was Reuben's reaction overkill? "The oil only slowed him down. He said he was going to kill me, and I wasn't giving up without a fight." The sirens went from a distant wail to a deafening scream as the cavalry arrived. Reuben pulled free of Cash and waited in the living room. Seth was the first one through the door, but he wasn't alone. Lyndhurst and the agent who'd originally worked the Salvation Anew case entered behind him. The look of relief on Seth's face made Reuben's knees weak. Strong arms wrapped around him again, but this time they belonged to the man he loved. "I'm so glad to see you," Reuben said. Seth murmured assurances for several moments before he pulled back enough to cup Reuben's face and hold his gaze. A throat cleared behind them, and Seth smiled. They couldn't deny a deeper connection between them now. As if Seth read his mind, he lowered his head and kissed Reuben. "What are you doing?" Reuben whispered when he pulled back. "Announcing to everyone that you're the keeper." Chapter 14. Seth's blood pressure had been on a steady climb, with each new event contributing to the clusterfuck of all clusterfucks. He'd nearly reached stroke-inducing levels when he couldn't get a hold of Reuben after Quentin Carson escaped custody. The successful ambush detonated explosive allegations, accusations, and endless finger-pointing between the law enforcement agencies. Luckily, both marshals avoided grave injuries, and their return fire took out one of the gunmen and likely injured Quentin. The downed assailant turned out to be Jasper Odell, which connected several dots, raised more questions, and fueled a lot of speculation. What was the end game? Was the point of the ambush to help Quentin escape, or did they have a bigger agenda? Did he get as far away as fast as he could, or had he stuck around to take care of the other people who could testify against him? As soon as the idea struck, Seth gave up trying to be discreet to salvage his reputation. He'd ignored the unveiled hostility aimed in his direction as he frantically tried to reach Reuben. A call to Redemption Ridge accomplished two things. He found out Keegan was safe and asked Nick, a former FBI agent, to check on Reuben. Not even that was enough to quell his unease, so he'd headed out of the station with Lyndhurst and Agent Johansson on his heels, demanding to know where he was going and why. Reuben was the only thing that mattered to him, not his job and certainly not their opinions. Seth had prepared to leave them behind, but the assholes had jumped into his SUV before he could pull away. He'd fucked up enough and didn't need to add assaulting a federal officer or the county prosecutor to the mix. Seth had given them an overview of his secret during the drive, but blocked out their reactions. Now that he held Reuben safely in his arms, it was time to pay the piper. He pressed a kiss to Reuben's forehead and whispered, "It's about to get really ugly." Reuben's big brown eyes brimmed with love. "Bring it on. I took down that son of a bitch. Next man up." "Seth." Tony's voice was firm but not hostile. "Let's see if we can figure out who this guy is while another officer gets a statement from Mr. Sanchez." He held Reuben's gaze for a few more heartbeats before he lowered his arms and stepped back. "This is almost over, and everything will work out." "You better hope so," Tony whispered as they walked away. "Christ, I can't figure out where your head has been. This stunt could cost you everything if it gets out." Seth halted his steps. "Not if, Tony." The prosecutor stopped and whirled to face him. "When? I won't compound my mistakes by engaging in an elaborate cover-up." Seth didn't yet have a solid game plan in mind, but he knew that much at least. Some could argue, mostly Seth argued, that he should have made a contingency plan for when his relationship with Reuben came to light. Standing in the revelation's aftermath, he fully understood that it was always going to happen. Seth's lack of preparation could mean that someone else got to tell his narrative, and in the wrong hands, his story could get twisted and turned into something ugly when loving Reuben was the definition of beautiful. The two men engaged in a silent showdown that ended with a brief nod from Lyndhurst. Seth thought he saw a shimmer of begrudging respect in the prosecutor's gaze, but he wouldn't hold his breath. Johansson had already moved into the kitchen, where Reuben's attacker lay unconscious on the floor. The federal agent's hand covered his mouth as he studied the prone man, but Seth was certain he saw a wry smile peeking out on one side. There was nothing funny about the situation, so maybe it was respect for Reuben's survival instincts. The assailant's hulking size sent a shiver of terror down Seth's spine as he thought about Reuben confronting the man on his own. But as his heart rate calmed, the analytical part of Seth's brain took over, and he analyzed the scene with objective eyes. It also helped to inject levity into the situation when Tony stepped up beside him and gasped, "Holy shit!"
The prosecutor looked back into the living room before surveying the bound man on the kitchen floor again. The assailant's face was cherry red and deformed by blisters. Blood pooled at the back of his head, and Seth's grandmother's cast-iron skillet rested a foot away from the prone man. Seth scanned the rest of the kitchen, noted the tortilla shells on the cookie sheet, and pieced together the sequence of events. Reuben had been frying tortillas in the skillet when the intruder arrived. He disabled him by throwing hot oil in the man's face, then brained him with the skillet. Seth knew he should check the guy for a pulse, but if he put a hand anywhere near this asshole's throat, he was likely to squeeze the life out of him, if any remained. "Is he—" Seth let the unfinished question float out there. "He's alive," Johansson said, then grimaced. "Though he will probably regret it when he's conscious again. Your boyfriend really did a number on him." He didn't stifle his respect, and Tony grunted in agreement. "An ambulance and additional backup are on the way," Johansson said, switching gears. "We have to assume this is Odell's partner, so where is Quentin Carson?" "Dead or injured somewhere," Seth said. "The marshals are certain they hit Quentin in the abdomen before he escaped." They'd alerted all the hospitals in a 100-mile radius, though a person wasn't likely to survive an injury like that to make it a quarter of the way. They couldn't afford any more missteps with assumptions, though. "Is there any ID on him?" "None," Johansson said. The injured man groaned as if coming around. Seth shifted over and kneeled down to be in the man's line of sight should he open his eyes. "Who are you?" The man's eyelashes fluttered but didn't open. A flurry of activity happened all at once as the ambulance and their backup arrived simultaneously. Johansson photographed the assailant's original condition before he authorized new accessories. Handcuffs and zip ties replaced Reuben's crude bindings on his hands and feet. The latter went into evidence bags as the EMTs, luckily not his sister, wheeled the injured man out on a gurney with his police escort in tow. Seth shifted his gaze to Reuben as the short procession passed. The lips he loved so much curled into a snarl, and his man looked like he was about 5 seconds away from kicking that gurney over. Sensing Seth's attention, Reuben looked at him and offered his most innocent smile. "You've got your hands full there," Johansson said. He didn't know the half of it. Seth gave the federal agent his full attention. "I know I have a lot of explaining to do, and—" Johansson held up a hand to cut him off. "You do, but I'm not the one who needs to hear your confession. I worked by your side long enough during the Joint Task Force to know you are a solid investigator and an even better man. And that's what I will tell anyone who asks." That was a completely different tone from their phone call earlier, but Seth wasn't stupid enough to point it out. The agent cleared his throat as if he found the conversation awkward. "That aside, you cannot be involved in this investigation from now on." "I understand. I fully recuse myself." Johansson blew out a breath, and Seth braced himself for the next blow. "And I want to be clear. I don't question your integrity or that of your deputies, but it would look highly suspect if anyone from your department is involved with this investigation going forward. It won't be enough for just you to step aside, Seth. We'll get help from neighboring law enforcement communities and the CBI." Seth wasn't sure what stung the most, his pride or conscience. The ripple effect from his mistakes had already begun. The press and public would scrutinize the hard-working men and women from his department, and they would likely eviscerate Seth for the things he'd done. "You are absolutely correct." "What about the investigators on my staff?" Tony asked. "They're completely independent of the sheriff's office." "How many of them are former deputies or are related to someone who works at the sheriff's department?" Tony and Seth shared a brief look. "None that I know of," the prosecutor said.
No one has left my employment since I took office, Seth added, though that was likely to change. Johansson's brow furrowed as he thought about it. Prosecuting felons isn't my purview, so I'll leave that decision to you. A higher power may determine otherwise. God? Tony asked. Johansson snorted. I was thinking about the state's attorney general, but rumor has it the man thinks he's on par with God. The color drained out of Tony's face, and Seth expected the prosecutor to turn on him, but Lyndhurst had some surprises up his sleeve. Look, Seth, he said, there will be some who call for your resignation, but they'll be a small group. Tony grimaced. They'll be vocal and loud, but I don't want you to make knee-jerk decisions based on their initial discord. You are the best candidate for sheriff, and I'm confident the voters will agree. You mean the lesser of two evils? Seth asked. Tony smirked briefly. Not even close. He extended his hand to Seth, who immediately shook it. I know we've had some differences during our tenures, but I'm proud to support your re-election, and I plan to be just as vocal as the naysayers. Tony's encouragement nearly bowled Seth over, but it probably wouldn't take much at this point. He felt as if someone had run him through the ringer over the past several hours, but he only had to look at Reuben to feel received, even with so much still unresolved. Can you make sure someone boards up the door and the property is secure when you're finished? Seth asked Johansson. Of course. He wanted to ask them to keep him updated, but knew they wouldn't risk the already tarnished integrity of the investigation. He nodded goodbye to both men and stepped into the living room, where Reuben was giving his statement to a female deputy from a neighboring county. The young officer met Seth's gaze and nodded politely. I think that's all the questions I have for now, Mr. Sanchez, she said. I might have more for you later as the investigation develops. That's okay, Deputy Brierson, Reuben said. I'm happy to answer anything. They discussed arrangements for Reuben to sign the official statement once Brierson typed it up, and then his man stepped into Seth's open arms. Let's get out of here. Seth's voice sounded thick and gravelly. Reuben peered up at him. Where are we going? To my house, Seth said. Everything here is evidence, but it shouldn't take them long to process and release the scene. He looked around the cabin for the two people he wanted to thank most. Where's Cash and Nick? One of the deputies sent them home, Reuben said. At least I got to hug them before they left. I wanted to thank them for coming to your rescue, even if you didn't need it. Reuben took Seth's hand and tugged him toward the open front door. I was so relieved to see them. Thank you. A hard shiver racked Rue's body, and Seth stopped on the porch to pull him into a tight hug. I'm so fucking sorry, baby. You're not responsible for any of this, and no reasonable person will believe otherwise. Seth had several arguments he could make, but did he really want to spend the first few minutes in his newfound freedom to share them? Hell no. The drive to his home was short, but fraught with heavy rains, and he only let go of Reuben's hand when he parked his SUV in the attached garage and killed the engine. Seth gathered Reuben into his arms as soon as they stepped into the house. Their lips met, lingered, and then parted to make way for eager tongues. So many things remained unresolved, but not this, not them. Uncertainty could prowl outside his doors like a vicious beast, but the one person Seth was sure about was in his arms. Reuben pulled back from the kiss and said, Show me your house. Seth had kept the fishing cabin the same as his grandparents had left it, but his home was an oasis he'd built just for himself. And he was eager as hell to show it to Reuben, and one room held more draw than the others. He took Reuben's hand and led him straight to the bedroom. When Seth switched on the light, he lowered the dimmer to the lowest setting before going to work on Reuben's clothes. The urge to see him stretched out and naked on the bed guided Seth's hands to reveal each inch of precious skin. He gathered Reuben against him once more, even though he remained fully dressed. "You're here, and you're safe," Seth said. Reuben nuzzled his nose into the open V of Seth's shirt and pressed warm lips there. "You're here, and safe, too." After another kiss, Reuben eased back and looked at him. "And overdressed." Seth chuckled and removed his gun belt and set it on the nightstand. He would keep it close until Quentin Carson was located, dead or alive. Reuben took over from there, kissing and touching as he bared Seth to his satisfaction. Their lips met again as they maneuvered to the bed, and Seth positioned himself between Reuben's thighs. He could have lost the man he loved, and nothing celebrated life like joining their bodies together. Seth aimed for tender as he worshipped Reuben's body and worked him open with slick fingers, but the keeper wasn't looking for gentle after his harrowing night. Seth gave Reuben what he wanted, what he begged for, surging inside him until he was balls deep on the first thrust. Seth buried his head in the curve of Reuben's shoulder and neck, then used every fiber of his being to love Reuben, not stopping until they lay in a tangled, sweaty mess of limbs in the center of his bed. The ceiling fan cooled his heated flesh and drew goosebumps to the surface, but Seth made no move to untangle himself until Reuben shivered. They cleaned up quickly, turned off the lights, and tucked themselves under the covers. Seth lay on his back with Reuben pressed against his side, using Seth's shoulder as a pillow. "Tour guide and real estate agent are off the tables if you decide to look for a different career," Reuben teased in the dark. "The only thing I've gotten to see in your house is the bedroom ceiling." For a moment, Seth thought that was a commentary on his chances of re-election, until he computed the totality of the statement. There'd be a lot of similar comments made in the coming days, weeks, and probably months, and they wouldn't include "if you decide" in the phrasing. Seth needed to develop thicker skin and fast, but not with Reuben. He was done with any kind of barrier between them. "You think I'm just going to whisk every sightseer or client into the nearest bedroom?" Reuben laughed and placed a kiss on his chest. "I guess that was a silly thing to say. I think my brain is still addled from that incident with the guy at the cabin." "Why? Did he hit you with the skillet first?" Reuben snorted, then laughed and kept on laughing until his voice went hoarse and the tears came. Seth cradled him safely against his body, whispering words of encouragement and love as Reuben cycled through his emotions. "I think I know who that guy was," Reuben finally said. Seth stiffened. "Who? And how?" Reuben told him about the incidents where Keegan thought he'd seen Brother Cain in town, and that would likely mean Brother Abel was Odell. "I should have said something sooner, but Keegan didn't want me to make a fuss. He said he'd had similar reactions to guys with the same builds or hair color. I tried to follow the man after the town hall meeting, but he got away before I could snap a picture." Reuben sighed. "I went and disfigured his face, making identification harder unless his prints or DNA are in the system. I'm really sorry." Seth tightened his arms around Reuben. "It's not Keegan's fault or yours. We'll sort this out and move on. There's so much living I want to do with you. And loving." That sweet sentiment followed him into sleep, but couldn't protect him from a montage of vivid dreams where his personal demons devoured everyone Seth loved and left him to face the aftermath alone. He finally gave up trying to sleep around 5:30. He scanned the internet for updates about Quentin Carson's whereabouts, as other civilians would do, and forced himself to read the things written about him as his constituents would.
So far, the opinions ranged from ineptitude to criminal negligence regarding Mick's questionable death and Quentin's escape, but Reuben's name had thus far stayed out of the press. The reprieve wouldn't last long, but they'd enjoy it while they could. Seth had consumed nearly half a pot of coffee by the time Reuben staggered out of the bedroom, wearing nothing but Seth's shirt. His morning wood jutted out in front of him like a north star to guide him. Sleepy brown eyes scanned the room until they found Seth on the love seat in the great room at the back of the house. Reuben smiled, rubbed his eyes, then circled slowly to take in his surroundings. When their eyes met again, Reuben looked both impressed and possibly a little intimidated. Seth's house wasn't as big or as fancy as Cash's, but it used the same combination of wood, iron, and stone to elevate his mountainside home from meh to hell yeah. Walls of windows on the rear of the house showed off million-dollar views, but the one in front of Seth was a value beyond estimation, and certainly irreplaceable. Reuben scratched behind his ear and worked his bottom lip between his teeth. "Do you have a side hustle I don't know about? I don't think civil servants get paid enough to afford a house like this." Seth slowly unfolded from the leather sofa and strolled across the room on bare feet. He cupped Reuben's face, and curious brown eyes searched his gaze. "My mom is a Hart, of the Hart's Creek fame." "Ah, those Harts," Reuben teased, though it was clear he didn't know the history of the area or the significance of the name. "My great-great-great—" Seth's voice trailed off as he tried to count how many greats he needed to put in front of grandfather. His blood was moving south, and his brain struggled to recall the family history lesson. Then he shook his head because it didn't matter. Edgar Hart was a founding father of this area and a pioneer in too many industries to name. He was an inventor and a gambler from Virginia who won a piece of Colorado property in a poker game. He struck gold in the creek running through his land and used the money to fund his love of tinkering. Edgar invented several processes that revolutionized coal mining. People thought he was weird, but they also revered him because he had the Midas touch. His ancestors still benefit from his genius through a trust he established. I received this parcel of land and a down payment to build a homestead." Seth slid his hands inside the shirt Reuben borrowed from him and rested his hands on warm, taut cheeks. Interest sparked in those molten brown eyes. Would Reuben allow a slight detour from story time so he could sink his teeth into that delectable ass? Seth balanced the weight of those firm globes in his hand and watched the spark turn into flames of lust. He leaned forward and breathed Reuben's scent deep into his nose. "I've wanted to see you in my home for so long, and now that I have you here, I need you to make your mark in every single room." Their erections aligned, only separated by Seth's lounge pants, but the connection wasn't enough for him. "Starting here." His cell phone rang just as Reuben gripped his pajama bottoms. "Ignore it," Reuben growled. He yanked the pants down to mid-thigh so they were flesh to flesh, and Seth drowned out the sound of the intrusion. Seth's grip on Reuben's ass turned bruising as they thrust and moved together. Frotting on their feet was clumsy and frustrating, so Seth moved them to the couch as fast as the restrictive pants around his thighs permitted. He'd just sat his bare ass down on the cold leather sofa when his phone rang again. Reuben frowned and glanced over his shoulder at the offensive phone on the coffee table. "It's Agent Johansson," he said. "I better take it." They wouldn't call him unless the situation was dire, and Seth's first thought went to Quentin Carson's whereabouts.
Maybe the marshals were wrong about hitting him with a bullet, and he was as much of a risk as he'd been 12 hours ago. Reuben handed Seth the phone, then curled onto the couch beside him, hissing a little when his ass kissed the leather surface. Despite everything, Seth couldn't help but smile. He accepted the call and said, "Burke." "Does the name Reginald Ulrich ring a bell?" Johansson said in way of greeting. The air whooshed from Seth's lungs like someone sucker-punched him. It took him a moment to gather himself before he could speak. "The last name Ulrich certainly does. Ryan Ulrich is the primary suspect in my cousin Natalie's unsolved murder. But he's been dead for a while now." He searched his memories for information on Ryan's family from Natalie's case file. "Ryan had a little brother, but I can't recall his name. He was about 8 years old when Natalie died, but didn't factor into the case much. I was 13 at the time, so I didn't know him. Why?" "We scoured the area looking for the vehicle Reuben's assailant drove. We found it, along with Odell's Nissan truck, parked at a vacant cabin 2 miles from yours. The property is abandoned, and nature has overpowered the gravel driveway, so we missed it last night. We sent drones up at daybreak and found it right away. There was a wallet inside the car with an ID for Reginald Ulrich. Blood was all over the passenger side of the car, confirming it's likely the vehicle used in the ambush." Johansson paused to take a breath, and Seth knew the guy had just gotten started. "When we got a warrant to search the cabin, we found Quentin Carson dead inside. He has 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen, as the marshals reported, and a fatal one to the head." "Self-inflicted?" Seth asked. "It appears so, but Reggie could have killed him and placed the gun in his hand. That's one answer we hope to get from him, but we need your help first." "Me?" Seth asked. "He's awake and says he'll only talk to you." He had to be Ryan's brother. "I don't think that's a good idea," Seth said. "I agree, but he intends to give a full confession if he can speak to you first. Lyndhurst and I will be there along with federal prosecutor John Beckett." Seth couldn't imagine what Reggie had to say to him. Well, he could, but he didn't want to listen to the man defend Ryan. And what did his family have to do with the whole damn Salvation Anew mess? "What time do you want me there?" Reggie Ulrich's room wasn't hard to find, with 2 CSPD officers standing on either side of the door and Johansson, Lyndhurst, and Beckett loitering in the hallway. The trio shook his hand and tried for somber tones, but they couldn't keep the anticipation of an earth-shattering confession from showing in their eyes. They believed Reggie Ulrich was Brother Kane, the last surviving thread to Salvation Anew. A corroborated confession could put this entire nightmare behind them, but Seth expected Reggie wanted to scrape open his old wounds. After the phone call with Johansson, Reuben told Seth about the things Reggie had said the previous night before Reuben flung the hot oil in his face. Seth couldn't believe Reuben had kept that information from him until he recalled that he'd led his man straight to the bedroom, where dirty talk became their only form of communication. "Do you have a copy of Reggie's driver's license photo?" Seth asked. Johansson pulled a piece of paper from a file and handed it to him. Jesus fucking Christ. Reggie was the guy who sat next to him at the Feisty Bull on the night he confronted Reuben in the stockroom. The man had attempted to make conversation with Seth a few times, but he hadn't been in the mood. Reggie had worn a hat pulled down low on his forehead, but those Arctic blue eyes were unforgettable. According to Reuben, Keegan had described them as dead eyes, and Seth had to agree. He didn't notice any physical resemblance between the man in the photo and Seth's memory of Ryan Ulrich. He returned the photo to Johansson. "See if Keegan Scott can positively identify him as Brother Kane." Seth repeated what he'd learned about the possible sightings and Keegan's reactions. Give him a warning and be patient with the identification. The guy has been through hell and back." "We'll handle it sensitively and discreetly," Johansson promised. "Ready to do this?" "Absolutely not," but Seth nodded. The man in the bed was even more unrecognizable than before, with most of his head bandaged. Those frigid eyes locked on Seth and followed him throughout the room. Seth wondered about the legality of the interview, since the guy had to be on pain meds, but that wasn't his problem. He knew firsthand how protective doctors were of their patients, but if Reggie agreed to speak to them, who was he to argue? The room wasn't big enough for all four of them to sit down, so Seth took one chair and Lyndhurst took the other. 3 recording devices appeared from jacket pockets, and each of the men took turns documenting the date, time, and names of those present. Ulrich kept his unnerving gaze on Seth for the duration of introductions, barely acknowledging the other men in the room until Johansson read him his rights. "I understand and waive my right to an attorney." Ulrich's voice was low and gravelly, but his words rang clear and seemed unfettered by heavy medications. "Before I give a full confession, I want something from Sheriff Burke." "He's recused himself," Beckett said. "He can't grant—" Ulrich interrupted the federal prosecutor with an angry wave of his hand, but he never tore his gaze away from Seth's. "This is between us, and it's personal." "I'm listening," Seth said. "I beg you to keep looking for Natalie's killer," Reggie said. "I know you're convinced my brother did it, but I know he didn't. Ryan was many things, but a killer wasn't one of them. He died from guilt, but not for the reasons you think." Reggie stopped, swallowed hard, and cleared his throat. "Fuck! I'm going to choke to death on this plea before I can make it. You'd be the one begging if I had my way last night." Seth called on decades of training and experience not to take the bait Reggie dangled in front of him. He reminded himself that Reuben was safe and would remain that way. "Do you need a drink?" Lyndhurst asked. "Shut the fuck up!" Reggie roared. "I don't want to hear any of you so much as breathe, or this is over. I'm not thirsty." Seth shot them a warning glance, and the trio seemed to shrink into themselves. "I'm choking because I've hated you for nearly all my life," Reggie snarled. "I've spent the last few years planning ways to destroy your reputation and life the way your witness statement did to my family. Humiliating you in front of the townsfolk suddenly didn't feel like enough for what you did to my family, and I decided to kill your boyfriend." Reggie raised his hand to his bandaged face. "Guess you won that battle." "Then why did you decide to talk to me or ask me for a favor?" Seth was ashamed to admit Reggie had caught him off guard and piqued his interest. "Because everything I've done was to avenge my brother and mother." "Your mother?" Seth asked. "Your election as sheriff 4 years ago stirred up interest in Natalie's death again, and a so-called journalist tracked Mom down to talk about Rye. The son of a bitch hounded her day and night. Then he moved on to co-workers and friends, telling everyone our business. People turned on her or avoided her again. It was like Last Chance Creek all over again. The stress caused a massive stroke she's never recovered from, and she lives in a nursing home. Mom doesn't know me half the time and only asks for Rye. I pretend to be him sometimes to make her happy." "I'm sorry to hear about your mother, and looking back now, I will admit the town wasn't fair to your family." "How fucking big of you!" Reggie's snarl turned into a cough. "If Ryan didn't kill Natalie, then why did he die of guilt?" "Because he didn't go after her," Reggie replied. He hadn't wanted to look like a whipped dog in front of his friends, and he lived to regret it for the rest of his life. Rye told me that he really cared about her. Natalie made him want to be a better person, but he let her down. The guilt ate him alive. Reggie released a tortured whimper that turned into a snarl. The worst part is that you nearly turned us against him. Ryan died thinking his mother and brother didn't believe him, and I fucking hate you for that. You started this mess, and now you're going to fix it. The only thing I ever claimed to see was Natalie getting in your brother's truck. Ryan admitted I was right. Where do you get off blaming me? Because you claim you wanted justice for Natalie, but you haven't done a damn thing since taking office to find it, Reggie roared. You don't consider her death unsolved because you're convinced her killer is dead. If you find the real murderer, you'll clear my brother's name. Maybe that will ease my mama's soul, and she'll let go instead of clinging to a miserable existence. Seth's brain whirled from everything Reggie said. Had they been wrong all these years? Seth had already handed the case to Shane Abbott with the CBI, so agreeing to Reggie's terms was the easiest thing he'd done in weeks. You have my word. Seth stood to leave the room, but didn't take one step before Reggie halted his escape. Where the hell do you think you're going? The question sounded like an angry snarl from a wounded animal, and Seth knew Reggie's pain came from someplace deeper than the injuries Reuben had inflicted on him. Sheriff Burke has recused himself from this investigation and any others connected to Salvation Anew, Agent Johansson reminded him. Reggie slowly turned his head and fixed the FBI agent with an icy glare. I will answer your questions, but I want Burke present to hear them. He returned his dead eyes to Seth. Your family put mine through hell, so the least you can do is sit there and listen to what you did to us. Seth wanted to remind Reggie that he'd been a 13-year-old kid, and he hadn't lied or exaggerated his story. Seth had not engaged in a private or public war against the Ulrichs. But had the Harts used their founding family status to pressure the citizens of Harts Creek and Last Chance Creek to turn on Reggie's family? And what about him? Reggie's accusation hadn't been wrong. He'd made no effort to solve Natalie's case during his tenure as sheriff. The excuses he'd given to Assistant Director Amanda Hines from the CBI were true, but he should have reached out to ask them for help. He sat back down and gestured for Reggie to continue. The man started talking with little prompting, so none of the investigators interrupted him. Seth knew they were recording the confession and taking copious notes to double back once Reggie wound down. The injured man detailed the humiliation and shame heaped upon the single mom and her 2 kids. Their father, a deadbeat alcoholic, according to Reggie, had died and left them nearly penniless. The only thing he'd left behind was the damn truck Ryan loved to drive so much. Rhonda, his mother, worked full-time at the grocery store and cleaned houses on the side to make ends meet. Mom lost all her cleaning jobs once Ryan's name got floated out there as Natalie's killer. No one wanted her in their homes, because what kind of person raised a monster? Reggie snarled. I got bullied and beaten up on the playground at school, taunted mercilessly until I tried to take my life to escape the pain. That's when my mom decided we had to leave. We fled in the middle of the night and didn't look back. We drove as far as the tank of gas would get us and tried our best to reestablish ourselves. Reggie's voice broke, and Seth sympathized for the hell he'd lived through. He would not forgive Reggie for the atrocities he committed, but Seth at least understood how someone could get pushed too far. And the move worked until Ryan died of an overdose. Rumors and speculation started, And all it took was for one journalist to connect some dots and ruin the home we'd made.
And they'd run again, settling down and building a life until someone else investigated Natalie's death.
About every 5 years, someone came along and poked the hornet's nest, Reggie said. Resentment bubbled beneath the surface, but I thought I had a good handle on it until...
His voice trailed off, and he sucked in a sharp breath. "Do you need something?" Lyndhurst asked. "Water?"
"Shut the fuck up!"
Reggie's roar triggered a coughing fit and set off some monitors, but he calmed the beeping and his coughing down after a few moments.
Resentment became bone-deep hatred after my mama had the massive stroke 4 years ago. I had to put her in a state-run nursing facility because I couldn't afford better. She doesn't get to plant flowers and grow vegetables anymore. Mama can't talk right or communicate very well. She can't even wipe her own ass. The woman has worked her ass off for her entire life and loved her sons with everything she had. What thanks does my mama get? She's imprisoned by her own mind and body. I couldn't turn back the clock and fix anything for her, but I could get even for the humiliation, shame, and misery we suffered, all because your family decided Ryan killed their little princess."
Reggie's snide tone set Seth on edge. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he clenched his fists and jaw to keep from striking an injured man or saying something that would risk the confession.
"Don't like that, do you?" Reggie asked. "Well, too fucking bad. You're gonna sit there and hear me out."
And he did just that, as Reggie detailed stumbling across one of Mick Carson's interviews during an internet search 2 years ago. He wanted to find out what was going on in Last Chance Creek and see if there were any updates on Natalie's case. Something about Carson's impassioned speech triggered a deep recognition and made Reggie feel seen for the first time in maybe his entire life.
"The fact that we both hated your guts was just a bonus," Reggie said.
His eyes glazed over as he talked about joining Salvation anew and finding a deeper purpose. There were things Mick made him do that turned Seth's stomach and made him want to puke as Reggie went into grotesque detail. Reggie and Quentin carried out Mick's orders, and Odell was the enforcer when it didn't happen. Keegan had been their favorite target for abuse and punishment, and Seth marveled again at how far the younger man's recovery had come. At least with this confession, Keegan wouldn't have to identify Reggie as a member of the cult. Reggie and Odell had escaped the compound with enough cash to tide them over for a while, but they ended up bunking with Odell's mom. He was adamant the older woman didn't know what they'd been up to, and extracted a promise from the lawmen that she would escape any type of prosecution. Reggie also wanted assurances that she would escape public prosecution, and Seth believed they'd do their best to shelter the woman as much as they could.
"We knew Mick would betray Quentin," Reggie said. "That's what weak people like him do. They never accept responsibility for their actions. Odell and I decided the son of a bitch wouldn't get away with it, so we hatched a plan and played the long game. Odell got a job at the jail because it was only a matter of time before the Carsons came back here for court. He tampered with Lawson's tire a few times, so it wouldn't be so obvious when I shoved a nail in it and made him late for his shift. I knew all about Mick's peanut allergy, so Odell ground the nuts into a fine powder and slipped it into his food without tipping off the kitchen staff.
They didn't have security cameras in the kitchen area because it was off-limits to the inmates. Their feed only covered the common areas and hallways.
Odell took home one of the walkie-talkies so he could listen in on the activity at the jail. We knew when the marshals arrived and when they left. I think you know the rest."
"Why don't you tell us just to make sure?"
Johansson said. Odell and I cut down a tree to block the road and ambushed the transport vehicle. We didn't intend to kill the marshals, but they opened fire on us first. I wanted to take Quentin to the hospital for treatment, but he said prison was just a different kind of death and begged me for a gun. I didn't shoot him, Reggie stated firmly. I'll go down for the other things, but I did not kill my friend. We believe you, Johansson said, and I'm sure forensics will prove it. Reggie closed his eyes and said, I heard him pull the trigger before I got too far from the cabin. He took a deep breath and met Seth's gaze. With my friends dead, there was nothing left to do than complete my revenge. How'd you know about my cabin, and how did you know to find Reuben there? The visible part of Reggie's mouth stretched into an evil grin. The cabin is a matter of public record, and I saw you with your boy toy earlier that day when I drove up to our hideout. Seth recalled the sound of an approaching vehicle when they'd been on the porch. They'd gone inside before someone drove past, but Reggie would have recognized their vehicles if he'd done a minimum amount of research. But it was over. Reggie would get transferred to the state prison's infirmary to await his hearing and sentencing, and the only thing Seth had to worry about was making his own confession to his constituents. He stood up and looked into Reggie's cold eyes. I am sorry for what happened to you and your mother, and I will keep an open mind about your brother until the evidence says otherwise. And he meant it. Seth had let his hatred of Ryan Ulrich fester for so long, and he couldn't help but wonder if he'd be in a similar position as Reggie if Seth's circumstance and family dynamics had been different. I will keep my word about the investigation. If I can clear Ryan's name and bring your mother peace, I'll do it. Reggie held his regard for several long moments before he nodded. With that, Seth turned and left the room. Lyndhurst, Beckett, and Johansson would hold a press conference later to assure the public of their safety. Seth doubted they'd go into great detail until they could corroborate as many of the things Reggie said as possible. Seth expected them to hold a lengthier press conference soon, but he would not stand at the podium for any of them since he recused himself from the case. His absence would get noted, commented on, and speculated about, but he couldn't help that. Seth would hold his own press conference once he decided what to say and when to say it. The sun was shining when he walked out of the hospital, something he took as a good sign. Seth wasn't foolish enough to believe his personal rainstorms and thunderclouds had taken a permanent hiatus, but he anticipated more sunnier days than darker ones ahead. The clock on his dash said it was nearly 1 o'clock, and he couldn't believe he'd been in Reggie's hospital room for so long. Seth thought about the staples in his refrigerator and pantry, then worried Reuben had starved to death. He'd left his guy at his house without transportation or even a cell phone since they left his belongings at the cabin until the scene was cleared. Seth shifted into drive and headed home. They'd figure out what to eat once he got there, and maybe finish what they'd started in the great room when Reuben came to him wearing nothing but Seth's shirt. He let those images multiply until they became a mixture of reality and fantasy. Seth was primed and ready to act each of them out until he got within viewshot of his home and saw the number of vehicles in the driveway. Reuben's truck was among them, so someone had driven it to him. Both Carrie and Shauna's vehicles were there, so he suspected one of them had delivered it to his house. Seth ran through a few strategies on how he could encourage them to leave and decided on the direct route of telling them to get out. He even practiced a few different tones as he traveled the short distance from his driveway to the front door. But once inside, the smell of delicious food and the sound of cheerful chatter changed his mind. Or maybe it was seeing the man he loved standing at the kitchen island, holding court like the king of the castle and the keeper of Seth's heart. Carrie, Shauna, Keegan, and Sven held on to his every word as he wowed them with something he assembled and put in a baking dish. None of them noticed Seth had entered, which gave him a moment to take it all in. He'd built this house after his breakup with Oliver, because the home they'd once shared felt like a box of memories that never let him heal. Everywhere he turned was a reminder of what Seth had viewed as Oliver's rejection. He knew better now, and recognized that they were just too different to make it work, but back then, Seth needed a fresh start. Building the house had helped, but the structure had never felt like his home until this very moment. Seth dropped his keys in the little dish on the foyer table his mother picked out on one of her many antique hunts. Boy, would his parents get the surprise of their lives when they returned from their cruise and met Reuben. They were going to love him. Reuben must have sensed his regard, because their gazes collided over the expanse of the house. His man lit up brighter than fireworks on the 4th as he reached for a towel to wipe his hands. They started moving toward each other at the same time, meeting in the middle, where Seth caught Reuben in a tight hug. "I hope you don't mind the company." Reuben's voice was muffled against his chest, but Seth still heard him over his pounding heart. "This is your home, too," Seth said. He wanted to tell Reuben about the epiphany he had when he walked through the door, but would wait until they were alone, and preferably naked. Reuben looked up at him with emotions swirling in his eyes. "I'm so glad you said that, because Keegan and Carrie showed up here with my truck and nearly all my possessions from the ranch after Cash verified my vehicle wasn't part of the evidence in the investigation. I told them they were a bit presumptuous, and they laughed at me and invited the other 2 yahoos over." Seth was very curious about how Keegan and Carrie ended up as a dynamic duo, but those questions could wait. The oven timer went off, and a chorus of cheers sounded in the kitchen. Shauna slipped around the island, donned some mitts, and removed a dish of bubbling goodness from the oven. "What is that, and how did you pull it together with the ingredients I had on hand?" Reuben's condescending snort expressed his opinion of the state of Seth's kitchen staples. "It's the enchiladas I wanted to make for you last night. Since Keegan and Carrie wanted to be so helpful, I sent them to the store with a list of ingredients." "Smells amazing," Seth said. "I'm not sure I want to share." "I have enough to make another pan, so there will be plenty to go around and have for leftovers." Reuben would sing a different tune once he saw how much Carrie could put away. When his man turned his head back to the kitchen, Seth tugged him back. "What?" "I love you. You're as cheesy as my enchiladas," Reuben said. "I love you too." "I'm not waiting for you guys to suck face before I dig in," Carrie said. Seth rolled his eyes and tugged Reuben into the kitchen, where he insisted the chef get to serve himself first. No one dared to protest and risk getting tossed out before they sampled the food. Reuben placed an enchilada on a plate, then added beans and rice. He handed it to Seth instead of keeping it for himself. "We've been snacking all afternoon, but I bet you're starving." Seth took his first bite while standing up at the counter. He moaned his appreciation before Carrie shoved him out of the way. To his surprise, his cousin gestured for Keegan to go in front of him. "We'll need to keep our eye on those 2, Seth whispered to Reuben. "We won't have time, because I plan to keep you so very busy," Reuben whispered back. "So many rooms to leave a mark on, and I have a plan for every one of them." "You people need to eat and get the hell out," Seth said. Their guests laughed, thinking Seth was joking, but he wasn't, and proved it the second they set their forks down. Chapter 15. Reuben propped his chin on the arm he'd draped across Seth's chest. What happens next? The warm, pliant body beneath his rumbled with a chuckle. You let me recover a little longer before you make additional sexual demands, Seth replied. Damn, baby. They'd left their mark on the kitchen and the great room in just a few hours after their company left, then sprawled on the plush rug in front of the fireplace. It was much too hot outside to take advantage of that amenity, but Reuben looked forward to the day they made love in front of a roaring fire. The sweat on my skin hasn't even dried yet from the last round, Seth continued in a mock whine. Reuben placed a kiss on Seth's damp chest, loving the way his heart still raced. I wasn't talking about sex, he said. I meant us. The cat's out of the bag, and everyone knows I was at your cabin when Reggie Ulrich showed up. How are you going to handle it? Seth puffed up his cheeks and slowly released his next breath as his hand trailed lazily up and down Reuben's back. He didn't answer right away, and Reuben wasn't sure if he should congratulate himself for sexing Seth into a stupor or worry about their future. The latter was a knee-jerk reaction Reuben wouldn't allow. They'd come too far and put too much on the line for him to question Seth's commitment to their future. Reuben was the keeper, after all, and he'd act like it. So he waited patiently for Seth to process everything they'd lived through and all he'd learned from Reggie Ulrich. Rowdy bouts of sex weren't the only form of communication they'd shared after everyone left. And Reuben had listened in horror as Seth repeated Reggie's hospital bed confession. Guilt gnawed at his insides for bringing the subject up again, but Reuben knew they couldn't afford to bury their heads in the sand or burrow under the covers and pretend everything was fine. Seth would need to get in front of the story as best he could if he wanted to win his re-election, and Reuben knew Seth hadn't changed his mind about protecting and serving his beloved community. Finally, Seth shifted his gaze to Reuben and smiled sheepishly. I will hold a press conference and humble myself before my constituents. Reuben couldn't hold back the wince. While that sounded noble, the approach also felt too simplistic for the complicated situation they were in. Oh, sweetheart, he sighed. I'm calling in the big guns. Rory showed up within the hour, looking fierce and ready to conquer the world for his newest client. He breezed through the door Reuben held open, paused in the foyer to take in the home's beauty with an appreciative whistle before he headed straight for the oversized kitchen island. Campaign Central, a.k.a. Crisis Control, is now in business, Rory said as he removed a laptop from his messenger bag. Seth looked from Rory to Reuben, hesitation written all over his face. He'd resigned himself to an honest confession and apology to his constituents, but none of that planning had prepared him for Rory Snyder in PR mode. Seth knew Roe had created and implemented the epic PR campaign Redemption Ridge used to counter the negative publicity Salvation Anew had generated about them. They'd not only won the hearts of the local community, but had gained national recognition when their YouTube channel episodes went viral. If Rory could work that kind of miracle for the farm felons, as Mick Carson not so affectionately called them, salvaging Seth's reputation should be easy peasy. Roe's rigid posture and no-nonsense expression said he was ready for battle. Are you ready? Ivan, who'd entered at a much slower pace, stood by the front door with Reuben and just took it all in. A dark blush stole across the big man's cheeks, and his lips parted into a big smile. I was born ready. Ivan's voice was a soft growl best saved for the bedroom. Reuben fought back a chuckle and slapped his hand against the big man's chest. Not so fast, big guy. We need Rory's guidance first.
and then you can take him home to Ravish. Consider all this plotting and planning as foreplay." Ivan let out a grunt and headed toward the kitchen. Reuben followed, unsure if the noise was rejection or acceptance of his suggestion, until Ivan pulled up a stool and plopped down. Rory shot his boyfriend a quick wink as he waited for Seth to answer his question. Yeah," Seth finally said. Rory cocked his head to the side. Yeah?" He tisked and shook his head. "I would have never associated those lukewarm words or attitude with you, Sheriff." "My commitment to my job and the election isn't lukewarm. I just didn't want to engage a formal campaign or hire a manager. It isn't my style." "How does unemployment suit you?" Rory fired back. Seth exhaled a long sigh as he considered the question. Everything about his demeanor changed before their eyes. He stood taller, notched his chin higher, and met Rory's gaze with a look of determination that made Reuben squirm on his stool. "I'm ready. Let's do this." The community had turned out in big numbers for the one and only debate between Seth and Martindale. But the town hall resembled a popped can of biscuits on the night Seth would stand alone at the podium and make his pitch to his constituents. Throngs of people, press and locals alike, filled every square inch of the building and spilled onto the lawns surrounding the building. Rory had planned for that contingency and placed portable speakers outside so all attendees got a first-person account of Seth's statement and his answers to the questions he would field afterward. The speakers currently played songs from a local country band who'd gotten famous after winning a popular reality competition. The group used their clout to support Seth when rumblings about his improper behavior stirred in the wake of Ulrich's confession. Lyndhurst had also kept his word and would reiterate his endorsement when he introduced Seth. Support had come from many other sources, some surprising, such as Oliver Hawkins. Seth's ex-fiancée had written a fair article that highlighted all the reasons Seth was the right candidate for sheriff without sugarcoating Seth's mistakes. Oliver portrayed a man who was honest and decent, but also human. The last line of the article had nearly moved Reuben to tears. "Are you really going to punish a man whose only crime was falling in love and reward a monster who refuses to denounce his hateful past?" With that one sentence, Oliver made two distinct comparisons between the candidates: man versus monster, love versus hate. Reuben's heart knew the choice was clear, but his brain wouldn't stop whispering mean things about their predicament being his fault. None of this would have happened if he hadn't pursued Seth. He even said as much after Rory left on Sunday evening, because Seth had looked like someone who'd faced down a tornado and barely survived. The Rory effect had rattled them both, and Reuben had felt particularly vulnerable and guilty. Seth had scooped him in his arms and pressed a firm kiss to his lips. "I will apologize for many things, but loving you will not be one of them." In the corridor outside the main hall, Rory stood back and assessed Seth from head to toe with keen eyes. "You are the one miracle I didn't need to pull off today," Rory said. "You've pressed your shirt to perfection, and the fit of your jeans alone should be enough to get you re-elected." Rory huffed a breath onto his shirt sleeve, then polished the sheriff's star pinned to Seth's shirt. "There. Perfection." "You sure this isn't too soon?" Seth had wanted to do his press conference after the investigators thoroughly updated the public on everything that had transpired. Rory had heartily disagreed, and made a case for getting in front of the press and public as soon as possible. Seth agreed, and Rory moved mountains to make it happen less than 24 hours later. "You won't be answering questions about any of the investigations," Rory reminded him. The reporters will give up and focus on the information you've put in front of them after you refer their case-specific questions to the task force enough times." He glanced at his watch. "It's nearly 7. Are you ready?" Seth met Reuben's gaze and smiled.
"Are you?"
It was hard to guess what the next few months would be like, but Reuben wasn't afraid of a challenge. Seth was his endgame, so he smiled and said, "Bring it on." "Great," Rory said. "You two kiss and say your so longs while I prod Lyndhurst to take the stage." Once alone, Reuben turned and hugged Seth. "You don't need luck, so I won't say it. You've got this." They both knew Seth's apology would be a semicolon, not a period. More questions and concerns would arise, some legit and others utter bullshit. But this step would address most issues. Seth pulled him into a tight hug. "Hell yeah, I do. And I've got you." Reuben forced himself to release Seth and step back. With one last kiss, he left Seth alone in the corridor to find Carrie, who promised to save him a seat. The locals might have packed the hall, but Seth's cousin was easy to find with his imposing size and dark looks. Attention shifted to him like an invisible wave, but Reuben squared his shoulders and walked proudly. Carrie had chosen seats directly behind the press, which felt an awful lot like sticking a bloody toe into shark-infested waters. Rory had every intention of using the media to their advantage, but Reuben lacked his confidence. "Front row, huh?" Reuben asked when he dropped into the seat next to Carrie. "Better than slinking to the back like you have something to hide," the bruiser countered. Reuben conceded his point with a head tilt. Then he took advantage of having Carrie's undivided attention for once. "What are your intentions with Keegan?" Carrie arched a brow, leaned closer, and said, "None of your business." A rebuttal sprang to his tongue, but Lyndhurst stepped up to the podium and greeted the crowd before Reuben could release it. Damn him. Keegan was his business, and he wouldn't allow this sexy pirate to swashbuckle his way into Key's tender heart. But then he remembered the unfettered joy Keegan had displayed the previous day. Reuben had thought it was because the ordeal with the cult, at least legally, would soon be over. 3 out of 4 remaining members had died, and the 4th signed a plea deal and would soon admit his guilt before a judge. Now he realized the mountain-sized hunk smirking at him had a lot to do with the laughing and blushing Keegan did while Reuben made enchiladas. Scaring Carrie off was suddenly the last thing he wanted to do. Not that it would work. "Please don't hurt him," Reuben said softly. Carrie's expression turned tender as he held Reuben's gaze. "And I ask the same of you." Reuben swallowed hard and extended his pinky to Carrie, who chuckled as he hooked his finger around Reuben's and shook it. Then they turned their attention to Lyndhurst's wordy introduction/endorsement. There was still something Reuben didn't like about the guy, but he appreciated the prosecutor sticking his neck out there for Seth, especially since he was fighting his own re-election battles. Eventually, Reuben drowned out the prosecutor and turned introspective, clapping whenever the audience did. He didn't tune back in until Carrie rose to his feet and cheered. Reuben jumped to his feet, and there Seth was, standing tall and proud at the podium. "Good evening." Seth's greeting quieted the crowd. "Thank you for coming." Over the next several minutes, his man looked both humble and confident as he recited the speech he'd written with Rory. Seth didn't bring a copy with him to the podium, and he didn't use teleprompters. He looked at his constituents and spoke from the heart. Reuben was sure he heard some swooning in the hall. "I am not a perfect man," Seth said, "but you won't find anyone else who loves this county more than I do.
I've pledged my entire life to serving my country and our community. My dedication has never wavered, and it never will. Some of you will feel I've broken your trust, and I ask for an opportunity to earn it back again. You won't regret it." Seth opened the room for questions from the press. Like Rory said, he fielded a few questions about the investigation until the reporters realized he wouldn't budge. Tony declined to comment, promising to hold a presser with the task force as soon as they could align their schedules. The Q&A session didn't last long, since there wasn't much Seth could add to what he'd already said in his statement. The bulk of the crowd lingered so they could convey their support to Seth. The gathering was large, but it only represented a small sampling of the county, so it was impossible to know what impact one meeting would have. Rory was already working on a multi-phase strategy, and he knew Seth was in excellent hands. Reuben waited patiently at the side of the room until Seth strode over an hour later. He looked tired and relieved as he reached for Reuben's hand. The interaction drew the gaze of the people still loitering in the town hall, and Reuben vowed to get used to it. He made a mental note to chat with Rory about things he could do to present his best image publicly. Reuben had already agreed to do an interview with Oliver for his podcast the following week. It was the least he could do after Oliver went to battle for Seth. He doubted they'd ever be friends, but they could be friendly. "Let's go home," Seth said, then leaned closer. "Maybe we can check off another room." Reuben's insides turned to goo when Seth referred to his house as Reuben's home, too. The rest of Seth's words registered, and Reuben lengthened his stride. Mudroom. He'd already eyed the long bench in the space. There were so many things they could do with that bad boy. Seth's family and closest friends gathered at the Feisty Bull on the first Tuesday in November to await the election results. Some people at their makeshift headquarters were nervous, but not Reuben, Rory, or Seth's mom. Cassandra Burke's first stop upon returning from her Alaskan cruise had been Seth's house, where she threw her arms around Reuben and welcomed him to the family. Donovan, Seth's father, had been a tad more reserved, but no less welcoming. All the Burkes and Harts were gracious, and Reuben loved being around the rowdy, boisterous bunch. They were all in high spirits as they ate, drank, and cheered with every update Rory gave them from the election board. "He's going to wear a hole in Aunt Deb's floors." Carrie gestured his beer to where Rory paced back and forth with his cell phone held to one ear and a finger plugged into the other. "An hour ago, he said the election board was on the verge of calling the race." "Uh-huh," Seth said. "We all heard the same thing." Carrie's lips twitched on one side as if he were fighting off a smile. "You're not exactly annihilating Martindale at the polls." Keegan set down his soda and winced. "Ouch." Carrie shrugged and added, "But Rory said the lead is insurmountable for him." "You don't say," Seth replied drolly. "I didn't say it. He did." Carrie gestured across the bar again, and they all watched as Rory stiffened and searched the room, a smile blooming on his face. Carrie slapped Seth on the back hard enough to rattle his bones. "Congratulations, cuz." Seth smiled, but said nothing. Reuben worried he'd had the air knocked out of his lungs, but then Seth turned to him. "Will you stand with me when I address the crowd?" "I'd be honored to," Reuben replied. They'd been nearly inseparable since that fateful night with Reggie. They parted ways to go to work, but that was it. "I'm so proud of you. One day, I'm going to ask you to stand with me before our families and friends and vow to love me forever," Seth said. Reuben sucked in a breath so hard he choked on it. "Now?" he rasped. "We're underdressed," Seth said. "Soon, though. Once you find the keeper, you want to put a ring on his finger so the universe knows." He cupped Reuben's face and kissed his mouth. Reuben threw his arms around Seth's neck. "I'm going to say yes." "What's this? What's happening?" Rory asked when he reached the table and assessed the scene. "Seth just informed Reuben he's going to propose to him someday," Carrie said. "Aww," Keegan cooed. "And Reuben is going to say yes when that day comes." "What the hell, Sanchez? Way to steal my damn thunder!" Rory tossed the piece of paper in the air and let it fall to the ground. He took a few steps away from the table before pausing and looking over his shoulder. "Oh, congratulations, by the way. Your re-election is official." Keegan picked the piece of paper off the floor and set it on the table in front of Seth. He won 60% of the vote, a figure they all knew should be much higher. Seth released a sigh. "I have my work cut out for me." Winning because he was the lesser of two evils wasn't what Seth wanted, and he was determined to prove his worth. He stood up and held out his hand to Reuben. "Let's go tell everyone the good news." Linking his fingers through Seth's, Reuben followed him to the front of the restaurant. The chatter died down as they approached the microphone Rory had set up. Seth released his hand to slide an arm around Reuben's waist. "I don't really need this thing, do I?" Seth asked, gesturing to the microphone. "A little louder," someone hollered from the back. Seth cleared his throat. "I have some great news I want to share." His friends and family cheered again, and he waited for them to calm down. "There won't be a new sheriff in town." The room erupted into whooping and hollering. Seth turned and captured Reuben's smiling lips in a victory kiss for the books. Chapter 16. "Welcome back, Sheriff," Elena said when she spotted him. "How was your trip?" "Incredible," Seth replied. "Springtime in Santa Fe is amazing." They'd driven to New Mexico to spend a week with Reuben's family. Paloma, Rue's abuela, celebrated her 75th birthday, and Reuben wanted to deliver her gift in person. The stunning rose and lily wall art Reuben had crafted from wrought iron brought tears to her eyes, and she'd clung to him for a long time, speaking rapid Spanish and caressing his face. Paloma was a tiny little spitfire with enough personality for 100 people. Her influence on Reuben became immediately clear, and Seth adored her. She'd kept up a constant stream of chatter, telling him one story after another about Reuben. Seth didn't think it was possible to love his man more than he already did, but he was so wrong. "I can't wait to go back for a visit," he told Elena. "What's new around here?" "I have something I want to tell you, but it can wait until you get settled in." Her eyes widened, and she leaped to her feet. "One moment," she said, then covered her mouth and hauled ass toward the bathroom. Unmistakable sounds of retching carried down the hall, making him wince. Seth was pretty sure he knew what Elena wanted to tell him, but would let her do so at her own pace. He ducked into his office and spent the morning catching up on phone messages and emails. He stood up to get a cup of coffee when his intercom beeped. Seth picked up the extension without sitting back down. "Shane Abbott from the CBI is on the phone for you," Elena told him. "Thank you." Seth hadn't talked with the agent for a few months and was curious if he had any updates on Natalie's case. "Agent Abbott," Seth said into the phone, "how are you?" "I'm doing well, Sheriff Burke. I'm actually en route to Last Chance Creek right now." Seth's hand tightened around the phone. Abbott wouldn't make the trip unless something major had broken in the case. "Do you have a new lead in Natalie's case?" "I do," Abbott said. "I finally found a person who was dishonest in their statements to the police." "Who?" Seth's voice sounded like he'd been left in the desert for 3 years without water. I'd rather tell you this in person, Abbott replied. Who? Seth asked again. Abbott didn't answer right away, and Seth pictured the internal debate going on in the agent's head. I won't lose my shit and confront them, Seth said. Part of you must want to tell me if you called me first. You must think the truth will land a blow. Abbott said 2 words that nearly drove Seth to his knees. He staggered to his chair and flopped onto it before he fell down. That can't be. Are you sure? Positive. I'll explain everything when I get there. I'm 45 minutes out, depending on traffic. 45 minutes felt like a lifetime as Seth's brain tried to process what Abbott had told him. He wasn't even sure he moved the entire time until his intercom went off again. Seth blinked and brought the room into focus, then picked up his phone. Elena told him Abbott was there to see him, but her voice sounded tinny and distorted. The room felt off-kilter, too. Seth asked Elena to send Abbott back, and then he cycled through some deep breaths to clear his head and regain his equilibrium. Seth stood up and shook Abbott's hand when he came through the door. Once they were alone again, Seth said, "Tell me." "I've spent the last several months tracking down the people who partied at the river with Ryan and Natalie and re-interviewed them. Nothing panned out at first, and I figured I'd have to rely on the DNA tests turning up something. But one of the witnesses, Sarah, came across a box of undeveloped film during a recent move to Denver. She had no idea when they were taken, but decided to develop the pictures. She called me as soon as she got them back." Abbott pulled out a series of photos from a file folder and passed them to Seth. Each picture featured the month, day, and year stamped on the corner. Seth glanced up. "These are from the day Natalie was killed." He returned his attention to the photos, and his heart squeezed painfully when he came across one of Natalie and Ryan smiling for the camera. He'd been a handsome kid with a rough edge that drew the girls in like moths to a flame. "That's a tight-knit group," Abbott said. "Sarah could rattle off the names of everyone in the photos and the cars they drove, except for one person and one vehicle." Seth didn't immediately understand the comment about the vehicles until he got to the photos at the back of the stack. Sarah had taken them in the pull-off area people used to access that part of the river. There was a broad, beach-like clearing on the other side of the woods that made it easy to swim, launch kayaks, and party. The dense trees along the perimeter provided lots of privacy for kids who wanted to sneak off and make out. Seth stopped at a picture of 3 smiling young women standing with their arms around each other. On the far side of the photo, partially out of the frame, was a white VW cabriolet. Seth dropped the photo like it burned him and met Abbott's sympathetic gaze. "Cynthia said she didn't go to the river that day." Seth's voice sounded hollow and unrecognizable to his own ears. "She claimed she was babysitting her little brother while her parents worked." "Convertible cars aren't common in a mountain town, so it was easy to locate the owner," Abbott said. "It was her sweet 16 birthday gift from her parents," Seth said. Abbott shuffled the stack of pictures until he came to another one. "Is that Cynthia?" Seth forced himself to look. Sure enough, another group photo captured the car in the background, with Cynthia walking toward it with a thunderous expression on her face. "Yeah, that's her." In 25 years, investigators had talked to Cynthia only twice. She'd been too distraught on their first interview to give much information and only wanted to point the blame toward Ryan Ulrich during the second. The investigators hadn't viewed her as a viable suspect or a reliable witness, and they never circled back to her like they had with everyone else. You and I both know how consistent the interviewees have been over the years. We've had a few that could no longer remember things, but Cynthia is the only one we caught in a lie. "Why would she kill Nat?" "Let's go find out," Abbott said.
Phaedra greeted them with a warm smile when they entered the prosecutor's office. When Seth couldn't return her enthusiasm, she shifted her gaze between the two men. Seth made a quick introduction that did nothing to smooth her furrowed brow. "Tony is in court," Phaedra said. "We're here to talk to Cynthia," Seth replied. Phaedra lifted her phone to call Cynthia, but Seth asked her to stop. "Please, just open the door." Phaedra held his gaze for a few seconds before she returned the phone to the cradle and buzzed them in. Seth thanked the receptionist and opened the door. "Hopefully she won't tip Cynthia off," Abbott whispered as he followed Seth down the hallway. "There's really no place for her to run to," Seth said. Cynthia was in her office, studying something on her desk so intently she didn't realize they stood in the open doorway. Seth rapped his knuckles against the doorframe and she snapped her head up. Cynthia looked exhausted, but she attempted to smile until she saw Seth's expression. She stood up so fast her chair flew back and hit the wall. "What's wrong?" Seth stepped into the office and gestured to Abbott, who followed him into the cramped space. "Cyn, this is Agent Shane Abbott. He's reinvestigating Natalie's murder and has some questions for you. I'm just tagging along as a courtesy." "Oh," Cynthia said. She started to sit and nearly fell when her chair wasn't where she expected it to be. Seth rushed forward and steadied her before she fell. Cynthia latched onto his arms and didn't let go. She trembled from head to toe, and when she finally met his gaze, Seth knew Abbott's suspicions were right. He'd held out hope for a valid explanation for her lie, but the sudden sobs racking Cynthia's body told him everything he needed to know. His heart broke all over again, just as acute as the day they'd discovered Natalie's body. This reality was unfathomable to him. Cynthia? Natalie's sister from another mister or whatever they used to say? A stronger emotion simmered in his gut, and he needed to get it under control or risk breaking his promise to Abbott. He didn't know how long they stood there staring into one another's eyes, a silent communication transmitting between them. Cynthia wanted forgiveness, and Seth needed answers. He helped her sit down in her chair, but she wouldn't release her hold on his arms. "Why, Cyn?" She wailed louder, and several of her co-workers rushed to her office, pausing when they took in the scene. Abbott flashed his badge and shut the door, but Seth knew it wouldn't help. They'd overhear what Cynthia was about to confess, and the news would be all over town before they left the building. He wanted to break the news to his family instead of letting them find out through the rumor mill. "Cynthia, maybe we should talk at the station," Seth suggested. "We'd have more privacy." She snuffled. "Everyone is going to know what I did." She gripped him tight enough that her fingernails would have dug into his skin if not for his long sleeves. "I didn't mean to hurt her. I just lost it. I was so fucking mad at Nat." "Wait a minute," Abbott said gently. "We need to go through some proper channels." He Mirandized Cynthia and asked if she wanted to call an attorney. Seth freed himself from her grasp and stepped back. If he wanted to maintain his professionalism, he probably should keep his cousin's killer out of arm's reach. Seth eased back around to the front of her desk, and he sat down in it to make eye contact easier. Abbott remained in front of the door with his arms crossed over his chest. Cynthia swiped her arm over her face to wipe her runny nose. All traces of the professional woman Seth knew were gone. "The truth has eaten me alive and destroyed every relationship I've ever had. It's time." "Do you have any weapons in your desk or on your person I should know about?" Seth asked. Cynthia swallowed hard and shook her head. "I haven't so much as hurt a fly since that day." She raised her chin and met Seth's gaze.
Tears poured down her cheeks, and he slid the box of tissues to her. She snatched two and began wiping her face. "I mean it, Seth. I never intended to hurt her, but she—" Cynthia balled the tissues in her fist and emitted a fierce growl. "She wouldn't listen to me." "Tell me why you were so mad in the first place." A hot flush stole across her cheeks, as if the memory might still infuriate her. Then Cynthia raised her head and met Seth's gaze again. Misery shimmered in her eyes, and he saw remorse instead of fury. "We had a huge fight about Ryan." Cynthia shook her head. "No, that's not fair. Ryan was just the final straw." "How so?" Seth asked. Cynthia banged her balled fist on top of her desk, and anger replaced misery in an instant. "I lived in Natalie's shadow my entire fucking life. She was prettier, sweeter, smarter, and funnier. She was better at everything we tried, from sports to dancing. Every girl wanted to be her, and every guy wanted to date her. My own family loved her more than me. My dad used to call her his favorite daughter. And you know what, Seth? I understood. I loved her so damn much, and I felt honored that she'd want me for her best friend. I lived to please her." Cynthia's chest heaved as she took big, gulping breaths. "Ryan was supposed to be different." Cynthia's entire body quaked, and then she yelled, "He said he wanted me! He loved me!" Her words bounced off the walls in the tiny office, and Cynthia covered her mouth with trembling fingers. "Ryan told me I was beautiful and special. He said he loved me. No guy had ever paid attention to me with Natalie around, and I soaked in his attention like a sponge." Her expression suddenly turned so brittle, Seth expected Cynthia's face to crack. "Ryan was the perfect boyfriend until I gave him what he wanted. I cried in Natalie's arms when he dumped me. She stroked my hair and told me I deserved better." Cynthia started trembling again, and rage made her pupils dilate until only the thinnest circle of her irises showed. "What I deserved was a better friend, because that whore stole Ryan out from under me, but I didn't know for a while." She snorted derisively. "I figured it out about the same time I realized that son of a bitch gave me an STD. I was too ashamed to tell my parents or Natalie. I buried my head in the sand and hoped it would go away on its own." Cynthia's voice trailed off, and her eyes seemed to lose focus. "How'd you find out Natalie was dating Ryan?" Seth asked, hoping to steer her back on track. Cynthia flinched, blinked a few times, and looked surprised to see him in her office. Her lips curved into a surprised smile until she saw Abbott and remembered why they were there and what they'd been discussing. The sorrow, shame, and anger blanketed her fine features once more, and Seth nodded for her to continue. "Natalie stopped making time for our friendship. She was suddenly too busy to talk on the phone or hang out. She seemed preoccupied and had a perpetual coy smile on her face that said she knew a secret. So I followed her one night and caught her sneaking off to be with that asshole Ryan. She met him at the river and got in his truck. I was too crushed and broken to approach them, so I drove home. Natalie came over to my house the next morning, looking like the cat who ate the canary, and I lost it. I told her I knew she was dating Ryan behind my back. She apologized and claimed she hadn't meant to hurt me. Nat said she'd confronted Ryan about the way he mistreated me, and something sparked between them." Cynthia growled. "I saw what flared between them, or I would have if that panting whore hadn't fogged up his truck windows." Cynthia grimaced and released a new torrent of tears. "We must have shouted at each other for an hour. We both said the meanest things. And since the truth was out in the open,
She bragged that Ryan invited her to hang out at the river with his friends."
Seth clenched his fists hard enough to snap his bones, but he kept his voice calm and non-threatening. "Did you follow her to the river that day?" Cynthia nodded.
"Ryan kept me a secret from his friends, but he eagerly introduced Natalie to them. I just had to see for myself what was so special about her. So I took my brother to the elderly neighbor next door. I drove to the river and hid in the woods. Ryan smoked a joint and offered it to Nat, but she refused. Fucking goody two-shoes. He got frisky and wanted to make out, but I could tell she was uncomfortable doing that in front of his friends. Hell, the other couples were going at it, but Natalie was too prissy. Ryan eventually coaxed her into kissing him, but he got too handsy. Nat freaked out when he tried to untie her bikini top. She shoved him away and jumped to her feet. They exchanged some heated words, and Natalie stomped away. I couldn't tell if she cried tears of humiliation or anger. It was a toss-up with Nat. Cynthia rolled her eyes as if she wasn't in the middle of a murder confession. You know how she got. High emotions all the time.
"And you followed her deeper into the woods?" Seth asked.
"I tried to comfort her. I offered to take her home. Instead of being glad to see me, Natalie got pissed. Called me a pathetic pervert for spying on them. She said some awful things and told me she didn't want to be friends with a loser anymore. I tried to explain that I only wanted to warn her away from Ryan because she would end up hurt like me. He'd cast her aside as soon as he got what he wanted."
Cynthia's eyelids lowered to half-mast, but her gaze still looked unfocused, like she'd checked out. Was she back at the river with Nat as she relived their last fight? Then she blinked and locked her gaze on Seth. All the anger and shame he'd witnessed earlier disappeared, leaving soul-deep despair.
"She mocked me, Seth. Taunted me. Natalie said she was smarter than I'd been. She wasn't going to be an easy lay because she wanted Ryan to respect her. Then Natalie touched a heart-shaped locket hanging from her neck. I didn't know Natalie's pretty mouth could form such a cruel smile."
Cynthia had described a side of Natalie he'd never seen, but he didn't dispute or disrupt her.
"Nat bragged about Ryan giving her the necklace for her birthday. The only thing he'd given me was chlamydia. I called her a whore."
Cynthia breathed faster, almost panting, as she neared the climax of the story.
"She slapped me and stomped off. I saw red. That's the only way I can describe it. My vision was clear one minute and hazy red the next. It felt like I wasn't in control. I was just a prisoner of my baser instincts, I guess. An out-of-body experience. The real me is shouting no as the monster in control picked up a fat, stubby tree limb and ran after her. I caught up to her near the riverbank and swung it at the back of Natalie's head."
Cynthia's voice had gone cold and undetached, but her gaze burned hot enough to scorch Seth where he sat.
The limb connected with a sick thud, and she went down. And that pissed me off too, because I'd wanted a fight and she just lay there, unmoving and not making a sound. So I hit her again.
Seth flinched like she'd physically hit him. He tried to block the images of Natalie's last minutes, but they kept coming. His stomach pitched and rolled, but he managed not to throw up. He forced himself to take shallow breaths and pay attention to what Cynthia said.
Inside my head, I was screaming at myself to stop, but I couldn't do it. I don't know how many times I hit her, and I don't remember dragging her into the river. My next lucid memory is of me cowering in my shower at home, holding Natalie's precious necklace in my hands.
She blinked several times, as if coming out of a fugue state.
I still have it.
The necklace? Seth's voice sounded stifled and unnatural, but Cynthia didn't seem to notice. She nodded. It was in that box of high school stuff in my storage unit. She sucked in a shaky breath. I'm so broken, Seth. I should have told the truth, but I kept steering the conversation to Ryan. I loved it when the community ran him off, and I didn't shed a single tear when I found out he'd overdosed on drugs. In my mind, everything was his fault. She banged her small fist against the desk. He took everything away from me. Natalie was my universe, and he stole her from me. She hiccuped a sob again, and the tears streamed down her face once more. He stole my ability to have children. I waited too long to get treatment for the chlamydia, and the severe scarring made me infertile. I let my hatred of him blanket the guilt I felt for killing Natalie. I hadn't meant to hurt her. A tsunami of emotions swelled inside Seth, rendering him momentarily useless. He looked at the CBI agent with a silent plea and watched as Abbott handcuffed Cynthia and led her from the office. He ignored the shocked expressions and questions her co-workers lobbed at him and headed to his SUV. The next few hours were some of the toughest in his life. His family loved Cynthia like she was one of them, and learning of her betrayal cut deep. None of them found relief from knowing who killed Natalie. They only experienced a fresh wave of pain. Some of them had legal questions Seth couldn't answer. Whether Cynthia served time depended on what charges the state brought against her. Statutes of limitations could prevent legal repercussions unless they charged her with murder. She hadn't brought a weapon with her to confront Natalie, so they wouldn't hit her with any of the aggravated felonies. Considering her age and emotional state at the time, Seth figured they'd declare Natalie's death an involuntary manslaughter. Statutes of limitation would save Cynthia from going to jail, but the life she'd built was still ruined. The Feisty Bull was closed to the public on Mondays, but the Harts and Burkes and everyone they held dear naturally navigated to the restaurant, as they'd done so many times since it opened. They'd honored and fought for Natalie every way they knew how, and raised a toast to her again. They shared tears and laughter, and found solace in one another. It would take a long time to come to terms with the truth, but they would. Seth couldn't say he felt lighter after the day's revelations, but it felt like they were no longer stuck in a rut. They could move forward and honor Natalie's memory with the way they lived and loved. Seth thought about the children Reuben predicted they'd have, little girls named Natalie and Lily Rose. They'd make something beautiful from the tragedies they had in common. Seth wanted to grab that shiny future with both hands and never let go, and that's just what he did. Seth set his beer bottle down on the bar and turned to tell Carrie he'd be back, but his cousin was too busy staring at Keegan across the restaurant to notice Seth. Carrie had several smiles in his arsenal that could disarm, charm, irritate, or seduce. The one curving his lips was something Seth had never seen before. It was soft and tender. Seth's protective instincts kicked in, and he wanted to warn Carrie to stay away from the vulnerable guy. His cousin threw up a hand. "Save it. I found a woman I loved like family, killed my sister, and lied to my face for 25 years. Just let me have this one good thing." Seth slapped him on the shoulder, crossed the room, and stole Reuben away from his mother and sister. "I'll bring him right back," he promised when they protested. Seth led Reuben to a quiet part of the restaurant and pulled him into a hug. "Will you stand with me in front of our families and friends and vow to love me forever?" Reuben's eyes widened. Now? Seth chuckled. We're underdressed, but soon. Maybe something small, nothing too formal or fancy. Reuben's mouth curved into an impish grin. How about a justice of the peace and a single witness? Then we can throw a party to celebrate with our friends and family. What are you doing for lunch tomorrow? We can apply for our marriage license and make an appointment to see the justice of the peace. Reuben laughed and kissed his mouth. Perfect! He turned and scanned the room. But how do we choose just one witness when we have so much love in our lives? Seth narrowed his eyes as he considered. Someone who will keep their mouth shut so we can pull this off without a hitch. 3 days later, Carrie and Keegan stood up with them as Seth and Reuben vowed their lives to one another. It was short and sweet, but no less meaningful when Seth kissed his husband for the first time. Carrie slapped him hard enough to collapse his lung, but Seth was too happy to protest. Keegan and Reuben hugged for a long time, exchanging words too softly for Seth to hear. The foursome filed out of the courthouse, where half the freaking county waited to congratulate them. So much for keeping your mouths shut, Seth said. Keegan immediately pointed to Carrie. He did it. Carrie growled playfully and narrowed his eyes. You little... His words trailed off to pursue Keegan, who'd bolted toward the gathered crowd at the bottom of the steps. You can run, but you can't hide. Should we do something about them? Reuben asked warily. Their eyes met, and they both said, Nah. They used the distraction of Carrie and Keegan dodging and weaving through the crowd to sneak away and kick off their happily ever after in private. This concludes The Keeper by Aimee Nicole Walker. Narrated by Lance West. Copyright 2024 by Aimee Nicole Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aimee Nicole Walker and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
shimmered in her eyes, and he saw remorse instead of fury. "We had a huge fight about Ryan," Cynthia shook her head. "No, that's not fair. Ryan was just the final straw." "How so?" Seth asked. Cynthia banged her balled fist on top of her desk, and anger replaced misery in an instant. "I lived in Natalie's shadow my entire fucking life. She was prettier, sweeter, smarter, and funnier. She was better at everything we tried, from sports to dancing. Every girl wanted to be her, and every guy wanted to date her. My own family loved her more than me. My dad used to call her his favorite daughter. And you know what, Seth? I understood. I loved her so damn much, and I felt honored that she'd want me for her best friend. I lived to please her." Cynthia's chest heaved as she took big, gulping breaths. "Ryan was supposed to be different." Cynthia's entire body quaked, and then she yelled, "He said he wanted me! He loved me!" Her words bounced off the walls in the tiny office, and Cynthia covered her mouth with trembling fingers. "Ryan told me I was beautiful and special. He said he loved me. No guy had ever paid attention to me with Natalie around, and I soaked in his attention like a sponge." Her expression suddenly turned so brittle, Seth expected Cynthia's face to crack. "Ryan was the perfect boyfriend until I gave him what he wanted. I cried in Natalie's arms when he dumped me. She stroked my hair and told me I deserved better." Cynthia started trembling again, and rage made her pupils dilate until only the thinnest circle of her irises showed. "What I deserved was a better friend, because that whore stole Ryan out from under me, but I didn't know for a while." She snorted derisively. "I figured it out about the same time I realized that son of a bitch gave me an STD. I was too ashamed to tell my parents or Natalie. I buried my head in the sand and hoped it would go away on its own." Cynthia's voice trailed off, and her eyes seemed to lose focus. "How'd you find out Natalie was dating Ryan?" Seth asked, hoping to steer her back on track. Cynthia flinched, blinked a few times, and looked surprised to see him in her office. Her lips curved into a surprised smile until she saw Abbott and remembered why they were there and what they'd been discussing. The sorrow, shame, and anger blanketed her fine features once more, and Seth nodded for her to continue. "Natalie stopped making time for our friendship. She was suddenly too busy to talk on the phone or hang out. She seemed preoccupied and had a perpetual coy smile on her face that said she knew a secret. So I followed her one night and caught her sneaking off to be with that asshole Ryan. She met him at the river and got in his truck. I was too crushed and broken to approach them, so I drove home. Natalie came over to my house the next morning, looking like the cat who ate the canary, and I lost it. I told her I knew she was dating Ryan behind my back. She apologized and claimed she hadn't meant to hurt me. Nat said she'd confronted Ryan about the way he mistreated me, and something sparked between them." Cynthia growled. "I saw what flared between them, or I would have if that panting whore hadn't fogged up his truck windows." Cynthia grimaced and released a new torrent of tears. "We must have shouted at each other for an hour. We both said the meanest things. And since the truth was out in the open, she bragged that Ryan invited her to hang out at the river with his friends." Seth clenched his fists hard enough to snap his bones, but he kept his voice calm and non-threatening. "Did you follow her to the river that day?" Cynthia nodded. "Ryan kept me a secret from his friends, but he eagerly introduced Natalie to them. I just had to see for myself what was so special about her. So I took my brother to the elderly neighbor next door. I drove to the river and hid in the woods. Ryan smoked a joint and offered it to Nat, but she refused. Fucking goody two-shoes. He got frisky and wanted to make out, but I could tell she was uncomfortable doing that in front of his friends. Hell, the other couples were going at it, but Natalie was too prissy. Ryan eventually coaxed her into kissing him, but he got too handsy. Nat freaked out when he tried to untie her bikini top. She shoved him away and jumped to her feet. They exchanged some heated words, and Natalie stomped away. I couldn't tell if she cried tears of humiliation or anger. It was a toss-up with Nat. Cynthia rolled her eyes as if she wasn't in the middle of a murder confession. You know how she got. High emotions all the time. And you followed her deeper into the woods? Seth asked. I tried to comfort her. I offered to take her home. Instead of being glad to see me, Natalie got pissed. Called me a pathetic pervert for spying on them. She said some awful things and told me she didn't want to be friends with a loser anymore. I tried to explain that I only wanted to warn her away from Ryan because she would end up hurt like me. He'd cast her aside as soon as he got what he wanted. Cynthia's eyelids lowered to half-mast, but her gaze still looked unfocused, like she'd checked out. Was she back at the river with Nat as she relived their last fight? Then she blinked and locked her gaze on Seth. All the anger and shame he'd witnessed earlier disappeared, leaving soul-deep despair. She mocked me, Seth, taunted me. Natalie said she was smarter than I'd been. She wasn't going to be an easy lay because she wanted Ryan to respect her. Then Natalie touched a heart-shaped locket hanging from her neck. I didn't know Natalie's pretty mouth could form such a cruel smile. Cynthia had described a side of Natalie he'd never seen, but he didn't dispute or disrupt her. Nat bragged about Ryan giving her the necklace for her birthday. The only thing he'd given me was chlamydia. I called her a whore. Cynthia breathed faster, almost panting, as she neared the climax of the story. She slapped me and stomped off. I saw red. That's the only way I can describe it. My vision was clear one minute and hazy red the next. It felt like I wasn't in control. I was just a prisoner of my baser instincts, I guess. An out-of-body experience. The real me is shouting no as the monster in control picked up a fat, stubby tree limb and ran after her. I caught up to her near the riverbank and swung it at the back of Natalie's head. Cynthia's voice had gone cold and undetached, but her gaze burned hot enough to scorch Seth where he sat. The limb connected with a sick thud, and she went down. And that pissed me off too, because I'd wanted a fight and she just lay there, unmoving and not making a sound. So I hit her again. Seth flinched like she'd physically hit him. He tried to block the images of Natalie's last minutes, but they kept coming. His stomach pitched and rolled, but he managed not to throw up. He forced himself to take shallow breaths and pay attention to what Cynthia said. Inside my head, I was screaming at myself to stop, but I couldn't do it. I don't know how many times I hit her, and I don't remember dragging her into the river. My next lucid memory is of me cowering in my shower at home, holding Natalie's precious necklace in my hands. She blinked several times, as if coming out of a fugue state. I still have it. The necklace? Seth's voice sounded stifled and unnatural, but Cynthia didn't seem to notice. She nodded. It was in that box of high school stuff in my storage unit. She sucked in a shaky breath. I'm so broken, Seth. I should have told the truth, but I kept steering the conversation to Ryan. I loved it when the community ran him off, and I didn't shed a single tear when I found out he'd overdosed on drugs. In my mind, Everything was his fault. She banged her small fist against the desk. He took everything away from me. Natalie was my universe, and he stole her from me. She hiccuped a sob again, and the tears streamed down her face once more. He stole my ability to have children. I waited too long to get treatment for the chlamydia, and the severe scarring made me infertile. I let my hatred of him blanket the guilt I felt for killing Natalie. I hadn't meant to hurt her. A tsunami of emotions swelled inside Seth, rendering him momentarily useless. He looked at the CBI agent with a silent plea and watched as Abbott handcuffed Cynthia and led her from the office. He ignored the shocked expressions and questions her co-workers lobbed at him and headed to his SUV. The next few hours were some of the toughest in his life. His family loved Cynthia like she was one of them, and learning of her betrayal cut deep. None of them found relief from knowing who killed Natalie. They only experienced a fresh wave of pain. Some of them had legal questions Seth couldn't answer. Whether Cynthia served time depended on what charges the state brought against her. Statutes of limitations could prevent legal repercussions unless they charged her with murder. She hadn't brought a weapon with her to confront Natalie, so they wouldn't hit her with any of the aggravated felonies. Considering her age and emotional state at the time, Seth figured they'd declare Natalie's death an involuntary manslaughter. Statutes of limitation would save Cynthia from going to jail, but the life she'd built was still ruined. The Feisty Bull was closed to the public on Mondays, but the Harts and Burkes and everyone they held dear naturally navigated to the restaurant, as they'd done so many times since it opened. They'd honored and fought for Natalie every way they knew how, and raised a toast to her again. They shared tears and laughter, and found solace in one another. It would take a long time to come to terms with the truth, but they would. Seth couldn't say he felt lighter after the day's revelations, but it felt like they were no longer stuck in a rut. They could move forward and honor Natalie's memory with the way they lived and loved. Seth thought about the children Reuben predicted they'd have, little girls named Natalie and Lily Rose. They'd make something beautiful from the tragedies they had in common. Seth wanted to grab that shiny future with both hands and never let go, and that's just what he did. Seth set his beer bottle down on the bar and turned to tell Carrie he'd be back, but his cousin was too busy staring at Keegan across the restaurant to notice Seth. Carrie had several smiles in his arsenal that could disarm, charm, irritate, or seduce. The one curving his lips was something Seth had never seen before. It was soft and tender. Seth's protective instincts kicked in, and he wanted to warn Carrie to stay away from the vulnerable guy. His cousin threw up a hand. "Save it. I found a woman I loved like family, killed my sister, and lied to my face for 25 years. Just let me have this one good thing." Seth slapped him on the shoulder, crossed the room, and stole Reuben away from his mother and sister. "I'll bring him right back," he promised when they protested. Seth led Reuben to a quiet part of the restaurant and pulled him into a hug. "Will you stand with me in front of our families and friends and vow to love me forever?" Reuben's eyes widened. "Now?" Seth chuckled. "We're underdressed, but soon. Maybe something small, nothing too formal or fancy." Reuben's mouth curved into an impish grin. "How about a justice of the peace and a single witness? Then we can throw a party to celebrate with our friends and family." "What are you doing for lunch tomorrow? We can apply for our marriage license and make an appointment to see the justice of the peace." Reuben laughed and kissed his mouth. Perfect. He turned and scanned the room. But how do we choose just one witness when we have so much love in our lives? Seth narrowed his eyes as he considered. Someone who will keep their mouth shut so we can pull this off without a hitch. 3 days later, Carrie and Keegan stood up with them as Seth and Reuben vowed their lives to one another. It was short and sweet, but no less meaningful when Seth kissed his husband for the first time. Carrie slapped him hard enough to collapse his lung, but Seth was too happy to protest. Keegan and Reuben hugged for a long time, exchanging words too softly for Seth to hear. The foursome filed out of the courthouse, where half the freaking county waited to congratulate them. "So much for keeping your mouths shut," Seth said. Keegan immediately pointed to Carrie. "He did it." Carrie growled playfully and narrowed his eyes. "You little—" His words trailed off to pursue Keegan, who'd bolted toward the gathered crowd at the bottom of the steps. "You can run, but you can't hide." "Should we do something about them?" Reuben asked warily. Their eyes met, and they both said, "Nah." They used the distraction of Carrie and Keegan dodging and weaving through the crowd to sneak away and kick off their happily ever after in private. This concludes The Keeper by Aimee Nicole Walker. Narrated by Lance West. Copyright 2024 by Aimee Nicole Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aimee Nicole Walker and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.